A very good afternoon on our Super Saturday for the first ever Le Mans Classic Legend event. Beautiful July afternoon with not a cloud, nary a cloud in the sky. 49 Celsius on the track, 30 Celsius in the air. Probability of rain, zilch, zero, nada. Absolutely nothing. And tomorrow, a couple of 3 degrees even higher. If you're listening and watching here at the circuit, make sure you stay well hydrated and grab yourself some water to make sure that you can keep going across the afternoon and find a bit of shade here and there. The grandstand at the moment is in a little bit of shade on drivers right over the pit lane. That is the place to be. We're lining up for a busy afternoon and we'll be bringing you plenty of action. We'll kick off with one of the grids, one of the plateaus that we saw here last year. Remember now, we've gone to every single year of having a Le Mans Classic event. This is the Legend. Next year we go back to the older cars, harking all the way back to the start of Le Mans in 1923. And this is the carry-over grid, plateau number 6. And these are cars like the Lola, the Porsche, the Acellas, and the Chevrons, going back into what many would see as one of the glory days of sports prototype and GT racing. Ferraris in there as well. Then we'll head on to something new and something celebrating a 50th anniversary. That is the Nascar HSR, presented by GoodYear. And happy 4th of July. America, 250 years of their constitution this year. Not 250 years of America, of course. It was there a very long time before the Constitution came. But the Constitution itself, 250 years, and the Independence Day celebrations going on massively on the other side of the Atlantic. And we've got a packed grid of NASCAR. Then we've got the plateau number 7 to round off our afternoon as well. And those are, again, cars that are slightly younger. That's one of our new grids for 2026. Andrew Marriott alongside me, John Hindhaugh and Bruce Jones. Good afternoon, Bruce.
Good afternoon, John. I've walked out around the paddocks. It is hot here today. But what I loved with that shot, you had tiny little Chevrons and Lolas and one of those two great big thundering NASCARs from 1976. Wider, longer, taller, and coolest paint job of the lot. White with a golden roof. That splash of Americana, you would have been here at the time, Andrew, when they came across. Did something different. We were accustomed to cars like the little Team Gunston Lola, the Chevron you're looking at there in the screen. Then these giant couple of bear moths came across from the States and did something very different. It didn't work at first, but it was a welcome addition.
It certainly was, because we had that sort of car coming to the British Saloon Car Championship as well. But we didn't think they'd be very competitive, and they weren't. But it's great to see that 50th anniversary recorded here.
And we've said this before, Bruce, haven't we? It's very easy to get excited about the cars that were the stars and kept winning, whether it's individual cars or whether it's manufacturers, marques, chassis. It's good to see some of the other cars, because otherwise they'd disappear. And they're, only one car, only one team can stand on the top step of any podium. And there are often 20, 25, 30 or more of the cars in a race. If you don't do that, history gets completely distorted. And let's face it, over the years, decades, you can look at some cars, they were never going to win. The technology was all wrong, but they were in the mix. It was someone's greatest idea. Down on the grid, in fact, we just saw a car that won the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship in 1973, the Crown Racing crisscross-driven Lola. But look, suddenly BMW M1s, that's got people slavering out there. Well, that was a one-make championship, and it supported F1.
It did, 1980 and 1981. Brilliant. Some of the Grand Prix stars would drop in, racing as people who are sports car regulars.
Absolutely. Nicky Lauda was one of the people that did so well in that car, run by Ron Dennis, incidentally. They all just sort of just explain that these cars are all lined up in echelon as the way they started way back when. And of course, it was Jackie Eakes, the famous Jackie Eakes, who stopped all that because safety belts were just coming in, must have been 50 years ago, and they wanted time to have their safety belts put on. You couldn't do that if you were roaring away from the echelon.
Yes.
Well, actually, they continued to do that in echelon, but the drivers stopped running across the track.
Yes,
they bolted them in and then still started them in the 45-degree angle.
I'm old enough to have been here when they ran across the road in
Yeah.
And the most extraordinary thing was the whole place went absolutely silent. And you could hear the patter of the feet.
Yeah. And in the early days of Le Mans, and why low numbers actually have been the most successful, they didn't qualify as we would do nowadays. They were lined up with the biggest engine at the front and given the lowest number. So number one was the 12.5 litre Voiturette that was sitting at the front, and that's why cars with low numbers did particularly well in the early years.
Just look at our pole position car, a Toj or Toy.
Toy, yeah.
Now, the chap who drives this car, Yves Shimama, calls it a Toj.
Does he?
Yeah, but other people call it a toy.
I got told off for that.
Yeah, well, I asked Yves, because I know him reasonably well, because he's basically from Cincinnati. He's Swiss, but he spent most of his life in Cincinnati. There's the famous Aston Martin.
The RHAM Aston Martin, Robin Hamilton. What a machine that is, Bruce.
Sucks the tarmac off the ground on a warm day.
And next to it, another one that'll be people's favourite, the Lancia Martini. Another, again, they weren't exactly silhouette cars, but they were built in the style of the cars that they were meant to represent, but really underneath they were very, very sophisticated racing cars indeed.
Yeah, some were financed by factories, viz. the Lancia. The rest, like Robin Hamilton's car, were financed by individuals as well. Look, 2/3 of the way across the screen, middle of the screen now, one of those NASCARs, white with that gold roof. Look at its dimensions. Porsche on either side of different nomenclatures, huge.
Sponsored by Olympia Beer. So the Toys is Toy, if you will.
If the owners called it a Toj, I'm now going to go back to call it. I called it a Toj for years and got told off roundly at a meeting in the UK once.
He's on the entry list with Richard Mille, the founder of the watch company, together with Dominic Guénard. We'll talk about Guénard's in a minute. I'm not sure if Richard Mille is going to drive the car. Shimama won this event because this has been a race that we've had for many years here. In 2018, he's been trying ever since. Of course, we had COVID in the middle of that. The man who's dominated this the last couple of runnings has been Maxime Guénard.
Now, you see, they're listening to you in the truck, Bruce, because you get your big American muscle, and just look at the size of that next to a
Just
911.
think how many flies to get in that enormous grille on that Dodge Charger, doing things totally differently, and that was the beauty. Talking of beauty, a BMW 3-litre CSL in that works black and BMW stripe livery still looks crisp on a bright summer's day here. Absolutely exquisite.
Plenty of Porsches, of course. You can't have an endurance race without the Porsche. It simply isn't allowed. But mixed in GT cars and mixed in with the prototypes.
Got marvellous Porsche 935s in this, of course. 935 won the race back in '99 with the Whittington brothers and Ludwig. And of course, Paul Newman was second. A great film actor, Paul Newman with Dick Barber.
Should have won that year. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Shoulda, coulda. Yeah, one of those.
That was the only year that the 935 won. It was the Whittingtons under a cloud because of their financial dealings. And if you were with us at Le Mans, you would have heard Peter Mackay telling the full story about that year. He picked that year to take a look at for a couple of Porsche highlights. 1953, which was Porsche's first entry, and that particular year as well. Very, very interesting story behind that. If you don't know, you can go to radiolemans.com actually, and Peter's pieces are up there for the first Porsche entry and that win.
Here's the car of Jan Magnussen, Legacy Outlaws Racing. This is a South African gentleman. Keeps to the sidelines, but owns some pretty good racing cars, including this one. But he did drive the track today in the parade. So
we've got, in the prototype categories, we've got an over 2 litre class and an under 2 litre class. In the GTs, it's GT1 and GT2 ostensibly. That's how it works out. and some phenomenal GT cars. You'll see them having a good battle on their own, and actually some of them in a straight line won't be that much slower than the prototypes. They're pretty slippery and pretty powerful, those cars. The Warsteiner colours on a couple of cars actually here, including the Paul Sitter that we were talking about. And of course the tobacco money was big back in those days, and so we had the Ligier Gitans. How very French is that livery on the cars as they are lining up for this. And members of the public allowed onto the grid for the moment. We'll start clearing them off. We have the full build-up for you with our French colleagues down on the grid. This is leading up to the 4 o'clock start. 4 o'clock was always, Bruce, the start of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's been moved around since then for football, for various different bits and pieces, television requirements, but it was always 4 o'clock on Saturday to 4 o'clock on Sunday.
Yeah.
And with that sort of, you knew how long you had to keep your nursery car through the night, get into daylight. They say get through the night, go to the finish. So some teams would have rather had a 3 o'clock finish many years ago when cars were more delicate, but, you know, drivers are getting tireder and tireder. But, you know, what an array of cars, and it is so evocative, this period. We're celebrating 1972 to 1984 in this. A lot of the cars you wouldn't have seen so much, like that little Osella. Others you'd have seen racing all around the world. And it's just great to have those cars.
The BMW M1, so the little Osella with a BMW engine, the 1.8 and the 2 litre BMW engines, the 4-cylinder engines, were very, very popular in some of the prototypes, things like the little Chevron B8 as well. Let's go down and take some of the atmosphere. Here's Vincent down on the grid.
On se retrouve sur cette grille de départ du Mans Classic Legend. C'est le Gridwalk, il y a beaucoup de monde, il y a beaucoup de monde et il y a vraiment du très très beau monde sur la grille de départ. Vous savez que l'une des particularités de ce week-end du Mans Classic Legend 2026, ce sont ces courses de Nascar. On assistera à cela, une aujourd'hui, 2 demain naturellement. Et regardez qui j'ai à mes côtés. Il a été champion de la Nascar en 2004, Monsieur Kurt Busch, bien évidemment. Kurt Busch, we are so proud to welcome you here in Le Mans. Is it your first time in Le Mans or not?
It's not my first time, but it's my first time racing. I came here 7 years ago with Chip Ganassi in the Ford GT program.
Of course. What about this track? What do you think about this track?
This is a dream. This is where you want to be if you want to be a racer. And as a kid, watching races on TV and watching the 24-hour races, and now I have a chance to drive here with my NASCAR car that I won races with, this is a dream come true. This is like Christmas Day for me.
3 races with NASCAR. It's a kind of very good promotion for the sport, of course. Number 1 sport in the USA, not in Europe, of course, but very important for you to come here.
It's amazing. This is our 50th year anniversary of when Jim France sent over 2 NASCAR cars in 1976. And then with Garage 56 a few years ago, celebrating the 100-year Le Mans, now here we have 40 historical NASCAR cars taking the green flag today from all generations, all the way from my 2020 Monster Energy car, all the way back to Richard Petty's Plymouth, even before STP. And so it's amazing to see all the generations of cars out there racing.
Of course, we know that there are NASCARs for road courses, of course. This is a road course for you. Is it easy to drive a NASCAR on this kind of track?
This is a phenomenal racetrack. This is so smooth, it's fast, technical. It's like all of our road courses mixed together with a Watkins Glen, with a Sonoma, with some of the elevation changes, a little bit of the COTA F1 style circuit. But this is Le Mans. There's no straightaway in the world that you get to race on public streets all the way down to Mousson Straits. So it's really just a pinch you moment. We're having fun, but of course it's going to be a great show. And the French, they love our V8 engines. Our paddock is just swarming when people when we fire up the engines to get warmed up.
Kurt, one last question. When there will be the start of race 1 for those NASCAR cars, you want to win this race here in Le Mans? You will attack to win the race?
Absolutely. Qualified third. There's 4 of us that are right there in the same 1 second bracket. It's amazing. We have different cars from all over, even one from Europe, and we're all within 1 second of each other, right around that 4-minute mark. And so, of course, we have 3 races. Today's important, tomorrow morning, but the big one is tomorrow afternoon. That's when they hand out the big trophies.
That will be the last one of the weekend here. A big party for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, yes.
Thank you very much, Kurt Busch. We're so proud to welcome you here in Le Mans. Kurt Busch, qui est de la partie ici au Mans. Thank you, Kurt. Et on va parcourir, puisque c'est le but dans Gridwalk, parcourir cette grille de départ du plateau numéro 6 qui sera le premier. Et dans la foulée de Kurt Busch, s'il vous plaît, Yves Semama. Donc d'un champion à un champion, on reste. Alors Yves, l'atmosphère de nouveau de ce Mans classique, une édition un peu particulière, l'édition Legend. Mais voilà, il y a du monde, il y a des personnalités du sport auto et il y a des belles autos.
Oui, il y a des voitures fantastiques et c'est bien de voir des personnalités comme Kurt Busch qui vient ici nous soutenir avec des Nascar. C'est absolument dingue. Il m'a dit tout à l'heure 340 km/h sur les Untitled, c'est fantastique.
Alors je sais Yves que vous habitez du côté des États-Unis, donc l'impact de la Nascar sur le sport automobile américain, vous le connaissez très bien.
Ah oui, bien sûr, l'impact de la Nascar aux États-Unis, c'est fantastique. C'est plus grand que la F1 même. De les voir ici en Europe, au Mans, c'est vraiment dingue, c'est bien. D'ailleurs, on voit l'engouement, il y a 40 voitures, ils se sont déplacés en force, c'est bien.
C'est bien. Alors, on va quand même parler de votre toge qui s'élancera depuis la pole position. Yves, je me suis laissé dire que c'était pas simple. J'ai eu le plaisir de commenter votre qualification et on a très vite remarqué que vous étiez à l'arrêt en fait.
Eh bien oui, hier, la tactique, c'était de sortir et de faire un bon temps tout de suite. Donc, mon premier tour rapide, j'ai fait la pole, je n'ai pas très bien compris comment, mais j'ai essayé de faire un deuxième tour rapide et je suis tombé en panne tout de suite.
Mais les autres n'ont pas été plus vite que vous.
Eh bien non.
Bon, on connaît les concurrents juste à côté, Maxime Guéna, Carl Meeker et les autres. On les connaît par cœur de la Le Mans Classic Series durant la saison. On ira encore au Paul Ricard, on ira encore à Estoril, on ira encore à Imola. Cette année, ça va être une big battle ici.
Oh, je me fais pas trop d'illusions, très très rapide derrière. Je vais faire de mon mieux et la course va être longue. Enfin, les 3 courses vont être longues, dont une course de nuit. On verra.
Merci Yves Semama, il s'élancera donc depuis la pole position avec cette toge. On va passer à la suite et à la concurrence et on va demander au caméraman Jérôme d'essayer de nous suivre dans l'atmosphère de ce Gridwalk bien sûr, avec Maxime Guéna sur cette grille de départ. Alors on vient d'en parler, Maxime, avec Yves Semama, vous vous connaissez par cœur bien évidemment, c'est la suite logique du classique Endurance Racing 2 que l'on va vivre ici. Bon, le fait qu'on soit au Mans sur le circuit des 24 heures, ça change quoi ?
Ça change que Yves a un peu plus de VMAX que moi, donc ça va être un peu un challenge pour essayer de l'accrocher, mais on verra ce que ça donne. Tu sais, c'est 3 courses, c'est à 3 fois 50 minutes, donc on va essayer de faire un résultat.
Alors Maxime, il y a une question que j'ai envie de vous poser, puisqu'on a le public ici du Mans, il y a les fans des voitures anciennes, et puis il y a une partie grand public également. Qu'est-ce qui motive un pilote comme vous à rouler en historic racing dans les voitures avec des voitures anciennes, des protos du temps d'avant, seulement des GT, des voitures de tourisme, et pas quelque part dans des GT3 comme on voit ici?
Principalement, c'est l'ambiance. Parce que si tu veux, quand on n'est pas en train de rouler, on a les... Quand on n'est pas en train de rouler, on est tous entre nous, on discute, on passe vraiment un bon moment de pilote. Donc ça, c'est hyper cool. Je ne pense pas qu'on va trouver ça en moderne. Et deuxièmement, c'est les sensations. C'est des voitures qui ne sont pas aseptisées, il n'y a pas d'assistance, donc c'est très fun à rouler.
C'est très bien. Alors, prévision, 3 courses. Donc ça veut dire qu'il faut gérer également ici.
Oui, alors après, gestion sur 3 courses, oui, il y a de la gestion. Mais à la fin, ça va être la performance qui va être déterminante. Donc oui, on va y arriver.
On rappellera quand même que Maxime Guéna est le champion en titre de la Classic Endurance Racing 2. Pas seulement d'ailleurs, c'est un cadre des compétitions Le Mans Classic Series. Fait figure parmi les favoris. Maxime, allez, on vous souhaite le meilleur pour ces 3 courses en tout cas. Voilà, avec énormément de plaisir. Maxime qui est là dans la foulée de son paternel, Dominique. On va se retrouver avec effectivement un préparateur, si vous le voulez bien maintenant. Spécialisé également dans ces voitures du temps d'avant. Et c'est Martin O'Connell que l'on retrouve. Martin, such a pleasure to welcome you here in Le Mans. Is it for you, great tuner in historic racing, you saw everything. When we come back here in Le Mans, is it something special for you?
I think everybody that's here thinks it's a special place. Obviously, we don't get to come here very often, but the amount of people that are here and how friendly everybody is, and I think anybody that comes here and doesn't enjoy it should go and take up another hobby, because this is the best place in the world, I think.
The car is the car of Carl Meeker. Of course, you think it's possible to win against those 2 guys, the guys who won quite frequently in this category.
Yeah, I think the little man here, he's got a good chance. I think he's got good pace. I mean, this is a very hot day, so obviously it's going to be hard on the car, but we have to get through this race and the other 2 races. But it'd be nice to get a decent start to it, and we'll see what happens. It's going to be a long day.
Same question as Maxime a few minutes ago. Why historic racing and not modern racing for Martin O'Connell?
I think it's there's so much passion in it. You know, it's not about the cars, it's about the people, it's about all of the history of the cars, and when you've grown up as I did with these cars, and it's just a pleasure to be around them, and I've managed to avoid getting a proper job for the last 40 years, so we'll just carry on.
Yes, he's here for so many years, Martin O'Connell. Great pleasure. Thank you very much. On y va avec Carl Meeker, the driver of this car. Carl Meeker, there will be big opponents, of course. We know the guys, Maxime Guéna, Yves Semama, and so on. You fight with them during the whole season. What about Le Mans? Is this something special for you?
It's very special. It's a dream. Ever since a young child and just watching on TV, and to be here is, you know, it's hard to, you have to kind of pinch yourself, you know. Very fortunate to be here and be up front and just survive. There's a lot of racing. It's 3 whole plateaus, so, and I'm running 2 cars, so it's a long day.
Carl, is there some strategy for you? 3 races before the finish, the official finish?
1 at a time. That's 1 lap at a time, 1 race at a time, and you just work from there.
Do you think it's possible to win here?
I think anybody can win here if you make no mistakes and no penalties. I think that's the strategy.
Thank you, Carl Meeker. Carl Meeker qui dit effectivement, tout le monde peut espérer gagner. La solution, naturellement, l'idée de base, c'est de ne pas commettre d'erreurs, de ne pas partir dans toutes les directions, bien sûr. Allez, on continue avec les pilotes présents ici sur cette grille de départ. On va continuer de visiter cette grille. On va aller rechercher des garçons, notamment comme Jan Magnussen. Et on est avec Tony Sinclair sur cette grille de départ. Voilà un autre pilote que l'on retrouve régulièrement dans les compétitions l'Historic Racing by Peter Otto, Le Mans Classic Series autrement dit. Tony, it's always a pleasure to welcome you on the start grid. Something special for you, Le Mans?
Yeah, it's very good. We come here as often as we can, and it's a fantastic event, as you can see everybody here. I mean, it's just brilliant. And that's without the actual circuit, driving around it. The track's fantastic. In a little car like ours, it's just so much fun.
I asked the same to Carl Meeker, but there are 3 races here. It means that from race 1, it's flat out, or you have a kind of strategy here?
Well, obviously you got a lot. It's no good going well in one race and then not doing well in the other 2. So you have to kind of pace yourself. But obviously everyone's going to try it. Every race counts, doesn't it? So you have to take it as it comes and sort of plan as you go, fit in. Hopefully it's the breakdowns that will do it. If we can do all 3 races without any problems, that'll be fantastic.
Thank you very much. Tony Sinclair, we hope it will be all right for him, of course. Jan Magnussen, of course, he's there in the shadow. That's a very good idea, Jan. Jan Magnussen, that's a former, et on va le faire en français pour commencer, ancien pilote de Formule 1, une carrière monumentale aux 24 heures du Mans. Papa de Kevin Magnussen également, Jan Magnussen, et c'est un des cadors de nos compétitions historiques. Jan Magnussen, we see you every race of Peter Otto, of course. You like historic racing?
I absolutely love it. I think it's a fantastic weekend, getting to drive some historical, fantastic race cars on cool tracks, lots of people to watch, lots of cars to race against. I love everything about it.
Of course, you know this circuit des 24 heures in Le Mans by heart, but is it always the same pleasure to come back here?
Yes, I'd say it's probably, obviously this is a little bit less pressure than when I was all the years with Corvette, where we had 1 mission and we had to do that. But it's still a challenge to drive the car fast. And, these are old cars, there's risk involved and stuff like that. So there is a limit, balance you have to, but it's fantastic. That's what I love most about it.
Of course, is there a kind of strategy? 3 races, it means, okay, it's flat out directly, or you have to wait?
No, I think we go from the beginning and see what everybody else is, what pace they have. And try and do our own race, stay out of trouble, the usual rules, and see where we are tomorrow morning.
Voilà, Jan Magnussen qui fait partie des favoris avec Chris Ward d'ailleurs. Je ne sais pas où est Chris Ward sur cette grille de départ, mais quoi qu'il en soit, ce seront des pilotes qui seront à surveiller. C'est la voiture numéro 70, très exactement. Thank you very much, Jan, and we hope that it will be all right for you in those races. Et on va continuer cette petite balade sur la grille de départ maintenant. Pour aller retrouver Chris Ward. Ouais, il était loin de sa voiture, Chris Ward, finalement. Chris, you were quite far from your car, but it's okay, we find you again. Chris, you are one of the specialists of historic racing. Why so many races with all the cars?
It's pure. The cars don't have any of the systems on that the modern cars have, so it's down to the driver and the connectivity that they have with the car. And such a varied variety of cars here, and a really great opportunity to be able to drive around the La Sarthe circuit in some fantastic machinery.
We see each time we meet each other during this Le Mans Classic Series races, of course, with Jan Magnussen, you have a wonderful teammate.
For sure. I'm not driving with Jan this weekend. He's my opponent. I'm driving with Steve Osborne in the Molten Salt BMW M1. But looking forward to the challenge, and I'll give it all I can. I'll challenge Jan if I can.
The aim is to win this GT category with the BMW M1?
For sure, that's why we're here. It's important for the car's history, it's great for Steve, and if we can win, that's a tick in the box and what we all want to achieve. All the spectators around the circuit want to see the cars driven really well and driven hard, and that's what we're here to do, and have a great race and a safe race.
What are the strong points of this BMW M1 Pro car here?
The balance of the car is fantastic. It's just a really pleasant car to drive. It responds very well to the smallest changes that we make to the car. We went out in qualifying yesterday, made some changes, and we found some time. So it's a nice car to drive. It's consistent, it's well balanced, and really great fun.
Voilà, il est normalement l'équipier de Jan Magnussen durant les épreuves de la Le Mans Classic Series 2026. Ici, il fait équipe avec Steven Osborne sur une BMW M1 Pro Car. Objectif, la victoire dans la catégorie GT. Mr. Chris Ward, it's always a pleasure, Chris. Thank you very much. Allez, on va continuer cette petite balade sur la grille de départ avec un autre Britannique. Beaucoup d'interviews en anglais, on va essayer de faire une en français. Alors ce pilote ici, this guy here is a former Formula One historic FIA champion, Mr. Nick Padmore. Always a pleasure to meet him, and very quick, of course. Nick, we are in Le Mans.
Amazing, a dream come true. This is the third time I've done this, and driving the Porsche 935 with Jim Norman is just unbelievable. Really, really cool. And then the R8 with Jean-Louis Rion, so special weekend.
We know that there is a history here in Le Mans with this kind of Porsche 935, of course. What can you expect? Chris Ward just told me a few minutes ago that he will win in the GT category.
Bring it on. We're pretty close on time, so we're a good pairing. We just need a few more laps. We've had a few issues in qualifying, so hopefully we've got over those now. Jim's going to start. He's in the Nascar straight after, so it's a perfect warm-up for him. Then, yeah, it's a long race, really. It's 50 minutes and then 3 races through the night with this temperature as well. It's going to be tough, really tough. So I'm living the dream. I'm loving this.
Nick, you draw Formula One. That's my last question. Maybe one day a NASCAR race for you?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, I've dropped so many hints this weekend about having to go in a NASCAR. I'm available. I want to do Daytona. I want to do all those things. So, yeah, fingers crossed one day.
Thank you very much. Nick Padmore, one of the quickest guys here of the... We will try on va essayer de passer au français, effectivement, avec, et on va demander à Jérôme, notre cadreur, de nous suivre dans la foule. Vous voyez qu'il y a du monde, hein. On n'invente pas sur ce Gridwalk de ce Mans classique Legend 2026. Et on a retrouvé quelqu'un qui parle français sur cette grille de départ. Il y en a beaucoup, hein, cela dit, mais voilà, ça nous intéresse parce que non seulement lui, il parle français, mais il a une voiture qui respire français, cette fameuse Ligier JS2. Alors Olivier, je pense que vous n'avez pas fait trop de courses pour l'instant avec cette auto.
Non, on a fait 3-4 courses, on a eu des petits problèmes, mais on voulait l'emmener au Mans parce qu'elle a roulé 3 fois au Mans à l'époque, donc c'était bien de pouvoir rouler dans cette voiture ici.
On se rend compte du succès qu'elle a ici quand on arrive aux 24 heures du Mans. Le public, il a les yeux de chimène ici pour cette voiture.
Ah bah oui, hein, c'est bleu, blanc, rouge, il y a des sponsors, des cigarettiers bien connus français d'époque, donc ça parle aux Français de ma génération. Ouais.
Bon alors, piloter une Ligier GS2 sur le circuit des 24 heures du Mans, c'est comment Olivier ?
Ah bah c'est sympa parce que dans la ligne droite, il y a quand même un moteur Cosworth de F1 derrière, donc il y a des chevaux. Alors j'ai eu des petits problèmes de frein au calife, mais ouais, non, ça marche très fort, ça accélère fort et c'est vraiment une super voiture.
Super voiture. Et puis, si Olivier est là, eh bien, Émile Breitmayer, le fiston, il n'est pas présent au départ. Émile, on rappelle simplement que le sport automobile, le sport mécanique repose sur la mécanique.
Bah oui, c'est sûr, il faut que les voitures arrivent à l'arrivée. Et moi, malheureusement, j'ai eu un problème aux qualifications avec une voiture très performante où le moteur est cassé. Mais bon, j'ai la chance de pouvoir rouler avec celle-ci cette nuit, de faire au moins une course. Donc on va voir ce que ça donne. Mais avec un moteur de Formule 1, je pense que ça va être très très sympa. Et pour les spectateurs, c'est vraiment un des meilleurs bruits du sport automobile, le Cosworth DFV. Donc ça va être très cool.
Et ce qui est absolument génial avec ces deux-là, c'est qu'ils pratiquent le sport automobile historique et moderne, dans le cas de notre ami Émile ici. Et ils n'ont peur de rien, ils étaient à Monaco pour rouler en Formule 1 au Grand Prix historique récemment. Olivier, ça a été Monaco?
Alors oui, c'était un rêve, on a voulu le faire, donc on a roulé tous les deux, Émile avec une Williams, moi avec une Ligier des années 80, donc se retrouver au milieu des rues de Monaco dans une F1, c'était juste un rêve.
C'était juste un rêve. Et puis passer, Émile, du moderne à l'historique constamment comme ça va?
Bah oui, il y a pire. Je suis très content ici de pouvoir rouler aussi sur une LMP1. C'est encore un autre pilotage et c'est juste génial de rouler avec des voitures mythiques et encore plus sur ce circuit. C'est juste magique. Donc très content de participer à la course ce soir et on va voir ce que ça donne et on va essayer de faire un bon résultat.
Merci bien, messieurs, au nom du père et du fils, avec Olivier et Émile Breitmayer. Parfait, bonne course, on va les retrouver pour la suite. Alors, ah ouais, il y a du bon monde ici, hein. Et on parlait de marque française il y a quelques instants, et on se retrouve avec un monsieur qui a quelque part relancé une marque ô combien emblématique, c'est AGS, Willy Collignon. On se retrouve au Mans Classique, et vous avez ce beau polo AGS. Alors, l'activité AGS, elle continue, Willy?
Elle continue, plus que jamais. On a fait évidemment le Grand Prix de Monaco historique, mais maintenant on fait du Peter Auto avec cette très belle toge. Et voilà, on se lance aussi dans le sport proto, en plus de la F1.
Complètement différent ou pas, finalement?
Ce sont des voitures déjà, mais oui, c'est complètement différent, mais c'est de la course, donc on a quand même beaucoup d'expérience à ce niveau, donc on va s'adapter très rapidement, je pense.
Alors la particularité, Willy, c'est que vous n'êtes pas français à la base, mais belge. C'était quoi l'intérêt pour vous de ne pas laisser mourir, entre guillemets, cette marque AGS?
Parce que c'était une belle aventure pour AGS. C'était dommage de voir cette marque un peu périr dans les stages de Formule 1. Moi, je suis plus de la course, comme tu sais. Donc, je voulais vraiment que AGS revienne sur les circuits, revienne en construisant des voitures et faire de la F1, faire du sport proto. Et sur la piste, c'est beaucoup mieux qu'en stage ou autre chose.
Bien sûr, rien ne vaut la course naturellement. Il y aura donc cette fameuse toge. Et puis, voilà, on se retrouve avec Dany Lecopise ici. Bonjour. English ou français?
Alors, je me débrouille en français, but English is a little better.
English is a little better. Okay, we made 2 or 3 interviews in French. We can do it in English, of course. Danilo, with this toge, how is it to drive on this circuit of the 24 hours of Le Mans?
It is like being born again. It's fantastic. So this is a track that you can drive on twice a year during the regular 24 hours and during the classic weekend. It is a dream to drive here when they block off all the roads. Congratulations to everyone to a wonderful event. This is just outstanding. And the car is amazing to drive.
So what's the expectation? What are the expectations now for this race? 3 races in this category, grid number 6. What can you expect?
Always 3 expectations. First, to arrive. Second, not to arrive last. And third, try and arrive in front of the guy ahead of you.
Ok, alors il disait il y a 3 attentes ici. Premièrement, arriver. Deuxièmement, ne pas terminer dernier parce que ça c'est quand même la gêne. Et puis troisièmement, terminer devant tout cela, quelque part, de manière à pouvoir éventuellement remporter la course. Danilo Copis, thanks a lot Danilo. It's a real pleasure. Thank you very much guys. Et on continue à parcourir cette grille de départ pour clôturer notre petite séquence Gridwalk ici sur ce circuit du Mans. Avec notamment cette très très belle Osella que l'on retrouve ici, Roberto Turiziani, le pilote de cette Osella. Alors on sait qu'il y a des Lola, on sait qu'il y a des chevrons, on sait qu'il y a des voitures de ce type, la Ligier bien évidemment. Et puis il y a cette marque italienne Osella. On n'oubliera quand même pas qu'Osella est une marque qui est allée jusqu'à la Formule 1. Hein, on se rappelle les performances notamment de Jean-Pierre Jarrier avec ce genre de voiture. Roberto, we'll do it in English or French?
Un peu français. Italienne?
Oui, vous êtes italien, donc vous parlez un peu français, il n'y a pas de souci. What can you expect? Qu'est-ce que vous attendez de cette course, Roberto?
Quoi?
What can you expect of this race?
Molto very well. Una cosa molto importante, sì.
Il dit, le principal, c'est que ça se passe bien, naturellement. Et ça, c'est vraiment l'idée, c'est d'aller jusqu'au bout. Thank you very much, Roberto Turiziani, avec cette hausse-là. Et puis on va clôturer. Oui, je pense qu'on va devoir dégager cette grille de départ. Ce sera la fin du Gridwalk. On va essayer de trouver une dernière personne à interviewer sur ce Gridwalk. Et puis on repliera tout ça. Et on vous laissera en compagnie de Bruno Vandestick pour la suite au niveau des commentaires. Et puis je fais un petit coucou également à tous ceux qui commentent tout simplement ces épreuves. Le live streaming qui sera important d'un bout à l'autre. Et puis voilà, je voulais terminer avec celui-ci, Simon Nobili, parce qu'il est italiano-français, on va dire ainsi, Simon Nobili. Et c'est un pur produit Le Mans Classic Series, un pur produit Peter Otto. On l'a vu rouler avec des Lotus Elan, on l'a vu rouler avec des voitures de plus en plus grosses. Et là, Simon, on est avec un proto.
Oui, avec un proto, c'était vraiment une grande découverte pour moi cette année. Mais c'est un vrai challenge et c'est vraiment un grand apprentissage.
Un grand apprentissage, ça va vite naturellement, on imagine, dans les unodières avec ce genre de bolide.
Ça va vite, ça tourne vite, ça tient les virages d'une façon hallucinante. On prend des jets chaque fois qu'on prend un virage. On a l'impression qu'on était bon et en fait non, on est trop lent encore.
Ma dernière question, Simon, dites, il y a le 13 sur la voiture, c'est vous qui voulez ça?
Oui, c'est mon numéro fétiche.
Mesdames, Mesdemoiselles, Messieurs, le 13 est au départ officiellement au Mans pour le Mans Classic Series et le Mans Classic Legend surtout avec ce premier plateau, le plateau numéro 6. Voilà, on a fait un peu le tour de tout ce qu'on pouvait vous proposer ici sur cette grille de départ. On rend la parole à nos commentateurs divers, que ce soit sur le circuit ou sur le live streaming. Et on se retrouve d'un bout à l'autre de ce magnifique week-end.
Brilliant stuff from Vincent down on the grid. Not just covering a lot of ground, but a few different languages as well. I think you got from that, even if you don't, you can't easily translate the French, that everybody is looking forward to this. This is genuinely something very special indeed. The lure of the 24 hours of Le Mans circuit, which, as you heard so many times there, isn't something that you can just pop onto and have a go. There are great racing circuits around the world, and if you have the wherewithal and the time, you can go testing, you can rent them for a day, you can go and do a track day there. That's not the case on the Circuit de la Sarthe, Bruce, and every metre, every yard around this circuit, you can almost feel the history thrumming through the tyres into the car that you're driving around.
That is the very essence of the place. If this was a brand new circuit with this layout, you'd go, wow.
Yes.
Layer on more than a century of history, and the chopping and changing of sports car racing, the day, the night, the hot, the cold, the wet, the dry, that's only the tip of the iceberg about Le Mans. Every single story, particularly back in the earlier decades, where just getting a car halfway through the race was a massive achievement. Getting to the finish was almost like the north face of the climbing the north face of the Eiger. There's so much history here, and I think for people, a lot of them have made successful business careers, but they've always had an eye on this race and historic racing. And the Le Mans Classic this year is the Le Mans Classic Legends, gives them a chance to come out and play. Some have raced here several times, but no one has got a long history here, because it really is for the very peak of the sport. And you know, we've all been fortunate over the last 30, 40, 50 years to come here and play on the outside. But to get to be strapped in a car, national anthem will play, and then to go out in the race, that is something very, very special indeed.
And we don't stick on an MP3 over the PA here. This is a band of effectively the Republican Guard, the French Republican Guard, who will play the Marseillaise, which is always a spine-chilling moment on the front straight here, either at the 24 Hours or here at the Le Mans Classic Legend. They're getting themselves into order. I'm pleased to say, actually, that they've only just come out onto the grid because it is very, very warm out there, and they've been standing in the shade.
Maybe we can just get in before they start playing. The guys mentioned the later races. One's at 10 o'clock tonight, and the third race, the final deciding race, is at 6:30 tomorrow morning. We won't be televising those, but we will bring you the full result, of course, when we come back on the air tomorrow morning.
At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll wrap up what has been going on. We've heard from Vincent. We'll hear from the man who is the voice of the PA in French here at Le Mans for everything 24 hours and other, which is Bruno. Who is Bruno Vandestick? He will be with us for the formalities in just a moment.
Just very quickly, before they play, what we should mention, the first 3 cars on the grid have got Ford DFV engines. That's a 3-litre engine derived from the Formula 1 unit. Jan Magnussen has a 2-litre Cosworth BDA engine, so a lot less horsepower. Jan, with all his experience, and sometimes get amongst these DFVs, but yesterday he lost 6th gear in practice and he had some electrical problems. I believe they're sorted. Let's listen to the band.
Well, I think the band are just warming up before the Marseillaise, and we've got a minute or two. Jan Magnussen, who's son Kevin Magnussen, who raced here at the 24, he's part of the new ownership group for Le Mans FC, which have fought their way back into the higher echelons of French football. Johnny Palmer and I were watching the results coming through from their last game of last season, and they are back after some hard times. The red and gold of Le Mans FC will be back in the higher leagues this year.
Jan's done this race 23 times, John. 4 class wins, most of them with Corvettes, of course. So I suspect Jan will get amongst the DFV cars, particularly he thinks that in the night he'll be quicker than the DFVs.
So the last moments before the formalities come to a head with the national anthems. Bryce Jones, first of a new event. It's always difficult to know until sometimes a couple of weeks after, and we sort of process it back at home. But what we three have been talking about in the last few days is the atmosphere of this event, how it is distinctively different from the 24. And I suspect next year when we come back for Le Mans Classic Heritage, we'll find a difference in the atmosphere again. I like the fact that it's got its own, almost its own personality already, this event.
It does. It's being redefined as we welcome effectively another several decades of cars to tack onto the back, but we've split it to 2 events. And now, the Marseillaise.
Bruno is sensibly standing underneath the bridge before we hand down to him, staying out of the bright sunshine. 31 Celsius in the air, 49 on the track. The classic view down to the front of the grid. Here's Bruno now.
Plaisir d'avoir notre micro également dans quelques minutes. Ce sera le starter d'honneur pour prononcer ces paroles ainsi devenues magiques dans l'image des 24 heures du Mans, avec en effet le pilote démarrer vos moteurs. On est quelque part, alors qu'il fait évidemment beau et chaud partout sur ce circuit des 24 heures du Mans, à l'ombre de cette passerelle finalement qui tombe bien ici en plein milieu de la ligne droite magique, la plus belle avenue du monde. Bon, après les Champs-Élysées, c'est la phrase que l'on dit à chaque fois en ce qui concerne évidemment les avenues et les axes célèbres quelque part. Merci également au public d'être là. Bonjour mesdames et messieurs, voilà pour vous toutes et tous, ça nous fait toujours très très plaisir de saluer votre présence ici au Mans. Et donc dans un petit instant, on se retrouve naturellement pour converser un instant avec Pierre Fillon, le président de la CO, Marc Oyoun également, directeur général de Peter Auto, et Alexis Pinturo, ce grand champion qui aujourd'hui est présent au Mans pour parler aussi de sport automobile. À tout de suite.
So Bruno just giving those around the track, going out on the PA as well, on the haut-parleur, on the speakers, just giving them the heads up about what's happening and about our VIPs. As you heard, the president of the ACO, the new CEO of Peter Auto, also being will be presented on the front straight. Mark and Pierre, I'm sure, absolutely delighted about what they're seeing at the moment. And we're into the last few moments before the formalities as the band begins to reposition to the start-finish line and facing down the front straight. We had a different way of delivering the tricolour to start the 24 hours this year, rather than being repelled from a helicopter from the French Army. It was brought down by parachute. This is a little more traditional, shall we say. In the sunshine on a Saturday at Le Mans, it is Le Mans Classic Legend 2026, the 6th grid plateau that we've been used to seeing in the iterations of Le Mans Classic to this point is carried in to this new era, this new event. We've added 7, 8, 9 and 10, bringing cars from the 2010s into the Le Mans Classic fold for the first time. And this event already establishing itself, as we have seen and heard, as something that people want to be involved with. And just waiting for the singer and the band rather to reposition, and Bruno to take up his position and make the introductions. Our first race, by the way, is a 50-minute run with a mandatory pit stop. 2 driver teams allowed. You can do it on your own, but you still have to do the pit stop and remain stationary for the same time as everyone else. If you watch our coverage of the Le Mans Classic Series, you'll know that there are staggered pit stops depending on the experience of the drivers. That doesn't affect here. Now, for the final formalities, here's Bruno Vandestick.
La fanfare de la garde républicaine arrive, mais avant cela, c'est un plaisir aussi de retrouver Pierre Fillon, le président de l'Automobile Club de l'Ouest. On a l'impression, quelque part, Pierre Fillon, que jamais la légende du Mans n'a autant rayonné qu'aujourd'hui. Que représente pour vous cette édition de Le Mans Classic Legend ?
Écoutez, c'est une nouveauté, puisque jusqu'à maintenant, Le Mans Classic s'arrêtait aux années 70-80. Et donc, le temps a passé. Et je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de la jeune génération qui ont connu ces voitures des années 2000 dans leur jeunesse, qui aujourd'hui ont envie de les voir. Et donc c'est un lien maintenant, c'est vraiment une transition entre Le Mans Classique, j'ai envie de dire un peu ancienne génération, et ce qu'on connaît aujourd'hui avec le WEC et les 24 heures du Mans. Donc la transition est parfaite et on est très heureux aujourd'hui, on est très nombreux. Donc moi je vais remercier tous les spectateurs qui sont venus profiter du spectacle.
Merci beaucoup Pierre Fillon, président de l'Automobile Club de l'Ouest. Marco Ayoun qui est également avec nous. On a l'impression quelque part que ce lien entre passé et présent n'a jamais été aussi fort que maintenant. Que célébrons-nous finalement aujourd'hui ?
Nous célébrons le sport automobile dans son ensemble, mais bien sûr en particulier Le Mans, les 24 heures du Mans avec ce circuit mythique et plein de nouveautés pour cette édition Le Mans Classic Legend, une édition, c'est vrai, plus tonique, peut-être un peu plus épicée qu'avant, avec des nouveaux plateaux, avec des voitures des années 90, 2000, du GT3, du Nascar, des voitures qui ont couru au Mans il y a 15 ans et qui ont fait rêver toute une génération, un peu plus jeune que ce qu'on avait jusqu'à présent l'habitude de voir ici. Donc c'est du spectacle et de la bonne humeur.
Merci beaucoup Marco Ayoun, le directeur général de Peter Auto, et moi également, mesdames et messieurs, avant que la fanfare n'arrive jusqu'à nous avec Alexis Pinturo. Bienvenue au Mans. Qu'évoque pour vous ce décor ? Est-ce que vous êtes impressionné par ce que vous découvrez aujourd'hui ?
C'est un décor qu'on voit sous un autre angle habituellement, soit à la télé, soit moi personnellement sur les milieux de montagneux, donc sur les pistes de ski. Là c'est sûr qu'il y a le côté historique, il y a le côté traditionnel qui ressort et qui est tout aussi magnifique.
Merci à vous et bienvenue encore une fois au Mans. Voilà pour le Mans Classic Legend. Alexis Pinturo, en même temps que la fanfare, arrive la fanfare de la garde républicaine. Les voici. Merci d'applaudir comme vous le faites la fanfare de la garde républicaine. Quelques instants avant l'interprétation de l'hymne national de la Marseillaise, et nous comptons naturellement sur vos voix aussi, mesdames et messieurs. vont pouvoir rejoindre la fanfare de la garde républicaine. Monsieur Sébastien Jallet, également préfet de la Sarthe, qui accompagne Pierre Fillon, Marc Oyonnet et Alexis Pinturo. Et en effet, mesdames et messieurs, c'est un moment toujours solennel, l'interprétation de l'hymne national. Dans quelques instants, la Marseillaise par la fanfare de la garde républicaine. Applaudissements pour la fanfare de la garde républicaine et l'interprétation de la Marseillaise. Bravo, bravo pour cet hymne remarquablement interprété. Et mesdames et messieurs, ce sera dans 2 petites minutes. Celui qui est effectivement aujourd'hui présent. Ah, on est clairement loin des montagnes, mais qui est là, présent, parce qu'effectivement, lui aussi, un fan de recherche de performance absolue, de vitesse aussi lorsqu'il est question de descendre ainsi des flancs de montagne. C'est Alexis Pinturo. On va s'en approcher en même temps que, voilà, on va voir quelques premiers moteurs peut-être qui ont déjà démarré, mais ceci étant, il va falloir faire attention, car ce sera évidemment dans une petite minute, symboliquement, que Alexis Pinturo pourra prendre ce micro et effectivement proposer ainsi aux pilotes de démarrer clairement les moteurs en ouverture évidemment à cette première course de Le Mans Classic Legend avec le plateau 6 et cette balade dans les années 70. Voilà, profitons-en encore. Marchons sur cette ligne droite, cette avenue absolument géniale. Et mesdames et messieurs, Alexis Pinturo qui est là. Bon, même si on a, j'ai l'impression, un concurrent un petit peu récalcitrant qui a déjà commencé en effet à lancer son moteur. On va pouvoir monter un tout petit peu et effectivement proposer donc de vous entendre pour cette phrase qui maintenant fait partie du décor des 24 heures du Mans. Le pilote, démarrez vos moteurs. À tout de suite.
So we are waiting to hear what would be the famous words, probably the most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines. Here it will be pilote, démarrez votre moteur that we will hear, and that is the next part of the formalities. The drivers have now climbed into their cars. They'll not want to be sitting in there too long. It is pretty steamy. The good news is the humidity is nothing like it was earlier in the week, so it's a pretty dry heat at the moment as our VIP party walk to the front of the grid.
Yeah, John, a little moment for reflection as we see them quickly walk past the car that Jan Magnussen will drive, because it is, of course, in the Barclays International colours, which was a deal put together by the great driver, Guy Edwards, who raced in Formula One, was terrific in Formula 5000, started his career when we were both young men together in a Mini. I knew him really well. He just died the other day in Ireland. Sad his loss. He was a huge influence on various different drivers and teams finding sponsorship. He was a great driver himself, and it's wonderful to see one of his cars probably running right near the front of this race. Yeah. We'll see if Magnussen's problems with the 6th gear that he had in qualifying are cured. I suspect they are, but yes, the passing of Guy Edwards, let's just remember him.
Yeah, a hard worker, but a great deal maker as well as a great driver, and as you say, was instrumental in so many other people's careers, as well as making sure that motorsport continued. It's always been a part of motor racing the cash. It's something we don't talk about, probably as much as we should. Sometimes it's seen as a little gauche to talk about it, but it was ever thus at the sharp end of any grid down through the years, and particularly endurance racing. Let's get back to Bruno.
Ligne droite des stands avec Alexis Pinturo qui va donc pouvoir dans les prochains instants, mesdames et messieurs, donner le départ pour le tour de formation derrière l'une des voitures BMW, le constructeur partenaire de Le Mans Classic Legend, et le tout évidemment en présence de Pierre Fillon, le président de l'Automobile Club de l'Ouest, la présence de Marc Coyne, le directeur général de Peter Otto, Sébastien Jallet, le préfet de la Sarthe également, qui est également présent pour l'événement. Voilà, tout pile 16h. Attention pour les photographes effectivement présents avec nous. Il va falloir dans un instant, voilà, évacuer, se mettre sur le côté, car nous allons avoir, mesdames et messieurs, le départ de ce tour de formation pour ce qui sera ensuite donc la première des courses au programme. Un format de course sur 50 minutes avec arrêt obligatoire pour les pilotes en solo comme pour les pilotes en duo. Changement de pilote évidemment lorsqu'il s'agit de duo entre la 17e minute plus 30 secondes et la 35e minute de course. Panneau 1 minute présenté. 1 minute on the board. Board raised 1 minute. Yves se même avec la toche pour le pilote de la pole position. Évidemment, à cet instant, beaucoup d'émotions sur la grille de départ, de concentration également pour les pilotes. On les imagine aussi impatients de pouvoir s'élancer compte tenu de la température ambiante. Attention donc, ce sera, mesdames et messieurs, un skieur alpin qui a permis à la France d'avoir bien des victoires. Panneau 30 secondes, 6 globes de cristal, 3 médailles olympiques, 34 victoires en Coupe du Monde, 77 podiums, 8 médailles dont 3 en or en championnat du monde. Attention, mesdames et messieurs, dans quelques secondes, Alexis Pinturo va déployer le drapeau bleu, blanc, rouge et c'est maintenant top départ pour les voitures, top départ pour les voitures. L'instant de se mettre en place derrière la BMW Leading Car et nous aurons le départ et notamment la Porsche 935 numéro 78 qui n'est pas sans nous rappeler également, oui, avec également ces effets pyrotechniques, waouh, pour donner le coup d'envoi. La première course, attention, la deuxième toge un tout petit peu récalcitrante au niveau de la grille de départ et du lancement de la procédure de départ. Voilà, elle part, la numéro 71, mais un départ un tout petit peu laborieux. Les autres voitures me paraissent être pile au rendez-vous, et notamment la Dodge, qui nous rappelle également ce lien historique entre Nascar et 24 heures du Mans. Voilà, c'est parti, mesdames et messieurs, c'est parti à l'instant pour le tour de lancement avec la première des courses et naturellement les pilotes aussi, avant de retrouver Vincent Franssen pour nous dire ce qu'il en est de la progression de ces voitures dans ce tour, mais certains qui chauffent déjà les pneus. Pas trop de difficulté à mettre les gommes en température compte tenu de la température ambiante justement, mais voilà, entre Chevron, BMW M1, Porsche 924 et Ligier pour compléter le tout. C'est un très beau plateau qui a été constitué pour justement le plateau. Et c'est parti.
Et ça roule, mon cher Bruno, effectivement, avec les voitures qui sont dans les unodières au niveau de la première chicane maintenant pour le peloton. Tour de formation effectivement avant le grand départ, une épreuve de 50 minutes, la première d'une série de 3, ce sera comme ça pour l'ensemble des plateaux. Et je vous rappelle que juste après cela, eh bien, on va retrouver les stars de la Nascar pour la course numéro 1, avec ces courses qui vont quelque part s'entremêler avec les différentes manches des plateaux de ce Le Mans Classic Legend. Plateau numéro 6 sous la conduite d'Yves Semama et de Maxime Guéna, Carl Micker le Canadien, Jan Magnussen le pilote danois, Timothy Pappas est américain, Michael Holden avec une Porsche 935 A3 également en troisième ligne, Steven Osborne avec la BMW M1 Procar et Tony Sinclair avec sa Lola T292 en quatrième ligne, Dominique Guéna avec une Porsche 935 également et Pascal Duhamel avec une Porsche 930 Turbo Groupe 4 cinquième ligne, Jim Norman avec une 935 A3 et Christian Vaglio-Giors avec une Ocella PA6. On en a 3 des Ocella au départ de cette épreuve. Et ça promet d'être tout simplement exceptionnel. 48 voitures au départ de ce plateau numéro 6. On attend la fin de ce tour de formation. Et puis ce sera le go officiel ici sur le circuit de 24 heures du Mans. Course numéro 1 du plateau numéro 6.
Thank you very much to Bruno and Vincent. Welcome to the English language stream for the Le Mans Classic Legend 2026, the start of a new era of historic racing here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans circuit, bringing us more up to date than ever before, adding new cars, adding new followers, maybe even making new history as a new chapter has been written in the Le Mans Classic. This is the Legends. Heritage is back next year, and we start the 4 o'clock race, the traditional race start on a Saturday afternoon with the carryover. This was the grid, the plateau that was with us last year for the last of the once every 2 year events, and it's bringing us into this new era. We've got a Dodge and 3 Lawlers at the front, 2 of the big engine cars and 1 of the sub 2 litres, then 2 Porsches, then a BMW and a Lawler, another 935 and a 930 Turbo, along with another 935 K3 and the Acela P8. The Lotus Esprit on the inside of row 7 with a 924 Carrera GTR. How rare is that from 1982? Then the Chevrons and the Ligiers and the Acelas and the Marchers and everything else following through. I'm John Hindhaugh. Alongside me is Andrew Marriott and Bruce Jones. And in the sunshine, is there anywhere we'd rather be than right here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the start of this new venture, this new event for Le Mans Classic?
What I love about this so much, John, is not just the circuit, the dramatic build-up to the whole event. It's the fact that this is a period, 1972 to 84, great change within the sport, but obviously the field we're seeing now is a melding of that decade and more of racing, so these cars wouldn't all have raced together. Right up front, we've got the sports cars from the late 1970s, but then you go back through and you get the K3 Porsches, the 935 K3s, we're moving into the 80s and so on. It's a real melting pot, but just look out for the start. The sports cars, the 3 of them with the DFV Cosworths, should pull away, and down the long straights they have a huge advantage, but look out for Jan Magnussen, the pale blue and white Barclays International car. He's short on horsepower, but he's not short of ability or ambition.
In behind the BMW leading car. Thanks to BMW UK for the M5 Touring that got us here in comfort and style. Sounds fantastic as well with that 4.4 litre V8. Andrew Marriott, you saw these cars in period. You followed since. There are stories on every single row of this grid.
Absolutely, John. Some wonderful coming here is seeing cars. Oh, I've forgotten that. Oh yeah, I remember that moment. But you know, the 935s are quite well matched. Just a quickie, the chap who waved the flag, in case you weren't sure, was the 2021 World Cup skiing champion Frenchman, their best skier for many years. Although we have had quite a lot of skiers race here in the past.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Remember?
There are some transferable skills.
Yes, there are. But anyway, that's who he was.
So the cars coming round.
There's the Aston.
An eclectic mix of machinery. The safety car driver motioning to the field that he is about to turn off. The lights are out on that satin BMW. And now it's down to the drivers. The mechanics, the engineers have prepared pit lane, waiting for the noise, waiting for the cars to go past, coming through the Ford chicane. The BMW will take them through the first part and then dive off right-handed, and then it'll be Yves Shimama and Maxime Guinart who will bring them to the line. Cal Mika and Jan Magnussen. Jan Magnussen on the pit wall side. Let's see how he goes. The Le Mans Classic legend, plateau number 6 for the first time in 2026, comes to the line, and we are racing.
Well, dramatic music and a hugely dramatic start. And again, the lack of horsepower for Jan Magnussen has been swallowed by at least one of the two of the Porsche 935 K3s. He always was going to lose out at that point, but he'll hang in there. And now look, the first three cars all with DFV power, but Jan Magnussen actually has picked off Cal Mika. He's gone into third place.
This is the part of the track where that smaller, lighter, more nimble car, and with the skills of Magnussen, should be at its best as well. And I suspect that is in the Porsche curves, because we've got double yellows there as well at the moment. Grenat still leading from Shimama. They've swapped back over again. And Shimama, after that spin rather, has now dropped 21 seconds. Looks like he hasn't got the confidence in that Toge at all.
I think, unfortunately, it is the Alpine. It's the Steve Osborne car that Chris Ward was going to take over, that glorious BMW M1. It's had a few problems this year, but I think the heat has got a massive role to play, and a lot of drivers struggling for grip, a lot of drivers struggling with mechanical issues. So what a shame for some of the drivers. But next car we're going to talk to, we've seen it come into the pits. It's one of the gold Toge. It's car 71. Let's find out why.
Well, it's true, it's a sad afternoon for the Toge, Yves Semama and Danilo Coppi with car 71, which is stopped, as you can see. Danilo, on va lire aussi en français pour commencer. Pourquoi votre Toge est-elle arrêtée?
J'avais un surchauffage de moteur. À un moment, non, c'est surtout la fumée que j'avais. Et après, j'ai vu que j'ai un orange drapeau. Et je me suis ralenti en espérant que ça va descendre et revenir, mais c'était mieux de rentrer au pit et maintenant on regarde quel est le problème.
Vous pensez pouvoir réparer?
Je suis sûr que l'équipe elle est très forte, donc certainement on va réparer, mais là pour le départ pour cette course, je pense que ça va être compliqué.
Now the English version with you, Danilo. Why the stop of the number 71 Toge?
So I had a bit of smoke coming out of the last turn of Indianapolis, and then a little bit of loss of power. And I saw that I had an orange and black flag. So I slowed down, hoping that I would recover somehow. And the temperature was a little bit on the high side, so I decided to come in, and now we're discovering what the problem is.
Okay, thank you very much, Danilo. And I hope that the weekend is not finished for you, so see you back during the night. Thank you so much, Danilo Coppi.
Thank you.
John, Jan Magnussen's not the only former Formula One driver in this race, because there's Andrea Montermini. Actually, big story. Is that a regular pit stop?
No, too early.
Too early. Oh, I was just looking, noticed he'd suddenly pitted. He'd actually set a really fast first sector time on that.
Oh, actually, do you know, no, he's in the window. Yeah, there's only 30 minutes left to go.
Yeah.
That's flown over.
Yeah, so he's timed that very nicely. The two cars ahead of him would have passed pit in before they could have pitted on this lap. So maybe he's stealing a march, but right now it's probably trying to cool it down, but quite difficult in these temperatures. But Legacy Outlaws looking after him, and Dan still with that helmet. Jan still with that helmet with the Danish colours around its flank, blue top and bottom. But again, he is just such an arch enthusiast. Any time, any place, steering wheel, four wheels, let's go for it.
Just go back to the Montermini story, because drove for Simtech, Pacific and 40. Been a Formula 3000 winner before that, and after his rather short Formula One career, went over and raced for 3 years in the kart series with various different teams. So
I remember him very well from Formula 3000. I was doing some post-race interviews by the team's truck, and he opened the window. I was speaking to, I think, Max Papis, and he poured a bucket of water on my head, but I still like the fellow.
Extraordinary.
Very entertaining guy. I think he was aiming for Max, not me.
Oh, was
not
he?
me as
Okay,
well.
right. Okay.
Great fun days, great formula in the day. Right, so green wave flags under the GoodYear bridge, but for a lot of the circuit still yellow areas. But as soon as the chocolate drop gets through that, the hammer goes down and on they press.
Well, this is not a bad tactic from Jan Magnussen. It kind of shows how savvy he is, because we've still got that slow zone in the first part of the lap. So whilst he's taking his stop, and he'll be back out short. In fact, no, he's back out on the track now. His fastest lap of 4:12, 4:06 for Yves Shimama, and that is the bigger engine car, of course. But 4:12 in that little 2-litre Lola is pretty impressive. But he's basically taken his stop whilst the slow zone was out.
Yeah, lots of other people in there. Car number 13, the Lola, that's Simon Nebeli. We just saw Jamie Constable in the pits as well. He's always a front runner. He's in one of the smaller engine cars, under 2 litre Chevron, but look for him. But out on the track, well, it's all about one person, and his name is Guenard, Maxime Guenard. He's 23 seconds clear of Yves Samama now, so he's very happy on his tyres in his Lola, but unfortunately, Yves and his Toj, definitely something not quite right. They're normally a little closer together than that. The pit lane is where all the action is at the moment, with the big Dodge Charger, one of the 2 NASCARs in this race, are rumbling in. We heard from the Schwartz family about their love for this car, their love for this circuit. And it just, even the pit stops, I'm sure, will look a little bit different in NASCAR land.
It does rumble, doesn't it? So here's the Opfer car, Maxime, whose father started the Richard Mille Watch Company with Richard. And Dominique races, still a pretty quick racer, is Dom Guenard. But Maxime, when he's not doing this, he's promoting Mille Watches. It's on the board of directors, I believe. Beautiful. But expensive timepieces. Great promoter of motor racing, sponsor of motor racing and many other sports is Richard Mille.
And he's got an amazing taste of cars, which he's built into an amazing collection of cars. But how do you like your Porsches? I know, John, you like them in any shape or form, but to look down the pit lane, sad to see one of the 924s parked in the background of the shot. That was an ex-Derek Bell car. And they went well in period, but were very undergunned when it came to competing in Le Mans 24 Hours. But as with the history of this race, you have many, many classes. And, of course, they were effective within their own. But on the start-finish straight, waved yellow flags, cars running at a bated pace at the moment. So at various points on the circuit, we've had some spills.
I think Magnussen's played the ace card here with that pit stop.
Yeah, and I honestly think that Maxime Guenard leading the race and Yves Samama didn't even have that choice, because I think they just passed the pit in. So that's good signalling to Jan. And it's basically, he needs a foot up in this race. He's short of horsepower. And in comes Yves Samama, but Maxime Guenard appears to have gone out onto a further lap.
Now, interesting to see if Richard Mille gets into the car, because he was on the entry list, certainly.
Hello to JG. It's not a Toj, it's TOY, stands for Team Obermeister Jörg.
It does, but what did the owner, we heard
Yes,
the owner
exactly,
say.
that's what we were explaining. If the owner wants to call it a Toj, then it's a Toj.
I've been calling them toys for 40 years. It's one of those things you read, and if you never hear it said, you don't know how it's pronounced. But as soon as I joined Autosport, it was put very plainly to me that I was right all along.
It's a pronunciation. It's a pronunciation thing, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, I was doing, I can't remember where I was when one was racing, and I'd said Toj and was told it was Toy. Right, we're right in the middle of the pit stops. Gives us the opportunity with 27 minutes to go back down there.
Another car which is supposed to be definitively stopped, the Porsche 924 with race number 33, and Michael Mack. Unfortunately, I think it's game over for you on the Porsche. Michael, why?
Yeah, so I'm going down to Mulsanne corner, and suddenly the turbo stopped working. So I think the turbo is finished. Maybe the weather was too hot for it, but we'll see. Myke Motorsport have done an amazing job to rebuild the whole car to get us to start here, and we have been enjoying every single lap. So let's see if they can fix it.
I hope they can fix it. Of course, it's a shame because I imagine that driving such a car on the Le Mans racetrack is something quite special. It is a Porsche.
Yeah, it's amazing. First time when I saw the car, I was a little bit skeptic, but after I tried the car, and especially here at Le Mans, it's just history, and it's just an amazing feeling.
Thank you very much, Michael. And as you've said, we hope that the mechanics can fix the turbo problem, and then this car will be back for sure during the Le Mans night. Thank you so much. Effectivement, quelques problèmes de turbo pour la Porsche numéro 33, mais on espère que la voiture sera de retour cette nuit.
Yeah, it was punching above its weight, Bruno. Thank you. Down there in the pit lane, Michael Mack, another one of the next generation of sports car drivers, not just in the historic world, but also in the contemporary world.
10 years ago, he was the European Le Mans champion in the GT category, in the Pro category, another Dane, and somehow his career seemed to fizzle out of it, and now we see him here in historic cars.
Brumos Porsche in the pit lane, and it is carrying the classic number 59 with the red, white and blue. America's team on Americans' Independence Day here in the pit lane. And now the other transaxle car is still running quite nicely. Hello to Dylan Spalding, who's waiting for the NASCARs. We've got a lot of those, 40 cars to come later on at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch. That's a purposeful looking car. With the, instead of having the flip-up headlights, of course, they had perspex screens across the front of them for aerodynamics, big wide arches, and bolted the turbo onto the 4-cylinder engine. And that car, again, slightly punching above its weight. Anything with turbo written on it now for Porsche seems to have gone up massively in value in the last few years. We haven't seen much of the Di Tommaso Pantera, the Group 5's 1975 car, but that's still running around at the back, making a great noise. Great cars, great drivers, and he's the leader into the pit lane. Now we've cleared the slow zone, heading up towards turn 1. The leader had a 1 minute and 5 seconds when he came into the pit lane from Michael Holden. Now, Jan Lammers in the pits with Bruno.
Yes, from one Porsche 924 to another, and the common point is that the car is stopped in the pit lane. But this one, with number 3, and of course a very famous driver in the Le Mans history, Jan Lammers, who won the year 1988. Well, Jan, unfortunately the car is stopped. Why?
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, you are always the hardest working man here on these races, but still, we did like 3 laps and then it was finished. The car was running really nice. I think somewhere something on the turbo inlet is cracked. So we still have to find it, but yeah, a shame.
It's a very warm day. Is it a problem, in fact, the temperature, the air and the track temperature?
I don't think so, but it's always a possibility. Maybe some of the tubes get too hot and they pop off. It's a shame for Alex van Bremen, my partner. He's the car owner, and you always want them to drive, of course. But unfortunately, maybe in the night.
Jan, years after years, how do you see the evolution of the magic of Le Mans?
Well, I think it's absolutely astonishing. I mean, the Le Mans Classic was always a great event, but it's incredible how it's developed. I mean, the shows that you have from the McLarens and Gordon Murray and also the 917s, the Porsches, also the new museum. I was completely flabbergasted. It's so nice, and I haven't enjoyed a Classic Le Mans as much as this year.
Thank you very much with Jan Lammers, a Le Mans winner with Jaguar in 1988.
Just want to give you a rundown. So the leader's in the pits, second place is in the pits. So the de facto lead, oh no, they've pitted as well. Michael Holden and Nigel Grainsall, the next 2 cars back, they've just pitted as well. Maxime Guénard has just gone back out. Where is the Jan Magnussen car? I think Magnussen has gone through in the lead. I think if he's not in the lead, he's very, very close. He did a 4:12 that time around, as the rest of the cars who've not yet pitted, as we've got just on 21 minutes to go. There's a whole tranche of cars that are coming into the pit lane right now, right down to 15th position, are either coming in or have just been in. But I think Magnussen taking his pit stop when he did has helped him claw some of that time back, Bruce.
I think it was a masterstroke. I think it was a masterstroke from him, and I think it was fortunate as well. As I said, the first 2 cars that were pulling away from him couldn't come into the pits. They opened after 17.5 minutes, and it was within just after 17.5 minutes that he dived into the pits. So well done him. His actual pace on the track, he cannot match race leader Maxime Guénard, who's now in the pits, but he won't stop from trying, that's for sure. And by the way, just in terms of housework, the Di Tommaso Pantera was swapped out for the yellow Ligier for Arno Heffelin, so that was quite a late change. But luckily, quite a lot of these drivers do have several cars, which they can bring forward to play.
That would be like us saying, oh, I can't find my other trainer.
And there is the little Ligier, yellow with the green flashes up its wing. It's not as flamboyant as the other ones. It's but anyhow, something old, something new, something borrowed, something yellow.
Something blue on the screen.
Thank goodness, just in time.
Yeah,
that's the other Ligier. That's very good camera work.
Yeah.
We talk about
That one's got the Maserati engine in it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So the leader is at Mulsanne corner, and Jan has just come out of the second chicane. So Maxime Gunnar has indeed held the lead. Jan Magnussen leading his class and in second position.
We saw Nigel Greensill in the pits climbing out of the chocolate drop Chevron, a car which was raced in the Springbok Series and driven by none other than John Watson.
He still calls it, reckons it was one of his favourite cars.
Yeah.
Did an event at the Nürburgring, 1000k, and he said, you know, he qualified maybe about 8th against much larger engine cars. Sounds a bit like Jan Magnussen in this race. And just thought the handling, and let's face it, if your handling's not so good on the Nürburgring, you're not going to enjoy it around the Ford Nordschleife. He loved it.
He was a genius, Derek Bennett of Chevron cars. Sadly died in a hand gliding accident. That car, at one stage, had a Skoda body on it and raced in the Wendy Walls Special Super Saloon Championship. Fortunately, it's been converted back into what it should be.
Into the pit lane for Paul Singer in the Carrera GTR 924. Into the pit lane for his pit stop. Just proving, I think, what a draw these cars have. Hello to Chris Sharrington, who was a mechanic, I think on the leading 1976 Lawler that is out there at the moment, the T286. 50 years later, near enough, he is watching his car from Team Langerstein here at the circuit, which is absolutely tremendous.
Team Langerstein.
Yeah.
I think they're eating well.
They've been here, they've been a part of Le Mans and Le Mans Classic for a very long time. Thanks to Chris Ring for passing that along. But just going to prove that behind all of these cars, we said there was a story on every row of the grid. Really, there's stories behind every car, and not just from the drivers, the team that worked with them in period and work with them now, of course.
Yeah, exactly. You forget about but also working on those cars in period, teams had far fewer people. Often it was about 4 people per car. They did everything. More things broke back then, so it was constantly remedying something that had gone wrong. And I'm sure that those who worked on cars for many years have sort of more lumps out of their hand than a stonemason, frankly.
Yeah.
In terms of, there goes a knuckle, but carry on, I've got to continue my job.
And lunch was a sandwich.
Yes, it was probably started at 1 o'clock and finished at 3. Each time a mouthful, you've got to put it down and do something else. But, you know, I love the fact that people are back. I mean, how many sports can you be involved in something and 50 years later get to see those cars still doing, this isn't a parade, being raced and raced hard. Here today, one enemy, though, is definitely the heat.
I hear what Jan what Jan Lammers was saying, but with a track temperature of 49 degrees, it's not just the air temperature of 32, which is hot enough. It's what's coming up from the track and going in to the intakes of all these cars. Underneath the engine base, there's a few turbo cars here as well, which will be running really, really hot under the bonnet.
Yeah, worryingly so. Right, we get changing the position because Sam Yates, just looking at him, he's taken over from Tony Sinclair in the ex-Crown Racing Lola. And we've now got a Lola 123. He is absolutely flying. He's just picked off the better of the 2 Porsche K3s. Andreas Rollner had just taken that over from Michael Holden. And, well, he's using some of the curves, but possibly with his wheels on the wrong side of the curbing there at the final corner. You'll have to watch for that, young Yates.
That was an outlap, by the way, for that car, the number 78. Watch out for the Zero car, the other black K3, which is only another second or so further back, because that is now Jerome Blekemolen behind the wheel of that car, and that will not be backwards in going forwards, but a dustbin kicked up into the Dunlop chicane under the GoodYear bridge, and as if by magic, no, not quite enough. The slow zone is gone from there, so will Blekemolen go down the inside into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill? He does, and does that pretty easily in that Interscope coloured car.
Well, he hadn't even been offered the invitation by the time he'd taken it. The postman was not just opening the gate.
Yes, good point.
And by the way, last year, Padmore's car, which then had, Sinclair's car, which had Padmore in it, finished 3rd overall in this category. But Sam Yates is a newcomer in that car with not a great history in historic racing.
No, but he seems to have adapted it very well indeed, bar his line through the final corner onto the start-finish straight.
25, call it 26 segments between first and second now. But Jan Magnussen secure in second place with 90 seconds back to Sam Yates in third. Then there's another 3 seconds back to Jeroen Bleekemolen, who is absolutely storming up to the back of that Lola T292. So keep an eye. The little prototype just coming to the brow of the hill, being chased down by what looks like the much larger K3 at 9:35 into the pit lane for the BMW number 27.
What is interesting about that car, John, it's full of Japanese crew, but the interesting thing for me, it's not a CSL. It looks like it, but hold on, where's the rear wing?
Correct.
It's sort of...
it's a CS.
A CS, it's brown and yellow. I always think of sort of banana splits and stuff like that. But it's, it's really nice to see something different, something a little... They're all historic, but just not the normal mix.
Bruce Jones thinking about food, shock horror. Not at all, not a headline to be made there.
When I start saying it's black with a creamy top, I'm thinking about a pint of Guinness, but I'm not, honestly.
Yes, the tiramisu was very good at lunchtime. Here comes Jeroen Bleekemolen in that Interscope Zero car with the bonnet mounted light sticking up from the top, getting the turbo spilled. We're talking blithely here, gentlemen, about a 935 K3 80 or a K3 from 1980. We should explain the K and K3 for the Kramer brothers.
Step away.
No, I'm going to let you, because
you're the Porsche expert.
You're the expert, John.
No, well, they basically took these cars on and took them even further than Porsche wanted to. Think of like an Alpina or an AMG. Well, the Kramer brothers were that for Porsches before anybody had even thought of that.
Yeah, they really were, and particularly for the North American scene, they became more and more extreme, and in fact, in many ways, less and less Porsche. Look at the rear shot here. You've got the 911 body shape deep underneath, but that rear wing and the bodywork extends further and further back, and it's absolutely extraordinary, but it's effective, and look how good it is in a straight line there, and round the corners, a lot of downforce. And certainly in the hands of Jeroen Bleekemolen, who shared this car with Tim Pappas for a very long time. It is absolutely flying. But let's go down and get the very latest from the pits.
With Luca Betti, avec Luca Betti en effet, pilote de la Lancia Beta Monte Carlo numéro 40. Well, Luca, good to see you. Good to see this superb car under the sun of France and of Rassart. How is this Lancia on the Le Mans track?
Il était vraiment une émotion être ici. On est parti et la piste c'est bien, donc on a roulé bien. Après on a vu un peu de glissant, mais c'est normal ici. Donc on fait une très bonne expérience ici à Le Mans, aussi pour notre Chimera et pour tout.
On va la voir, la Chimera. May I ask you the English version about the feeling and the first part of the race, because you could start this first race for the Grid 6.
Yes, I was a professional racing driver in rally once, so I take out my instinct and I enjoy a lot in the bagarre and taking the right speed. So I take back some emotion in my heart out from here.
Luca, and something very special, please come with us and show us, please, a car which is very unique. Look, this is the Chimera Lancia. Well, is this car ready for Le Mans? Is it, why not, a new LM GT3, or why not a kind of hypercar?
Why not? Why not? It could be a dream, of course. We are actually build this car for going to the Pikes Peak. Our aim is to go next year to the Climb Hill in Colorado, US. But of course, if a day this car could be eligible for compete here, we'll be here even before.
Là, je vais vous le demander cette fois en version française, mais quand je vois une voiture comme ça, je me dis, elle est prête pour les 24 heures du Mans.
Exactement, c'est la sœur de notre Beta Monte Carlo, c'est la sœur plus petite, et j'espère qu'un jour, elle peut venir ici.
Merci beaucoup, Luca Betti. Et là, regardez bien, absolument génial, la Lancia Chimera.
Ah, the Chimera.
So, John, Sam Yates is going very well. He's just dropped to fourth place behind Bleekemolen, actually.
Yeah.
But just doing a little bit of research, he was winning BMW Compact Cup races 10 years ago. He's from Cheshire, and by the by, he went to the same school as Lando Norris.
And they've just swapped places again, so they're two very different cars in two very different classes. The leader overall is the leader of the prototype more than 2 litre category. The second place car, Jan Magnussen, 28 seconds behind.
Yellows.
His leader in his class. Sam Yates is second in the under 2 litre class, so he's doing well. and then Gerald Blakenmore leads GT2. In GT1, it's Remy Terrell in the 911 RSR, the number 20 car. And we have more yellow flags out on the run from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis Arnage.
I think, is that one of the Lucchini's blowing up there, I think?
No, it's one of the Ocellas. It's
the other Ocella?
Roberto Torriziani. Remember, he had a very short interview on the grid, an Ocella from 1978. So this is a cracking little scrap, Porsche K3. And look how their performance is different at different points on the circuit. And in fact, at this moment, the driver of the K3, Jeroen Bleekemolen, won't really be able to see Sam Yates. Sam Yates is so much lower in that little Lola in behind. But that's the essence of sports car racing. Just up in front, you can see the white and gold roof Dodge Charger. And by the way, that was pinged, given a penalty for making moves before the start line. And I think they've got 2 minutes penalty coming their way.
And there's the Lancia Martini that Camara is evoking, by the way, down in the pit lane as they just go past in that battle for 3rd and 4th overall.
I think that's Miles Poulton's little chevron at the side of the circuit that was started by Peter Fisk, or was it started by, let's have a little look to see who stopped and where.
I don't know if you noticed that earlier shot, Sam Yates had to actually brake because he got trapped behind somebody else. That's why he lost a bit of momentum.
So through the Arnage right-hander, and again the Porsche will pull away in the hands of Jeroen Bleekemolen, but Sam will push on and try to stay with the much larger Porsche, punching a big hole in the air. So the power takes the Porsche through, but under braking, the Lola T292, the 1973 car, comes back. Expect to see that little Sam Yates-driven prototype hoving back into view. Here comes the Interscope Porsche. There's the Lola, and he's closing, and he's got to try and make some ground very much quicker, very much deeper on the brakes. And that's Jamie Constable actually following them through. He's only another 6 seconds further back in the Chevron B26. That's another sub-2 litre car, the 199 machine. So keep an eye on that. We're under 8 minutes, gentlemen. So that's only 2 more laps to go for the leader. Here comes the number 78. That's Andreas Rollner in the GT2 number 78. That's another K35, 935 K3. K35 didn't quite get up that far.
No, did not. I just saw, unfortunately, Kevin Cook driving into the pit lane in his march. So that one's out of the race by the looks of things. But again, I think it's heat that's playing such a massive role. The second of the Porsche K3's Andreas Rollner. That's the one that was racing period by Rennie Betcher. Danny Snowbeck and Francois Sevenin did pretty well at the time. That's the one with the BP livery. But here, this is one of the essences of this meeting. We've got a couple of NASCARs, 1976, as if they landed from another planet. A Ford Torino and this Dodge Charger came to play at Le Mans. You wouldn't have found them in the winner's circle, but they added something very, very different indeed. And look how tiny that 924 GTP Porsche looks.
Half the size.
Stick it in the boot, the trunk.
Oh, that's incredible. So that's Christoph Schwarz and Paul Singer battling. Actually, they are both in the GT2 category. That is a class battle for 8th and 9th. And the Porsche holds sway. You could fit that whole length of the Porsche within the wheels of the Dodge Charger.
Yeah, one ate salad for lunch, the other did not.
Oh,
in the background shot, a 924 GTP looks at that. Well, that's bogged down big time in the gravel, so I think that Manitou rescue vehicle might go and do a little bit of lifting.
He'd already thrown it in reverse, hadn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Now, which one was that then? Was that the 24 Carrera GTR? So that was...
I think so.
The silver and blue one was the answer.
Benjamin De Fortis, I think, the number 48, that car in the gravel. And that one's not coming... yes, it is indeed. In the gravel-bred MP33, which is the end of the Porsche.
Yeah, the BF Goodrich livery car. Anything to get in the highlights reel, frankly.
I love the aerodynamic wheels. The new Manti kits for the 911 GT3 RSs and RS Visac, the rear wheels, sort of evocative of that. Such a tremendous variety of cars here. That number 29 was Gregory Drio.
Yeah, one of the many RSR 3 litres, and later you had the 3.3 model, but nobody can hold a candle to Maxime Guéna. His fastest lap, 4 minutes 5.8 seconds. chasing Jan Lammers. Yes, Jan Lammers, hold on, I've combined two people. Jan Magnussen, his best, he just set last time around 4 minutes 10.4, so he's giving away 4.5 seconds per lap if they were doing their best laps. But just look how well balanced Maxime Guénard is in that Lola T286. That's from 1976. He has this race in the palms of his hands.
The next battle is going to be for 4th position overall and for 2nd in the sub-2 litre prototype category, as Jamie Constable is catching Sam Yates. So that's the number 85 that we were watching earlier on, the Lola T290. And we've got a Lola versus Chevron battle. 73 Lola, 74 B26. Jamie Constable is hoving into sight, only 5 seconds behind, and you might think that's a lot, but it's 8.5 miles here. We've got at least a lap more, possibly 2, depending on where they are around the circuit. And last time around, Jamie took 3 and a bit seconds out of Sam Yates. So that is a battle that we've got to keep our eyes on. And in the GT2 battle, we've got the Ligier JS2 of Olivier Breitmeier, Dominic Guénard and Charlie Borachot in the 935 and the 935-4-5, which we haven't really explained that story. We'll have to do that another time. That's the Brumos car that Peter Gregg went to Weissach and had them build a specific car to the new IMSA regulations and brought them back, sold them, and then heavens above, IMSA decided to change the regulations partway through the season, and there were a standard 935 was declared the winner of that championship. Still some controversy on that all these years later.
Yeah, the 10th and last of those cars is in the race with Phil Keane. We haven't really given Phil.
Well, he's 6th in class, 13th overall.
Well, Sam bought that car, and he's only had it a few weeks, and I think they're still learning it. But Phil Keane running it along pretty well, but obviously not as fast as it'll go, I suspect, later in the season.
Well, as we see the Guénard-driven Lola just pulling ever further clear. Let's have a look at a replay. Someone probably getting it wrong at the final corner. Let's have a look. No, that's the changing back of positions in that battle for 3rd place, and it's Sam Yates getting his nose in front by next to nothing. But then what happens? Straight line. Which one's quicker?
Oh, no.
The Porsche
nice.
K3. But then you get to the point where which is more nibble into the corner? Well, don't have to be a genius. It's the smaller, lighter car. Just a little story I want to say. When I was doing research for this race, a car that's just been into the pits and out, we saw it on the grid with the it's the Ferrari 512 BBLM. We saw that down there looking mean. We talked about Andrea Montermini in it, but his co-driver is someone called Ivan Rostovsky. And I thought, ooh, Romanian driver, that sounds quite an interesting name. Looked it up, and I came up with a film character. Bear with me for a second, if you would.
It plays out, listener, and it's worth it,
It does, and I've now lost. What number is that car? I've just seen it come out of the pits. Hold on a second, I've got to go in my notes. It's car number 87. And anyhow, turns out he's a film character as well as a historic racer. No, I just simply went down... I barked up the wrong tree, and apparently in a film called Mobius, bear with me, Ivan Rostovsky was the name of a Russian oligarch hunted by the FSB. Anyhow, meanwhile, back at the race circuit, it is not him, he's a regular historic racer, but that was a far more glamorous story.
And that was a French film with a couple of big stars in it as well. Another car off at the side of the road.
I think that's trying to limp back. I think, again, it's the number 30 Chevron,
Miles
Poulton. Started by Peter Fisk, going very well at the Lola T290, but the Lexum engineering car, or that's what it was in period, is having its problems.
Now, cars that were a pit stop out of the pit window and taking a penalty on the screen, and just checking to see if any of those... Oh, that's the 2nd place car, Jan Magnussen. Jan Magnussen is going to get a 1-lap penalty, and that will cost him the 2-litre lead.
So he must have come in just before then.
He must have come in too early. Wow.
Yeah, because we thought he just squeaked in. It had to get to 17.5 minutes in the race, and when we noticed he was in the pits, it was 18.5 minutes. Thought, oh, that's been good.
Well, maybe.
2 other cars, 29 and 70, which is Gregory Drio, fantastic-looking Carrera RSR, and car number 70, which is... Oh, no, that's Jan Magnussen. Sorry, the first one that he was car number 17, which is a BMW M1 Pro car, the white with the German stripes, the red, yellow and black, not Steve Osborne's car, which, alas, stopped fairly early in this race. But right now, Jan Magnussen streaming around in what he thinks is 2nd place, falling ever further away from Maxime Guénard, but take a lap off that, or add a lap to his tally, and that's going to put him way down the order.
Jamie Constable has caught Sam Yates. They were just half a second apart as they went through the last timing point. That is the 85 and the 119, the Lola versus the Chevron. And 19.0 for Sam Yates was that car's fastest lap last time around, but it was an 18.5 for Jamie Constable. And I suspect that the next time we see those cars, it will be the 199, and it has happened. It has gone through, and that is for the lead of class, and that will be on the overall podium as well. Fourth at the moment, but with Jan Magnussen's penalty, that will be on the overall podium for this first race of Plateau 6, grid number 6 for Le Mans Classic Legends 2026.
Jan Magnussen is still leading the class. He's under 2 litre, but with that 1 lap penalty, he is not leading the class. And he will be down in maybe just outside the top 10. But one driver who doesn't have to worry is he just goes towards the end of the race, neat and tidy and very quick indeed. Maxime Guénard sitting on a lead over Magnussen with 36 seconds. Every lap he could stretch that, and he hasn't got too far to go to bring this one home. But it's only the first of the 3 legs, as you pointed out.
Just to follow up on your story of the guy using the film star's name.
I thought that was the end of it. Go on.
But, well, I was at a race at Donington a few years
Spin at Arnage, Andrew, and that's the Andreas Rollner car.
That was the second of the Porsche K3s, was losing out to Jeroen Bleekemolen. Back to your story.
Bleekemolen has stopped. Bleekemolen has stopped.
As well?
Yeah, that is the first 2 in GT. Bleekemolen has stopped out on the circuit, and at Marshall Post 26, that's down by, let's see, that'll be it. Now, have they got the wrong car?
I think they've got the wrong car, because on my timing screen, Jeroen's still going. But in fact, yes, Andreas Rollner is now falling down the order a bit.
Right. They are 2 very similar coloured cars.
Black with trim.
Yeah, black with Dominic Guénard in the Porsche 935, now second in that GT2 category. He's just put his fastest lap of the race in, a 29.3. As we are counting down on the last lap, you may just have time to do your story, Andrew, before the leader comes through.
I'll be very, very quick. In the Le Mans film, there was Michael Delaney, that was Steve McQueen, but his main rival drove the Ferrari, was called Eric Stahler, and I found a guy at Donington, a historic race, using that name.
Brilliant.
And when I saw it originally, Eric Stahler, I sort of remember that name. And I realised the guy was using it as a pseudonym.
Declan Brennan and I always said if we started a motorsport preparation company, it would be Delaney Stahler Motorsports, just to see who cottoned onto it.
Yeah.
So our first plateau race of the Le Mans Classic Legend 2026 will go to Lola and to Maxime Guénard. The first of the big engine cars goes through and wins it. A beautifully judged race. Yves Shamama pushed him hard earlier on, but ultimately couldn't keep the car underneath him, and he'll finish way down the field. So that's going to make things interesting later on. In GT2, Olivier Breitmeier has gone through. So that 0 car had stopped. Jeroen Bleekemolen had stopped. The first 2 had stopped and had some kind of, maybe was there an incident there? I'm not certain. But the 78 has just come through in 5th position for Andreas Rollner. So in GT2, it's Olivier Breitmeier in the Ligier GS2, the Porsche 935 of Dominic Guénard in second, and Charlie Borachot in the 9345.
In the pits.
Has finished in the pits. But has he come through and just pitted it early?
Has he crossed the line?
Well, has he crossed the line?
I think he hasn't. At the moment, because he was about 7th or 8th. He's listed there now. We know our winner is Maxime Guénard, waiting for the second place battle to come through. Jan Magnussen's had his penalty applied, and he's dropped down to effectively 10th. Jamie Constable, he caught Sam Yates. He's moved ahead, but we've got to see if he can complete this 12th lap. They're nearly 3 minutes down on Maxime Guénard. Such has been the pace of our race-leading Lola, but they're in the under 2 litre class, and when they started this lap, only 2.7 seconds between them. How they finish it, though, of course, is what counts the most.
Charlie Borachot has now got everybody behind him. Sean has taken the checkered flag. I think he might be 3rd in the pits. If he's rolled across the line, or his pit is down at the far end, they're all a lap down on the leader. Jan Magnussen has been pushed down to what will, as Bruce says, 10th. and that's 5th now in the sub-2 litre prototype category. Let's sort this out.
Well,
we're still waiting for the Chevron, the Lola, and the Acela to come through, and that's the top 3 in the sub-2 litre category, who are still out on the circuit. Jamie Constable, San Yates, and Christian Vallioggior. Somebody else coming into the pit lane that's Andreas Rollner, actually, who's just come into the pit lane, but he will be shown as finished now in 6th position. In the GT1 category, Olivier Berthelot in the 911 Carrera RSR 3 litre, the number 52 car, has already gone across the line. Didier Berthelot is in 2nd. I suspect a family connection there.
Constable has just finished in 2nd on the circuit. It will be
Right.
about 8 seconds back to the Crown Racing Lola T292. There it comes in the background of yellow Porsche. Can't overtake, wave yellow flags on the start-finish straight. But we know who is 1st, who is 2nd, and now who is 3rd.
Vincent Martin in the yellow 39 Porsche was taking 3rd in GT1 as he came to the line. And the only person we are waiting for of note in terms of podium positions in this first of 3 races is the Acela PA8 from 1980, the Christian Vallioggior.
Here it is.
And here is the BMW engine car, the number 82. Very smart, very crisp-looking car.
That's Nobili.
Yeah, that's they finished a little further down than I think they would have liked to. That was Simon Nobili in 6th position in the sub-2 litre category in another 298 Lola. There is the Acela going through. That looks, that in particular with that colour scheme, that looks quite contemporary, that Acela, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
It looks very, very crisp. Well, what an extraordinary race. At the end, Maxime Guénard got in 12 laps of racing, but lots of people behind didn't. But if you look at the results after Maxime completed his 11th lap, they'd be very different to how it was at the end.
Yeah.
He lost the 2 Porsche 935 K3s that were fighting over various 3rd, 4th, 5th positions, certainly with Jeroen Bleekemolen.
And the leader in the class.
Leading the class, pulling away, catching and passing relatively easily Andreas Rollner in a similar car, but then it all went wrong for quite a few of the cars. Heat is not their friend today.
And then, of course, we've got Magnussen getting the lap penalty, which has dropped him right down to 10th place.
That massively changed the GT2 standings, with Olivier Breitmar finishing, leading that class in 5th position in the Ligier. And that is the JS2 from 1975. We mentioned it when the guys were walking down the pits. Could not be more of a French car and French entry. A Ligier sponsored by Gitane with, among others, Henri Pescarolo's name and Francois Migaud's name on it. Well, that's kicked us off in style, and after a last lap full of incident, we can confirm the results as you see them now on the screen, with Maxime Guénot winning by the better part of 3 minutes. The battle in the sub 2 litre class, behind him goes Jamie Constable's way, ahead of Sam Yates and Christian Valliot-Giot. In GT2, that was a big change around. Ligier Porsche 935 from 9345, Bright Maiguna and Borishaw, with Jim Norman, who had that lurid spin and was stopped and caused a slow zone for quite a while. He's come home in 4th position in that category. John Emberson, Jan Magnussen in 5th after that lap penalty in the number 70 car. The other plus 2 litre classes, by the way, Richard Mille in the second of the toy, or in the toy, excuse me, the 22 car, the ball sitter, came home in second and just ahead of Phil Keane. And in the 3rd place, I'd have to go too far down, GT1 was Remy Terrail who won it, and in 2nd place Didier Berthelot in the GT1 category. 3rd, Vincent Martin for Porsche in that. Now that is just a 1/3 of their races, and they'll carry on later on this evening and into tomorrow, and we will have the results of those that happen overnight, because the podium ceremonies and indeed the points and the trophies will be handed out on race time aggregate of the 3 races. So basically you add up your 3 races, and it might be 10 laps tomorrow, it could be 11, it could be 12, but it's actually the total race times that will determine where you finish in the overall standings. Those points will go towards the championship. Something different, something very different indeed. At the Le Mans 24 Hours, not the Le Mans just gone, but the year before, Ford brought over 40 Ford Mustang Dark Horse Rs, and in so doing became the first American manufacturer to provide a support race for the 24 Heures du Mans, for the Le Mans 24 Hours. Here at Le Mans Classic Legend 2026, one step further in Americana. From America in the world sports car with the Ford Mustang Dark Horse, we go full NASCAR. NASCAR's with Joe Nemechek bringing quite a lot and preparing quite a lot of these cars. NASCAR's that span, Bruce Jones, quite a big time span of these cars. They've changed massively down through the years. Stock cars, North American Stock Car Association, that's where NASCAR comes from, but turned from cars that were virtually the cars that you got in the street with a cage in, to silhouette bodied cars. We have pretty much a bit of everything here. All the big names, Ford, Toyota, Dodge, and even a couple of Chevy Silverado trucks are in there from the truck series.
Phenomenal diversity, best part of half a century. 46 is the age span from a
brilliant
Dodge Charger, Christoph Schwarz's car. That's 1974 to none other than Kurt Busch, champion back in 2004 in the NASCAR series. He's got a Chevy Camaro from 2020. They acknowledge the difference, but look on board these cars. I remember the first time I spotted a NASCAR in the flesh, I looked in and thought, basic, but boy, are they made for purpose. They absolutely deliver. And then there's the sound. We'll get onto the sound in a minute.
V8 engine, normally aspirated, only recently gone away from having carburetors and gone away from having 5-stud wheels as well. Much more a purpose-built race car in latter years. I had the great good fortune back in the American Le Mans Series days, Andrew, to go and do the Richard Petty driving school.
Yeah.
Whilst we were at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. They put a special afternoon on for us, members of the press, and a few of us went down there and climbed in to one of the Rainbow Warrior cars from 2 seasons or so before, painted in that livery, climbed in through the window. But before I got in, I walked up to on the pit lane. Of course, it's set up asymmetrically. And I thought, well, this is the first time I've ever got into a race car that looks like it's been crashed before I got into it. Quite interesting. I was probably not quite as svelte as I am now, so it was a bit of a squeeze getting in. And then they gave me the steering wheel, which I fastened on, which had a great padded centre section. And before the guy walked away, open face helmet, shades of course, I was moving the steering wheel maybe 15, 20 degrees either way. Excuse me. It comes to the left-hand side of the car. Yes, yeah, can I help you? I went, I'm not sure this is on properly, or it's maybe the steering rack's a bit loose. So he gets hold of it, he goes, nah, you got a good one there. It was completely alien to anything else. Of course, it straightened itself out when we got up to speed.
Yeah.
There was no speed limits. You followed round your instructor, and the simple instruction was, the closer you stay to your instructor, he'll show you the lines, the faster he'll go. If you feel unhappy, drop away, and he'll slow back down. So we had 5 laps or something like that round Las Vegas Motor Speedway. One of the greatest things I've ever done. They look basic. It's drive fast, turn left for the ovals, of course, but so much technology and so much differential between the short oval car, the speedway, the super speedway,
and the truck.
The trucks. I've always loved the trucks because they don't have as much aero. That's a Camping World truck that's been called all sorts of stuff down through the years. Their races are bonkers if you get a chance to ever go to watch one in the States.
As we're looking into each of them, we can see the massive tubular chassis. They've all got tubular chassis, all pretty well the same actually. Now, amongst these cars, over half of them have come from Joe Nemechek's outfit. They really specialise in this new series, because it's a new series, only been going 2 or 3 years of these NASCARs racing, thousands around the States. What a great idea to have these running, and what a wonderful idea to bring them here. Joe Nemechek has got a good history, because back in 2002 he won the Busch series then. It's the second league, but it's not very far down from a NASCAR. He had 24 years racing in the Cup Series, Winston Cup we used to call it, because all these different sponsors come through, and it had the 3rd most starts of any driver in NASCAR of the 3 main divisions.
Now this is the brainchild of HSR,
yes,
and that is now an offshoot of IMSA. It's been taken under IMSA's wing.
It's an offshoot of NASCAR.
Which is also an offshoot of NASCAR itself. So this was added to the HSR roster. HSR been doing great work in historic and classic racing in the States for a very, very long time. Now they have events that basically mirror some of the big IMSA events. So you have a classic Sebring the week before Sebring. You have a classic Daytona, and that is a bit different later on in the year. You have a classic Road America race, that was just a few weeks ago, and a classic Road Atlanta. There's the mini at Road Atlanta as well, which is run in the springtime. And this was all put together a couple of years ago. The first race for this category, I think we had 8 cars at it, was at VIR. I did the call for that and had a great time doing it at Virginia International Raceway. John Doonan, who is the president of IMSA, he took over being president of HSR as well when Chris Ward, no, not the one we've been talking to, Chris Ward, who used to be at Lamborghini, then came to in the States, another Brit actually, then went to HSR and started putting all this together and putting the different categories together and the different HSR events. He is now at Ford Racing in the US and is category manager, funny enough, for all the single manufacturer championship for Mustang Cup and Mustang Challenge, which was here a year ago and will be guesting at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa next year. And so this is built and built, and John Doonan is in this race, although he's calling himself Ricky Doonan because they are hanging his car very much on the Ricky Bobby
Talladega
Nights movie, and he is driving that car, the Ricky Bobby car. I've told him he's got to shake before he bakes. When I saw him before he went out for practice, he has had a run out in one of these before at the Mini at Road Atlanta, but he's having an absolutely brilliant time, as is everyone else. The other person I've got to say hello to in the 494 Mustang, the 22A car, is Chris Stillwell. Well, we know the Stillwells very well indeed, come up from the other side of the world, and they'll all be tuned in at whatever time of the day or night it is, and put a lot of work into motorsport in Australia. Now, there's one of the older cars there, and that's the
oldest. Yeah.
That's the Richard Petty number 43 car, and that, as we heard Kurt Busch saying earlier on, that is even before Richard Petty got the STP livery on the car.
Yeah, and again, sorry, I did my maths wrongly. I skipped past that. I was thinking 1974 car was the earliest. I got too excited. 66, so there we go. Think about that. That's an awful lot of time. 60 years ago. But the body shapes, they didn't actually change enormously. Sometimes you have 5 years the same body shape, and you can see increasingly aerodynamic shapes as we look at the number 26. That's the Chevrolet Monte Carlo 2006. And there is John Doonan on board. Thumbs up from Ricky Barbie.
Yeah, and look, he's got all the right gear on as well.
And he's got the Wonder Bread sponsor.
The Wonder Bread sponsor, yeah. And right at the back is the light blue Oldsmobile. Started as we said, stock cars. That was it. But people got so very clever about what they did. There's an exhibit in the Daytona Museum at the World Centre of Racing, which is all about people interpreting the rules differently, shall we say. And trust me, people like Smokey Yunick and all these guys, they were very creative when it came to making things go quicker.
Smokey built a car that was 7/8 of the real size.
7/8 of the real size, that's
and he had
absolutely right.
He had to be very careful which other cars he lined up next to. Therefore, if it was seen from a certain angle, they looked about the right scale. But unfortunately, one day someone noticed it wasn't. And then, of course, if you watch Days of Thunder, you'll see how they measured the cars. They'd have the metal shapes they could put over the roof to check it was the right dimension, and so on.
Nowadays, they laser scan every car. I've been to the NASCAR Technical Center at Concord, North Carolina. It is incredible. Again, people will think that this is basic motorsport. If you are into endurance racing, watch a 500-mile NASCAR race. It's an endurance race with one driver, and they are working with their crew chiefs and their teams all the way through the race to get the car to be at its absolute best for the last run to the flag, the last 25, 30, 40 laps, whatever it is. It is incredible how much these guys work. When you go there, you can listen on the scanner I was at a race at Charlotte Motor Speedway at the back end of last year, which was run on the road course there. Shane Van Gisbergen won it, obviously, because he's contractually obliged to win anything on a road course or a natural terrain road circuits for Trackhouse Motorsport. Trackhouse doing something that I suspect no one else has ever done or will ever do last weekend. They won a NASCAR race and a MotoGP race on the same day, but they are talking, they are passing information backwards and forwards. It is absolutely incredible. And the engines, which are big V8s, rev up to about 8,500 revs, but because they're such a short stroke engine, the piston speeds are something similar to when in Formula One they were revving to 18.5, 19,000. And an awful lot of Formula One technicians and engine designers went across to North Carolina and started working. So there's a lot going on under the skin of these cars, and there's far, far more than put your foot down and turn left.
What I love, you look at the conglomerate sponsors that are on all the cars just behind the front wheels.
Well, that's the other Talladega Nights car.
Yeah, exactly, but what I love is the nod for being in France, Perrier.
That's Ryan Gemmell. He's going to be one of the front runners in this.
That was the Sacha Baron Cohen character in the film.
We haven't, of course, mentioned the guy on pole, who is not an American.
No, that is Andrew Jordan, who's driving a Toyota Camry from 2011, and Joe Nemechek, who prepared that car, is right alongside him.
Yeah, so they bought that car a couple of years ago, but they've had it refreshed, as they say, by Joe Nemechek's outfit. As I say, prepared over half the field here, and they know what to do to make them go quickly. But Andrew just loved driving this thing. Now that is actually a Toyota.
Yeah,
and we mentioned Chevrolet and Ford, but Toyota right into NASCAR, the only importer that's ever got involved, of course.
you know who won the first ever NASCAR race? Do you know what brand won the first ever NASCAR race? I'm doing this off the top of my head, so
go on.
Get ready to Google this, Mr. Jones.
I wouldn't touch. Was it a DeSoto? I'm making that up as they go along. American marks disappeared. Was it an Oldsmobile? Likewise. On the beach in Daytona?
I think it's a Jaguar.
Certainly there was some tropical stuff that was entered back right at the outset.
If you have a look, maybe that might have been the first Daytona race, but the Jaguar has a history in NASCAR, in stock car racing.
Just looking at that shot, I love the decals, which are actually the lights.
Yeah, no lights.
They don't need any lights, of course.
They do get windscreen wipers nowadays, and they do run in the wet nowadays. They run on treaded tyres. Bruce is now going to look that up.
No, I'm not. I was just trying to get my timing screens firing up. But I was also just living in a world of imagine these cars with lights racing around the banking at night time. It would be extraordinary.
Well, Daytona is getting a new set of LED Musco lights. It's already very bright. You've been there, Andrew. In fact, you've all been there. Brand new set of lighting for the 500 for next year, but I presume it'll be in position for the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Looking very much forward to starting the IMSA year with that. What was I looking at? I was looking at Jaguar and NASCAR, wasn't
I think you'd be looking at the combination of Daytona Beach in a race rather than the first NASCAR. Could be wrong, but anyhow, 2 Toyota Camrys on the front row, both from one 2011, that's Andrew Jordan, and then Joe Nemechek alongside him.
Jaguar XK120 did win a NASCAR race. I may not have been the first one, but
wild history, it says.
Post-war race in the Garden State. Amazing. Well, there you go. I knew there was something there with the big cat. It was run on June the 13th, 1954 at Linden Airport in New Jersey. NASCAR ran 3 events at the track between 1949 and 1954. It was a road course, of course, and the Jaguar was almost a full lap ahead at the end of the race. There you go.
Very few.
Oh, there's something called Keller as well, which is my mother-in-law's maiden name.
Very few non-American drivers has ever broken through into NASCAR.
Jim Van Gisbergen, the latest
probably
one.
Probably the most successful actually. I think we've had a Mexican driver do well.
Yeah, we've had a few drivers in the 70s would go and give it a go.
The bloke I ghosted a book for, David Hobbs,
of course,
had a few runs and did well, but didn't like it much.
No, I think it was just Alien being attacked from all angles around a banked oval. Absolutely no respite. Of course, when it came to the road circuits, you traditionally get Dan Gurney, obviously an American, but going back to play, and he'd always win at Riverside. Got them on the road circuits, it was a different mix, but on an oval, if you've never raced on one before, never raced on a super speedway, Talladega used to frighten
and they had ways of going in front of people and taking the air off the front and basically spun them without touching.
And side drafting as well. Dario Franchitti gave it a go for a while, broke his ankle quite badly, actually.
Well, Jenson Button had a play, didn't he?
Yeah, he did it in Coulter on one of the short road circuits there. Danica Patrick went there as well. There's been a few people who've jumped in. It is a very specific thing to do, and as I said, it is, people joke about drive fast, turn left. It is way more technical.
And of course, there's a whole infrastructure building up to the main Cup class through the ASA series and so on. A guy who's currently lining up 4th, Ryan Gebel, he's done a few ASA races.
Well, the ASCARs that we had at Rockingham back down the years, although they looked like full Cup cars, they weren't. They were the plastic-bodied cars, but still with the bigger engines in. Move a little bit. There is now a Euro NASCAR series as well, and there's prizes that take people over for prize drives in the US. And you mentioned how many cars there are. That they run cars similar to this, or some older of the cars on dirt as well. And then you've got the late model series, which is basically you're drifting all the way around. Friday night and Saturday night short track racing in the States is something to do. But if you get the chance, if you are on holiday in the United States, if you get the chance to continue somewhere like Daytona, Talladega, one of the super speedways, actually, I've always been that to me, that is a coliseum. But every car's wind up to full speed. They don't even get up to full speed until after probably the first or the second lap, even at Daytona. And then you see the cars sit down on the suspension, and basically, if you are on the fence line, you get the air taken away from you.
You do. It's extraordinary. I've done several Daytona 500. I've done the California Speedway. It's not really working sitting in the grandstand with a friend. Just extraordinary business.
I think this is a great way to celebrate 50 years of NASCAR here at Le Mans.
Yeah.
Right, here's a competition for you because I cannot work it out. I suddenly had an inkling. There was a French lady racer who competed here at Le Mans, and she did some NASCAR. I thought it was Marie-Claude Beaumont. It doesn't appear to be, but I haven't got any time before this race gets underway. But more people have done it than you realise. But the simple thing is, more people tried to do it in the 60s and 70s, and now it's far more uniform. But just remember, the NASCAR season is race after race after race. They literally get about a 6-minute break and back in again.
Well, the other thing is, and when we're talking about how many cars there are, if you're in the States, if you're in anywhere near North Carolina, Charlotte, Concord area, that's where most of the teams are based, and you get the opportunity, quite a lot of them have facilities tours. And you will not believe how many cars they have in build. For each car, so Andrew Marriott is racing in the Cup for, let's say, Chevrolet. So he's got his Chevrolet, and this weekend he's racing at Daytona. So the Daytona car and the backup Daytona car are at Daytona. Next weekend he's racing at a short track. Well, the short track car and the short track backup car, which will not be exactly the same, might even have a slightly, you can't change the wheelbase as much as you used to be able to do, but they will be slightly differently prepared. They'll be on a truck already going to the next one. The week after, you're at Watkins Glen or wherever it is. I'm making this schedule up, NASCAR, by the way, but it sounds pretty good. Then your natural terrain road circuit car and your backup, that'll be getting ready to go on the truck to get started, to be there in time. It's incredible. And the Charlotte airport on a Thursday and a Monday or a Sunday night is one of the busiest airports in the States because the crews fly in and out. They're not necessarily traveling with the team because the guys who do the pit stops are superstars.
Yes.
They get hired for big money, and that's all they do. They don't drive the truck, they don't clean the tyres, they don't hammer out any body work or anything like that. They are a squad, and they rent themselves out to the highest bidder, and they get massive paychecks. Massive.
Now, we're looking at an all-American car. No. All the gearboxes are built by X-Track in the UK.
Yeah.
They got that contract 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah. There are a lot of stock parts, and because the racing is meant to be so close, that is why everything is monitored so carefully by NASCAR Technical. Absolutely outstanding amount of work goes into it by the NASCAR officials.
A few guys have made the transition from single-seaters to do really well in this, and the one that stands out in my mind is Tony Stewart.
Yeah.
Great guy. I'd worked with Tony a few years ago, actually when he was racing with Jan Lammers at the Daytona 24 a long time ago. Tony had a bit of a reputation for throwing photographers' cameras on the floor and things like that, but I found him an absolute charm to work with, and just a massive enthusiast, and because he won this championship.
As we look at these cars on the formation lap, I'm still thinking, hold on, do I have to adjust my set? Something has gone wrong. What on earth am I seeing? But wait till they're up to full speed, and the people in the grandstand, they are going to be for a massive treat when they accelerate up the start-finish straight.
I'm trusting we got some US fans listening to this and watching this and wondering about it and wishing they'd caught a plane over to see it. But this is stunning. I suppose the best known road course that these cars race on will be Watkins Glen. it.
Yeah, the most regularly used one, obviously, years gone by, it would have been Riverside. But to me, earlier today, to have Kurt Busch for decades, one of the top names, and oh, how sad for for the family, for Kyle dying early this year, just so unexpectedly. But to hear his enthusiasm and to understand that he, even though he's versed entirely in NASCAR, has had his eye out for Le Mans. Here he is. Oh, he's not doing the 24 hours, but he's here on this hallowed circuit, and I think it is magnificent.
We've had a lot of interviews today from the pits. For me, number one, his interview. Terrific stuff.
And his knowledge about everything that's going on here, and indeed the whole ethos behind why they are here and what they are here. James O'Donnell is trackside, just been posting pictures. NASCAR at Le Mans, they sound, look and smell very special. I made myself quite unpopular when we had the Camaro Garage 56 car here and said, if we can't have all the Le Mans GT3 manufacturers at Le Mans, which we can't because there's not enough field, can we just have 20 of those instead? Because I think, and have it as an invitation and people coming to run it, because I thought that was a stunning project.
I think it was so well done by GM, and obviously great driver, Jenson Button involved. Because it's such a different...
Rocky.
This is a show, really, but that was a serious effort. And the car went really well. I mean, I think it was going over 200 miles an hour.
Yeah. It was probably the most popular car in the race. It made the best sound. It was a legion of new fans, and we like that in racing. We like cross-pollination. We like people just deciding that they'll look at something different, go, oh, I wish I'd found this earlier, and you'll carry on watching it.
On the front row, we have Joe Nemechek. Of course we do. That's why he's called front row Joe. But Andrew Jordan has captured pole position in the blue and white Toyota. It's an old Toyota Camry front row. Nemechek just staying slightly behind as they come to the line. This is a 35-minute race, and we are green flag for the HSR NASCAR Classic presented by GoodYear at Le Mans. How good is it to hear that? Watch out for that number one car. Joe Nemechek, Kurt Busch right up there as well. And Nemechek goes straight through to reclaim his front row position. And we've had a spinner from the 24. That is JC France that's gone around in the... that's the Robbie Gordon car, isn't it? The 24.
JC France, of course, his grandfather invented NASCAR and built Daytona, and JC's got a good racing career, mainly in sports cars behind him 15 years ago in the Daytona prototype series, and he was one of the front runners with the Brumos team.
Well, he's got going again, which is very good news. Now, this is it, slipstreaming out of Tete Rouge, slipstreaming of the run as it straightens up down towards the first chicane, line astern for these drivers, and we've already had in the previous race the issue with tyres and temperatures. Of course, these cars are a little more resistant to temperature than some of the sort of absolute hybrids we had earlier on the day, but it's going to be a factor. What a mix of cars across 60 years of NASCAR racing here at Le Mans. Extraordinary.
JC France driving the Jeff Gold, number 24, sorry, of that, got way too excited. That was the livery of the car that I drove at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway as well.
We're seeing a lot of the famous liveries out there, aren't we? The Jeff Gordon colours and all this stuff. But the Andrew's car he's driving was built by Michael Waltrip Racing, and we got a battle wheel to wheel now. So let's. Oh, Andrew just gets into the chicane first. He got the Monster Energy machine number one right behind.
Splitting the two Camrys. We'll never check that. Kurt Busch there, rather.
Out, yeah. And I think those three might break away. Here is Spinner. Was that? Let's go and see. Pick that up.
That's
right
at
the back
Daytona,
of the field. Yeah.
appropriately enough, at the Daytona chicane. Side by side, too wide and almost too deep. Not quite. Can we do that, guys? Just so I can say it for real. Down into the Mulsanne corner, and it's still too wide behind Andrew Jordan. Back through, going the Joe Nemechek Old Spice car. The two Toyota Camrys then lead from the Camaro, then the Dodge Charger. That's one of the Car of Tomorrow cars. That's the Roberts number 2 machine, David Roberts, in that NASCAR from 2012, the Car of Tomorrow.
What's encouraging is there were 4 cars that made a breakaway in qualifying, but as you can see, there are 5, 6, 7 cars there all playing. Anyone who gets a good toe, they'll be making a move. We've already had a move. Andrew Jordan out of the lead. Joe Nemechek had been looking for weak points. He's found one, but Jordan far from finished. Into Indianapolis corner they go. Another prescient name, of course, and then to Arnage, a corner that tightens and tightens, and Joe Nemechek has found that he only just missed the barriers on the outside.
A few years ago, he would have been into the gravel or the barriers there. It was pushed back for a few years ago. I have to remember Ollie Gavin going straight on there once in a Corvette, of course. So still the Old Spice Camry leads out for Nemechek behind Kurt Busch in the Monster Energy Chevrolet Camaro, with the Dodge Charger sitting right in behind. That's the number 2 car, that's the Roberts machine, that's the M&M's machine. That with great prescience as well for the Busch family, of course, that number 2 machine. Then behind that, it's Ryan Gemmell, Patrick Womack, JC Franssen dropped way down at the start of the race. We'll see where he comes back through.
Well, through the Ford chicanes, it's very, very busy. The blue car, the Toyota Camry chasing the red Toyota Camry. Joe Nemechek will lead at the end of the opening lap, but Andrew Jordan is far, far from finishing. It's great that so many other cars are sticking in there with that lead bunch. Fastest lap, the natural pace we'll find next time around, but I'm just starting to sense the reason we had 2 Toyota Camrys on the front row is the fact they're the quickest cars, the quickest car-driver combination, just eking clear of Kurt Busch in 3rd place. But Kurt,
front row.
Well, Nemechek really got very, very wide. Andrew Jordan nips through into the lead. Joe Nemechek's going to see if he can settle it back down, but Kurt Busch will be there to snap up any single loss of momentum.
We have to apologise. I have to apologise to JC Franssen. It wasn't his car that spun. It was Carlos de Quesada in the other 24.
Oh yeah,
that went around. I think.
Yeah, the Hot Wheels livery car. I seem to recall.
Yeah, I just spotted the big 24 on the side and presumed that was the car that went around. But JC is still scored in 7th position.
Yeah, and he's not so far down. There's I said there are 7 cars making their break at the front of the field, and he's sitting there. He's got about another 7 seconds back to Christopher Allen in the Ford Thunderbird from 1990 in 8th place. But this lead battle, well, you know what? The race is 40 minutes or so, and we're going to see how people's tyres last. It's a very hot day. 5 cars covered by a handkerchief.
35 minutes we started with. We're down to 29 on the clock now. They are going round in about 4.5 minutes. That'll come down a little bit, actually, because that was the rolling start lap. So as they go down the middle part of the long straight, again down towards the second of the chicane, Andrew Jordan takes the middle part of the road. Joe Nemechek sitting in behind in second in the Old Spice Camrys. 2 Toyotas leading from the Chevrolet, and then it's the Dodge Charger, and it's the Charger trying to make the move at the moment. The 2012 car of tomorrow has a really good run out of the second chicane. It's right underneath the rear wing of Kurt Busch. As in fact, Roberts has gone through, I think, there for a moment. Roberts has gone through, and in the pit lane, another one of the classic sponsors, the number 96, the Caterpillar car. That is Buzz McCall in the 1998 Monte Carlo. So our timing screen just catching up with what's going on at the moment, but does now show the Camrys first and second again. That's good, because they are.
Yeah, front row Joe's no spring chicken. He's 62 years old now, but he only stopped racing
for life, that is.
Yeah.
That's prime of life. I'm not having to say anything other than that.
But he was racing up into his 50s, but there have been people that race NASCARs into their 70s.
And for those who don't understand, if you think Formula One is big in Europe, then it is honestly as nothing compared to NASCAR in the States by far. In terms of what you see, and promotionally, it's one of the Silverados, the Mobil 1 Silverado goes through the chicane at the Daytona chicane, through the pass-through. In terms of promotions with FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods, you cannot walk into a supermarket or a corner store and fail to notice that there will be a NASCAR team driver or some kind of promotion that is going on with breakfast cereal or whatever.
Using in the packaging, using it on the TV commercials. I see that creeping into Formula One a bit now.
Yeah, a bit more.
Kit Kat in particular.
Yeah, I love the kit cap branding the steel girders at the exit of the Silverstone pit lane this weekend. Dario Franchitti was on Fruit Loops in the States.
Yeah.
No, really he was, and I've got the 2 boxes to prove it back at home in the archive. So that it is all about the recognition of the brands, and that's why we talk about the M&M's car, why we talk about the Old Spice Camry, much as we did. And if actually you can go back, Bruce, can't you, to when there were so many Porsches racing here at Le Mans in the 24 hours. It was the Shell Porsche or the Dunlop Porsche
or the Rothman.
Yeah, exactly. That was how you referred to them.
100%, but I think take it back to the supermarket point of view is the fact you could walk in. As a young racing fan, I would have supported every single sponsor whose product I could buy, who I had a choice of buying. Did I want Nescafe? No, I wanted Maxwell House Coffee because they sponsored NASCAR team.
Absolutely.
Simple.
Right.
And one of the most famous sponsors of all was Spam.
Yeah.
And I went to Daytona 500 for Sky years ago, and my producer bought me a Spam T-shirt that I still have.
Excellent.
And occasionally I even wear it.
Well, and that's the other thing, merchandising.
But hold on, do you eat it? There we go.
Well, I have.
Andrew Jordan pulling clear, 2 seconds clear on the start-finish line. He's set the fastest lap of the race. Let's see how it settles down, but it's going to be how they use these tyres. It's very, very hot indeed. Also, how they use their slipstream to see if they can keep Andrew Jordan in sight.
I think we have to call it a draft.
Draft, yeah, exactly.
No, I'm in France at the moment, so I'll call it what I fancy.
Okay, that's
okay.
But I know what you mean. I'll take your point, but I won't resist. I won't just be blown over straight away.
I call it draft because I can't remember draft. One person I would have liked to have seen in this actually is Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
Jimmy
He was
Johnson,
at the 24 hours, hilariously.
And Jimmy, of course, has had quite a lot of success in historic racing, together with Dario Franchitti. Won the Spa 12 hours, didn't he, in a GT40? So maybe he didn't know about it or he's doing something, but he would love this.
He was also involved in that GM project for Garage 56.
Yes, of course.
He, Mike Rockenfeller, and Jensen Button were the 3 drivers. Marino, Franchitti, and Jimmy Johnson were enjoying themselves at Le Mans a couple of weekends ago, and Duncan Vincent had a chat with JJ, and that went a bit viral actually, that audio clip from Radio Le Mans, from our driver database informed pit lane team.
I'm hoping this will come back in 2 years' time. We'll have it again, maybe even next year. It's been such a success.
Look, let's be ambitious. Give it 10 years, we'll have a split grid. We'll have these split across various plateaus.
Well, you might have to. 4 minutes and 1 second, so we are down to pretty much the kind of times that the classic GT3s were doing.
That shows you, well, what were the figures we heard about straight line speeds? At first we heard they were doing over 200. It seems a lot less. Oh dear, Dale Earnhardt has pulled off there at the side of the track. That's Michael Parsons, his car, Chevrolet Lumina from 1993, so one of the earlier ones, and again, great flag marshalling. Simple case, have we got a puncture? No, just simply he knows something's wrong, pulled off, and again, I think he has had a role to play.
And
does it look good wrench? Does that look crisp or crisp?
Yeah, the good wrench on that. We had Dale Earnhardt Jr. racing with good wrench sponsorship with his dad at Daytona, and then he raced again. Had a nasty incident, of course, at Sonoma, did Junior.
Or the Flames.
Yeah.
I was commentating on that.
Yeah, me too. I was there in one of the early sessions. So Andrew Jordan leads by 1.7 seconds, and he's hanging it out a little bit. Still 23 minutes to go here, so this is far from over. John Nemechek in second. He's battling David Roberts in the car of tomorrow, the Dodge Charger, the 2012 car.
Yeah, I think it's pretty slippery, that car, through the air.
Yeah, that's the number 2, the Miller Light car.
Yeah, look, here we are with 3 laps on the board. Gap first to second, 2.6 seconds. Second place car is the red Charger, the red Camry there of Joe Nemechek. David Roberts tucked in behind in 3rd place, but the top 4 cars covered by under 5 seconds. I think that is very, very good on a circuit that's alien to some. On cars, that alien pretty much this circuit.
And don't forget, these are stick shift 3-pedal cars, so you can miss a shift. You can miss a gear change side by side down through the Forest S's. This is what NASCAR racing's all about. A bit of rubbing. That's racing as they come through and up towards Tertre Rouge. This is what we wanted to see. The cars moving around. The heat on the track, 47 Celsius, 32 in the air. Magnificent stuff. And sitting with a watching brief, just sitting in behind there is Kurt Busch in that black 2020 Monster Camry. As we've got the first pit stopper, I think, from the front of the field as Ryan Gemmell's come in the 2002 Monte Carlo. That car was going really well, actually, against cars that were far newer than that particular machine.
Ryan be disappointed. As I say, he's a bit of he's one of Joe Newicek's workers at Joe's company, and a bit of a protege, I think, of Joe.
You know, one thing I've always found over the years when I've seen NASCAR racers over in Europe, they sometimes over the years come to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and the drivers, it's like someone's opened a toy box. You might think, oh, you're NASCAR through and through. No, you're a racing driver through and through.
That's right.
And you look at other cars, it was like when we had Valentino Rossi come before he turned from 2 wheels to 4, incredibly successful, multiple world champion, and he literally was jumping up and down. And he'd come up the hill, he'd go, you weren't even supposed to be in that car. No, but I asked very nicely. And he just was picking off the sports cars he wanted to drive.
Something happened to Andrew?
Yes. Andrew Jordan's dropped down to 4th position.
No, remember the transponder went a bit weird. No, he's just come through the bottom of the shot.
He's there. He's there. He's just got.
There's second place Dave Roberts. He's don't ever check behind Kurt Busch there in the monster livery car number 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does put the fear into you when you look at your time screen and all has gone awry.
Yeah, he's just up the road a little bit, just disappearing into the afternoon, late afternoon sunshine. What have we? Time is it now? Coming up to 6 o'clock. 10 to 6, Central European summertime. The shadows lengthening on the lovely run between the trees from Mulsanne down to Indianapolis Arnage. I bet that right kink into Indianapolis is fun in one of these. A bit of a spin. Now that is one of the STP cars that went around. Now, did he do that on his own or did he get some help? That's John McCormack in the 2004 Ford Fusion. As he went around, I think my favourite is that old Richard Petty car that's just running around quite happily. That is, I drive that on the road. That's fantastic.
Actually, I'm increasingly at the oldest car in the field, the Plymouth Belvedere, Alex Elbro. You know, way off the pace in that, but it's the oldest car by far, and he's just probably loving the experience. But the people in front, they'll look at the experience later. Now they're doing the racing bit, and they're pushing very, very hard indeed.
Yeah, it's getting a bit serious as front. The Pennzoil Ford going through as well. It's Jeff McKee, I think, in that car, isn't it? The number 22. As he goes through into Indianapolis now. Looking an absolute picture. Again, another big brand, another brand with big history in the sport. In all parts of motorsport. You see that yellow colour with the red on it, and immediately you think of Pennzoil.
Yeah.
It works.
It works, yeah.
Very crisp, very clean, and actually works in an incredible array of body shapes, and it has been draped over every form of motorsport car you can think of, but in the early days I think of it generally in IndyCar.
4014 for Andrew Jordan, so a little bit quicker than the quickest of the Porsche Cup cars we saw earlier on. And almost as
Be a moose.
Be a moose. I took a photo of that.
That's your dog's moose, isn't it?
My dog is moose, but
that's
he goes off sometimes.
In a 2016 Chevy Camaro, does he? Moose goes off a bit as well.
Oh, that DuPont. Now, Jeff Gordon colours 24 car.
Now, which one?
Which 24 is it?
Well, that's the one that's left. So that is JC France, I think. Is it?
Yeah, the other one's the Hot Wheels.
I think that's probably usually has a black helmet, JC.
So,
and the two trucks running together, that's great.
Well, as you'd expect. Very good.
Made in the USA, it says on the back of the black one.
Just in
they
case
are
you were
both
confused.
Silverados. 2016 for Scott Dolphy, who's leading. Sam Lecomte running a 2007 Silverado. Slightly different body shapes, a bit more bluff on the older truck.
Well, let's face it, how many people race around the Le Mans circuit here at the South sitting that high? And that's something that just gives them a unique viewpoint. The view of the cars going through the trees, The track snakes away up a little rise, down a little dip. Just fantastic. Something different. I always tick for different.
They're very, very cleverly engineered. I raced a pickup truck at Brands Hatch once, a SsangYong pickup truck in that series, that one-make series. That was the week before I raced a GT4 in a 24-hour quarter. Those were the
similar experience,
opposite ends. But that was like sitting in a race. It was sitting in a race car, but you just were on a small set of step ladders. But the amazing thing is, it didn't fall over when you turned it into corners.
Weren't trying hard enough.
No,
Press
clearly
on.
not. Clearly not. That was a diesel actually, and the difference between not spinning the wheels and spinning the wheels was about a millimetre. So it felt like you had 1,000 horsepower under your right foot. It was great. That was a stick shift as well. Diana Pink set that up for me. Thanks, Di. Andrew Jordan by now 3 seconds at the front of the field. And another spinner.
Oh, the Pennzoil car goes round.
Is it everyone we mentioned has problems straight away?
So I haven't got any stats on Dave Roberts. I think he has done some of these races before in the States. I suspect that he may be Australian.
Yes, I did notice a driver on as the grid was spun through with an Australian flag next to their name. But I tell you what, people watching this all around the world would have watched NASCAR. Of course, they'd have watched NASCAR.
And that car, because that's one of the drivers that did break into NASCAR that wasn't American, Marcus Ambrose.
Yeah.
And his name on that car being pushed away there.
And we've got Chris Stillwell in here as well.
Yeah, well, he's racing.
Yeah. The 22 or the 22A. That's another Ford Mustang. So what we got left now is 15.5 minutes. Mike Skeen is racing in the number 2 car today. And Dave will be in the car. Dave Roberts will be in the car tomorrow. So Mike Skeen,
good. That's good.
Very accomplished American racer.
And did the VIR race and won it? Or there were maybe 2. He certainly won one of them.
That was the first ever.
Yeah, it's the first ever. It was
yeah.
only 3 years ago, I think. Yeah, Mike.
2 years maybe.
Yeah, 2 years.
Yeah.
What I always find when you look at something that's still relatively new as a historic category, you look at the cars and go, isn't it brilliant to see them as the drive-through penalty is coming up, unfortunately, for one of the runs there. You think, what else could we put in the mix? You always have another wish list to add. I'm sure people around the world watching this, particularly fans stateside, well, they'll have a rich lexicon of cars to choose from, but you choose according to your age, according to the brand you like, the manufacturer you like. We will see what comes in the years ahead, but it's growing, I can tell you that.
Lee Saunders getting the drive-through, and he's in the pit lane and out now in that 2005 Dodge Charger, the number 91. And just as we were talking about product placement, etc., in the States, Red Bull, I am reliably informed, and I'm indebted to Dylan Spalding for this. Connor Zilic and Shane van Gisbergen. Connor Zilic, who started in Mazda MX-5, Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup in IMSA, and has progressed through and has become a very hot property. And racing with the Trackhouse team, with SVG, Trackhouse, of course, run by another American Le Mans Series ex-racer, Justin Marks, who's brilliantly engineered where they are in the world of motor racing. So pictures of Connor Zilic and SVG on Red Bull cans in the States. Now, I know they've done limited edition flavours before. As far as I'm aware, of all the motorsports that they are involved with around the world, that's the first time I've heard of them putting drivers on cars, and that's for the US market, exactly underlining what we were talking about.
Of course, it was Gunter Steiner that set up the Red Bull NASCAR team, wasn't it, all those years ago? But the American mega teams, like Penske and Ganassi, of course, they have their NASCAR operations.
Yes. And as I say, the put aside anything that you think this is basic motorsport, that's a very long way back there. Coming into Dunlop chicane, that was Kurt Vogt in the Ford Thunderbird from 1997, just about getting it stopped.
Have we discussed the curb weight of these cars? A lot of stopping is required.
No, that's Nemechek. That's Nemechek in the Camry, in the Old Spice Camry. He's
got to back it out.
It's at the second chicane, and he's losing it very early. Has he got a left rear puncture? He's got a left rear puncture, he has, and just keeps it out of the barriers.
I love the way he accelerated out, though.
Well, of course he did. that was an awesome piece of driving. It wasn't stopping because the front right wasn't on the ground because the left rear had gone down. These cars...
and another one off.
And that is the number 1 of Kurt Busch in the Monster Camry. Sorry, and there's been a big shunt down at the final corner.
Oh, that's a big shunt.
And that is, I think that's the 22 that's further back in the field. Let's see what happened there. Oh, that was just a bit of no, it's the 12. Excuse me. It's the 12. That's Gary Moore, who was coming to lap one of the older cars. So Joe Nemechek in the Camry, and the... Sorry, I didn't want to talk over that engine there. And the number 1 Kurt Busch Chevrolet Camaro, both having their problems. The 2 Silverados battling in the truck class. About £3,500. So not as heavy as you think they are, these cars.
Right, another Pennzoil car going for a little rotation. That's Larry Carroll. And well, there's a gravel trap. There's a cloud of dust. And hopefully when the dust settles, we'll have a car back on the track. And all of this, as it goes for a further rotation, it could well be Mike Skid. We'll see. But it means the man who's just gone out of shot.
It was.
Andrew Jordan, he started the lap 2.8 seconds clear, but with Dave Roberts and Joe Nemechek having their problems, suddenly the British driver's got a huge lead.
Well, Mike Skeedley's in the
he's dropped a long way back. Andrew Jordan's in a different zip code than everyone else at the moment. I'm doing my best. I can't do the southern accent, not even southern English accent. So,
but the Patrick Womack car is a very famous car. That was one of the Jimmy Johnson cars. He won a lot of races in that machine.
The 2 trucks are putting on a great run. Both again prepared by Joe Nemechek's organisation. The yellow flag for the boss, I think. Oh, there's another car there as well on the exit of the second chicane. And now the second of the Silverados is struggling.
He's got a tyre problem.
I think that's a tyre problem as well. I think that's another left rear.
Yeah, the front air dam is rubbing on the circuit, so he's dropped low there. And what a shame. I mean, that was the battle that was going to take us all the way through to the finish. We've got just under 10 minutes remaining. And we are having quite a few spinners. And again, that's sitting relatively low. But that's one way of taking Mulsanne corner.
I'm not sure that's in the... Is that engine smoke? I think it might be engine smoke, I'm afraid to say, from the older of the Silverados, because there's air in both of the rear Goodyear tyres from what I can see.
Looks like it's crabbing as well. I still think the theory about a slow puncture might be there.
Maybe still set up for the ovals.
Yeah. Simple mistake. Anyone can make it.
There's more right-hand corners than left here. So the left rear tyre and the left front tyre do take a bit of a battering. And in this heat, still nibbling away at 50 Celsius.
Mike Skeen's still keeping Andrew Jordan honest at 3.1 seconds.
So that wasn't Skeen who went off in that car. So who was that went off earlier on when we saw that? Was that Jeff McGee then?
Could have been.
In the 22?
No, I think he stayed on the track. I think it was Patrick Paul in the Pontiac, also Pennzoil sponsored.
Right,
just a guess, car number 30. However, and in fact, just mentioning number 22, there it is. That's the Jeff McKee Pennzoil livery Mustang, going very nicely. Again, a bit of oil had been put down and a bit of a quick dry just in the run to that first corner. Before we get to the GoodYear bridge, I'm still struggling to say GoodYear instead of Dunlop. It's been ingrained in me over the decades. There we are, good sponsorship.
Just gone past Ryan Gemmell there in the Monte Carlo, number 55, and just that's the Perrier car. That's the one of the other days, one of the other Talladega Nights cars. The Perrier sponsorship.
I wonder how that deal got done. French sparkling water.
Well, they needed a European sponsor for the European driver, didn't they? For the Sasha Baron character. So it's Andrew Jordan, 2.8 seconds ahead of Mike Skeen as we now. Great to see these and hear these cars, more importantly, rumbling around. 7.5 minutes to go. It'll be 2 more laps.
Assuming it stays together, what a morning and what an afternoon it's been for Andrew Jordan.
Oh, yeah.
Started with a win.
Still to come. We've got another race for you. That'll be plateau number 7. It's the first of our new plateaus for Le Mans Classic Legend. More details about that when we've got this one done, but this one is far from over. A couple of battles further down the field. Vincent Franssen he's still running.
Yeah, he's in 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's having a good battle with Nigel Armstrong, so that was another 24. How many 24s?
24.
24 in, yeah. Reminds me of that combined IMSA and WEC race that we had at Sealy once, which was an absolute nightmare. We had a 7, an 07 and a 007. We had a 443, a 043. The graphics truck ran out of colours for the different classes, and there has still, to my knowledge, and if someone can prove me wrong, there's still never been a combined set of results issued. IMSA issued their results, and WEC issued theirs, and I've never seen that. Poor Greg Kramer, who was doing the presentations, we finished at around about 10:30. I was leaving the circuit at just after midnight, and the presentations were still going on.
Rumour has it it's still going on
It's
now.
still going on now, yeah. Greg's never been seen since. It's incredible.
The 44 car is originally built by another great powerhouse of NASCAR, Hendricks Motorsport.
Oh,
Rick Hendricks.
Well, of course, they were behind the Garage 56 as well.
Yeah.
GM, doyens of the GM brand. Bow tie versus the blue oval. And latterly, with Toyota stepping in, Dodge stepped away from the series.
That car we're mentioning, the Armstrong car, was actually raced by Jeff Gordon.
Ah, was it?
And Eric Aramola. Eric Aramola.
Amarillo.
Yeah.
Amarillo. Yeah.
Oh, here's it.
I love that.
That's the Belvedere from 1960.
That's lovely.
It looks sharp, doesn't it? I mean, not just the sharp edge.
540 horsepower.
Look,
on the hood. So.
Racing should have simple numbers and made visible for the fans to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't need many numbers, but just quite simple numbers. Weight, power.
Yeah.
I love the numbers on the side of the cars with the key lines and everything.
Yeah.
They're big, you can see them.
And on the roof as well, that you can see
Yeah.
from the stands. You can only see them one way. Why are they written that way? That's because that's the way they go past the stands.
Yeah.
See?
Look,
See
America
from
has
above.
always had its racing numbers clear for the fans to see. Other countries, I wish they would learn. You try spotting them in certain single-seater championships, and you're a better man than I.
The only people I think who have done it better down through the years is another touring car championship, and that's the Brazilian touring car championship, who have huge numbers on the opposite side
Yes.
of the windscreen to the drivers. Not the driver name, just big numbers. So if it was 43, it would take up half the screen on one side. You can literally, even I, myopic me, can't miss that one. So Jordan still leads in the Camry. Then it's the Charger, the Camaro. So 3 different manufacturers and 3 very different cars. 2011, 2012 and 2020. Then the 2010 Camry. So Joe Nemechek got going again, did he? I don't.
Or possibly only back to the pit.
Yeah.
No, that can't. Exactly. That cannot be right. Okay, that makes sense. Now, that's the other Silverado. That's the newer of the 2 Silverados, which is struggling. We saw some smoke coming out of the older car, the 2007 car, the number 22, and that's pitted. And sad to say, I think the Dolphy number 4A, I think that one's got trouble as well. 3 minutes to go, gentlemen.
Well, it's been great fun. It's a shame the heat's getting to some of the cars, but another car off at the side of the circuit. Has that
That's
also
the number 2.
That's the number 2 with a puncture.
That is the second place car. That is the second place car. That's the Mike Skeen car. And that is off at the side of the circuit. And that is very, very bad luck on, I think, the second to last lap. 2.5 minutes to go.
Okay, so Andrew Jordan sitting on an 8.3 second margin there. He is the British driver who races anything in a historic circle, also was a British touring car champion back some while ago now, but historics is the name of the game. Diversity, variety is everything that he wants, and putting in another good lap. 2 minutes remain, so that this should be going on to the final lap of the race. He has the fastest lap of the race, 8.3 seconds clear of Mike Skeen last time around, but unfortunately Mike Skeen is not going to complete the lap at this rate.
Yeah, the Miller Lite car, the number 2. Snap-on tools, the Dodge Charger, cruising back around. Is that a puncture? Is that a right front puncture on that car? Because both the rear tyres, and that is the number 1 machine, which is the Kurt Busch car.
Is that 1 or 1A?
1A,
that is Kurt Busch.
Yeah, it's the Monster Camry.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 3
JC
cars.
JC France up to second place.
Up to second place in the 2014 Camaro, the 24A car.
Yeah. Nice and clean, that blue and white. I think Peak's an antifreeze, is it?
Peak Performance's antifreeze and motor oil.
Yeah. Well, the car looks well, I have to say.
Well, what we don't know is what sort of information, not is Andrew Jordan getting from his team, but what's he getting from his gauges in his car, because everyone else is going to have gauges that are getting a bit high, but the main problem with the temperature does appear to be cars picking up slow or immediate flat tyres, and we've had quite a few rotations, and certainly sort of temperatures that we don't normally get in Europe, but I know today's Independence Day, the 4th of July, back home in the States, and I know a lot of events are being cancelled from a real heat peak there as well. So
and potential for thunderstorms as well this weekend.
Yes,
indeed. Up, affecting the FIFA Football World Cup. France game coming up as well. I think that's in Philadelphia. They're a bit worried about that, and the England game down in Mexico, obviously a little bit further south.
So Andrew now with a massive lead, of course, with the rivals all having problems, and Andrew seemed to be swerving the car from left to right.
Has he run out of fuel? He's moving slowly.
He's got a 1 minute 20-second lead at the moment. But
I don't think he's pushing on.
No, he's not. Definitely not, John. Look.
I think he's got a message. I was not talking without being serious about looking at gauges and stuff. Has he got something on board that say, we're running way too hot? Is he getting something? Has someone noticed one of the crews?
He's not leaning on that car at all, Bruce.
Not at all.
He doesn't need to if he's sitting on a lead of 1 minute 24 seconds. But is this a car that's going to make it to the end of the lap or not?
Yeah. This is.
Will JC France win in France? Well, there's
that.
Oh dear.
I think
race leader is going slower and slower.
This is 2016 in Toyota all over again. He's pulling over. He's pulling over. Watch out for the 2014 Chevy Camaro. It's a long way back, but I think that car is dead stick.
He's pulled it off.
It's off the circuit to the right-hand side. Now, we're going to have to wait for quite some time, but watch out for the number 24A coming through. Has he?
Wow.
And
he's running out of fuel as well.
I think this is fuel. I think now it's fuel.
That's Jeff McKee, who's all but stopped. And suddenly, it's not JC France has only got a under 2 second margin over Nigel Armstrong. They could be the ones fighting out victory, because Andrew Jordan's pulled out of the lead of nearly a minute and a half near the best of the rest. This is quite extraordinary.
Well, drama.
Talk about a race of attrition.
Well, we haven't had to have a safety car and a green-white checker to give us a grandstand finish. It's happening out on the circuit. Now, where is JC France in the number 24?
Can we see him on the tracker?
That is the 24A is what we're looking at. He's just coming down to Mulsanne corner now, and he is now scored as the leader. Just coming through to Mulsanne corner now, the 24A. And
kind of appropriate that the grandson of the founder.
There he is.
Of NASCAR.
And that car's smoking. That car's smoking. The drama continues. And where's Nigel Armstrong in the 44? He's right with him. I think he's right with him in the Toyota. Yeah, the car of tomorrow. This is the next car back, that yellow car. That's the battle for the lead. It is survival of the fittest, an attritional race of 35 minutes. What was interesting, we went on to an 8th lap, and Andrew Jordan was only not a few seconds, but certainly round about a minute away from getting the checkered flag. And I wonder if that 8 lap is a lap too far, 8.5 miles too far. And there's another car come to a stop as well. That is
Rodney Reston.
Yeah.
That's Chevrolet
15.
2013. So cars littered around the circuit. But first and second, look, here they are, under a second between them now, and the chasing Nigel Armstrong getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
But you got yellow flags, no overtaking there because, of course, the car at the side of the circuit. Then a green flag, they can go racing again. Right, this is racing through to the finish.
And this is literally to the checkered flag. They are racing to the checkered flag now. The 24 running in the colours of the NASCAR Garage 56 entered car. So not running in the Jeff Gordon colours, but in the Camaro XL1, I think it was called, from memory. And that car is smoking quite badly, and it's not over yet. There are 2 corners. Is the Ford chicane going to be the undoing of the bow tie in Chevrolet versus Toyota? Another Monte Carlo in 3rd position. So Camaro, and it's going to be the Camry, I think, that finishes 2nd. Oh, it's tight, even into the last corner, and there's traffic through across the line. And JC France in the 24A, the car in the colours of the Garage 56 project from the 100th year anniversary race here at Le Mans, has taken at the end from Nigel Armstrong, just 9/10 of a second behind. And we've got another battle coming as well. And this is the battle for 4th and 5th position now, coming through the final corners.
Well, I certainly put the commentator's curse on Andrew Jordan.
Did you ever?
I didn't.
Did you ever?
So Gemmell will come home 3rd in the car that was used in the Talladega Nights filming.
And here's that battle we were talking about. The 23 is the Mao Thunderbird, the 1993 car, very different looking machine. And that one gets to the line. That will be 4th position. And the Challenger, the Dodge Challenger. I do love a Dodge Challenger. My wife's favourite Hemi V8.
Just going back to that 3rd place car.
Look at the cars.
Yeah, everywhere. Just going back to that 3rd place car. When Sacha Baron Cohen was driving it, it happened to be fitted with an automatic gearbox because he couldn't change gear. So it's got a proper gearbox in it now.
There's a very famous Land Rover from a British detective television series that had to have all the sounds dubbed in for the gear change.
Yeah.
Blender Blethyn couldn't drive it. I think that might have been the old Land Rover 90 that had a automatic gearbox because it was specially fitted. Well, we've had 5 cars, and only 5 cars at the moment, that have seen the checkered flag. This has been an incredible opening to the weekend. Looks like the Moose car might make the end. And if it does, it's going to be in the top 10.
John Doonan finishes 22nd. Well done.
Has he crossed the line?
Yes, he has crossed the line.
Well,
so he might move up.
No, everyone who stopped ahead of him is only a lap back.
Yeah.
He dropped a couple of laps in the 2002 Chevy Monte Carlo, the Wonder Bread car. That was the Ricky Bobby car, hence Ricky Doonan.
Talk about entertainment. What a terrific race.
Well, I'm sorry, but isn't that absolutely correct? As these two are still battling, coming to the end of the race, and that is the #1 Chevy Camaro and the 2000 Chevy Camaro sitting in behind it. So that's the Webb and Haynes battle for, is that 8th and 9th? Yes, it is. Not in the same class. Yellow flags are out. Because of the stopped cars, one presumes, around the circuit. Now, we've got to give everybody their fair due for just getting to the end of the race. To be quite honest, here's the Mack Tools number 7 coming to the line. That's the, does that car come through? It's further down. This is fuel. so many of these guys of fuel. They're weaving backwards and forwards.
In fact, looking at the battle with the Moose Chevrolet just in front of you, they're probably both wondering, has he got enough fuel? Have I got enough?
Yeah. That was the 21 Ford Thunderbird, the Gould car, in 10th position that was pulling up, so that car's not going to get it. If I won't drop any further back, in fairness, who had the best lap of the race? Andrew Jordan, 4:01.492. But actually, you see, he went too fast.
Yeah.
Did an extra lap. If he'd eased off just a little bit and not had to do that 8th lap, or that 9th lap, which is what's done it. Nine laps completed by those that got to the end, 8 and a bit. And 8 and a bit round Le Mans, it's not good enough, is it?
Fractions are nobody's friends.
Talk is your friend, fractions aren't when it comes to motor racing. Very good, Mr. Jones.
Now,
but these two are like, this is like a backwards cycling race.
It's going to take a little while.
Look at that. Yeah. Look, we've got the Pontiac coming up from behind, and one of the older cars coming through as well. Oh, brilliant stuff.
Going to take a little while to scoop all these up, isn't
it?
We're meant to be having the Mazda demonstration next.
Yeah, the winning car from 1991 when Toyota and Nissan had fought for so long to try and win the race. And who popped up? Little old Mazda. But some great cars, great liveries, but they didn't all make the finish. Far from made the finish. But hot conditions, and you're quite right, with cars parked all out around the circuit, with some with punctures, some possibly out of fuel, and some with who knows what. It's going to take a concerted effort.
Yeah.
But this car, the number 2, was really right in the battle with Mike Skeen and did not make it to the finish. Nor did Don Nemechek, nor did Kurt Busch.
I don't think Chris Stillwell made it either. I think there's at least 10 or a dozen cars that got onto a last lap and have ground to a halt, and they're all going to be pointing at Andrew Jordan for going, if we just hadn't had that last lap.
There's one that didn't even start the last lap. That was Jeff McKee pulled off in that Pennzoil Ford Mustang, but at least his is easy to rescue. It's only got to be hoiked around into the pit lane. But what entertainment. Just wonderful having the NASCARs here. And they'll get to do it all over again tomorrow afternoon, Sunday, here at the South.
Yeah, we've got that race, their final race, is not on our broadcast schedule. We'll give you the full results in just a few moments' time. NASCAR at Le Mans. extraordinary finish to the HSR NASCAR Classic presented by GoodYear. JC France in the car running the livery of Garage 56 from the 100-year anniversary. Le Mans takes the victory in the end by just 9/10 of a second over the Schwartz and Nigel Armstrong car, the Camry in second. So Camaro from Chevrolet, Toyota Camry, the car at tomorrow, and then the Chevrolet Monte Carlo from in third position. The big story on the last lap, Andrew Jordan in the Toyota Camry, grinding to a halt. Echoes of 2016 for Toyota. This one we think fuel related, but that car did not get to the end. Will finish down in 12th position in class 4th position. Lots of different classes here because of the different ages of the car, but we were looking at the overalls. And incredible entertainment, great racing, great noise. Well done to everyone concerned from HSR, from NASCAR, and from GoodYear for getting 40 cars across here. We'll refill them, we'll batter out any dents, and they'll be back out throughout the rest of the weekend here at Le Mans Classic Legends 2026. Well, nearly 6:30 in the evening. Shadows starting to lengthen around the place. A little bit of wind just picking up from the airport side of things, so from the western side of the circuit. Been an absolute cracker today. Still up at 32 Celsius in the air and 45 on the track. I suspect, gentlemen, we're going to have a little delay coming up, Bruce, whilst our hard-working track services and marshals recover about a dozen NASCARs of varying ages.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just rather hoping the next thing due on track, which is a demo of the Mazda 787B, the car that took victory in the 24 hours back in 1991. What a turn up for books. Maybe because that's a parade that will be able to go around
good point.
Just abate its pace.
Yeah.
And then comes Plateau 7, which is the sort of second oldest grid of cars, but a group of cars that are sort of welcome to the Le Mans Classic as we go to Le Mans Classic Legends and have cars from later decades, and certainly spreading the love for the celebrations of more than 100 years overall since Le Mans started. But we're having the latter cars from 1972 onwards, and it's the second batch of those.
It's Group
the
C.
early 80s.
Yeah.
It's Group
We've
C.
seen these cars here as a support vehicle,
Exactly.
but now they have their own plateau. As I said earlier, sad not to see any Jaguars racing, and there is one static in their paddock, which is...
There is, but you know what, I think it's a cyclical thing. I'm sure they'll come out to play in the years ahead. But don't forget, a lot of these cars, particularly cars from Group C, have become ever more valuable. And pretty much right across the top of historic racing, cars that were doing the winning tend to be the ones that are more expensive. No surprises there, Einstein. No. But the fact of the matter is some of them have become so valuable that maybe people don't always want to have them out to play. But again, go back to earlier comments. I quite like having the cars that weren't only featuring at the front end, the other ones that made up the field, because for history you can't just cherry pick. I think you need as much of a picture as you can possibly get. And I simply like the quirky ones, the cars I may have forgotten, maybe didn't pay attention to properly in period. And that's very much something we're getting. So, cleanup is occurring the entire way around the 8+ miles of the circuit, and hopefully the rescue crews aren't too hot in their overalls today, because it really is a belter of a day.
So one of our front runners in the Plateau 7 will certainly be Olivier Gallon, and earlier in the season he did bring out his Jaguar, you remember?
He did.
But he switched back to the Nissan now. And then Steve Brooks, another guy we see racing regularly, is here in other cars. Steve recently bought a Silk Cut Jaguar. He bought it towards the end of last year, but I think they're still working on it.
Yeah, I mean, it takes so much to keep these cars going, and some of the teams that run them are now absolute experts, but they've only got so many weeks in a year to get things sorted.
Yeah, well, I think Sean Lynn's got one or even two.
Big operations now, some of these bigger teams. You were
Massive.
talking earlier about how many cars that some of these classic preparers bring to a meeting. It's why it's an interesting concept that the Outlaws have got, isn't it? The Heritage Outlaws, that they're bring together a number of perhaps smaller teams
well,
and then put them under the same awning kind of thing.
Two different preparers who've got specialities.
Yeah, correct.
That's how it works, really.
Yeah. And I kind of understand that.
And we will see that team out in the next race with the C2, most potential C2 car, the Tiger, or people say
Don't
Tiger.
get started with that.
Well,
again.
it's quite simple. Both Howden and Tim Schenken, who formed the company, says it's Tiger.
Yeah.
No argument there.
I thought it was Todge. Never mind. We will carry on.
But that's all about French or Italian, French or German pronunciations. That's a different story.
Of the toy and the torch.
Yes.
Yeah. It's not Toya though, is it?
No.
It's definitely a Tiger.
Yeah, it's definitely a Tiger.
Not a Toya.
You might think the heat is
Tia.
steading into the commentary box at the moment. Oh, we're becoming crazed. But waiting to see what will go back out on the track. But the next batch of cars, it's Group C, one of the most popular periods in the history of the Le Mans 24 Hours and the World Sports Car Championship as it was in the age. But it's not as though we're not living through a fantastic period at the moment with so many manufacturers fighting for victory in the hypercar class.
As I said, this race was a support race before.
Yeah.
It was 2022. It was Minshaw and Keane who won an XJR9. Count Dansenburg was second in an XJR14, and Gallant was third in an XJR12. 3 different makes.
And of course, the Group C's, going back a little bit further, have supported the 24 Hours as well. Going back.
Oh yeah, yes
through
indeed.
the
Yeah.
years. I have fond memories of seeing those cars around here supporting the main race. Always very, very popular, and our coverage of that on Radio Le Mans always very, very popular. Still, just looking at what's going on the track here, we've still got a few cars down in the sector that runs from Mulsanne Corner back to the finish.
Taking a look down, the view looking down the start-finish straight, obviously the cars come up towards us. If you've never been to Le Mans, just off the bottom right-hand side of your image, behind the grandstand is the museum. It's been there for years, but never in the form it is now. It's been given a massive boost in terms of size. It's the National Motorsport Museum now for France, and it is stunning. It opened to the public about under a fortnight before the Le Mans 24 Hours. And if ever you come here, which you must, you also must make sure you go and visit the museum. It's really something special, and I think 9 of the cars are going to be brought out onto the track at various points this weekend. I'll just run down a list of them. A 3-litre Bentley from 1924, when the Bentleys started the winning. The Bentley boys became a thing. Late 1950s, an AC Bristol, again, class victory, obviously important for them at the time. And then a Shelby Cobra Roadster, well, say no more. A Shelby Coupe, the Cobra Daytona Coupe as well. A René Bonnet, tiny little cars, ran with almost no engine whatsoever. And again, that is the very essence of Le Mans. It wasn't just the cars winning at the front. And then, I don't know, depending on what your age is, certainly you cannot have a display of cars at Le Mans of the history if you do not include a Ford GT40. After years of trying, Henry Ford took umbrage at Ferrari when they refused to let him buy the company. He thought, right, what are you good at? Le Mans. What are we going to beat you at? Le Mans 24 Hours. And it took a while, but 4 years running. But 1966, that 1-2-3 finish, still one of the moments. Of course, so good they made a movie about it.
And 67, of course, was actually the American-built car, the J car, that came here. That's the big anniversary for Ford next year, when they'll be here running for outright victory in their first year with the hypercar. But that was absolutely a fit of peak, wasn't it, when Enzo Ferrari used Ford as a stalking horse to push the price up, the money that he wanted from Fiat.
Was trying to buy them, wasn't he?
But that was Enzo Ferrari using Ford as a stalking horse to push the investment that he wanted from Fiat up through the roof, because they didn't want it to fall out of Italian hands.
Guys, you know I hate mysteries. I think I'm going to rush out to the NASCAR compound and try and find out what happened to Andrew Jordan.
Right. All right, to see whether he ran out of fuel or was something else. Andrew is on a mission.
I think that's a very good idea, Andrew, because let's face it, that wasn't the only car having a problem in the field. Towards the end, so many pulling off. But just to go through, also in the museum exhibition run later, we will have a Porsche 917. That's the one from 1970, the one that actually appeared in the Le Mans movie that year, and a Porsche 935. And then for good value, you can get a Formula 1 car also from the museum. They've got about 30 Formula 1 cars. You've got a Brabham BT42 ex-Rolf Stommelen car, just for fun.
I heard that running around at the weekend, earlier in the week. My goodness, what a noise that was making. Absolutely superb. Well, if you are just joining us, we're doing a little bit of rescue and recovery after around about a dozen of the classic NASCARs from HSR coming across from the States didn't make the full 9-lap trip. Just under 80 miles the winners completed, unfortunately. Around about 69 to 70 for quite a lot of them as they were going around the circuit. Quite a lot of cars coming to a crawl and then failing to get back. Notably, Andrew Jordan will get a note on that from Andrew a bit later on. So this, our final event of today, gives me the opportunity to mention tomorrow, when we're back on the air at 9 o'clock Central European Summer Time. That's 8 if you're in the UK. You can do the arithmetic yourself. We'll start with the plateau number 8. Then in number order, we'll do 9 and 10. And finish off as we started this morning with the GT3 Revival, the newest cars. So we're working through the new plateaus. We've done the one that's transferred over from what will from next year be called Le Mans Classic Heritage. 7 will be the next newest cars along, then 8, 9 and 10 tomorrow, as I mentioned, and the GT3 Revival, which gave us such quality entertainment earlier on. I expect nothing different by the time. Now, clearly, the earlier, so 6 and 7 will have completed by the time we come back on air tomorrow. They will have done their 2 races, so we should be able to give you, because Alcamel are so very good at this, give you some trophy winners and give you an idea who's won what in the 2 earlier categories. And what we'll try to do as we go through 8, 9 and 10, which are the final races, the 3rd and final races for those 3 grids, what we'll try and do there is give you an idea of where people stand based on their average times from the previous races. And again, because the guys at Alcamel are so very good, if we've got time between the plateau, we'll give you the results there as well. Right, take a deep breath, everybody. Many of you will have tuned in for this exact moment. Group C at Le Mans Classic Legend, not as an invitational, as a substantive plateau. This is the first of 3 42-minute races that they will run this evening, overnight and into tomorrow. Many of you of the age that I am, maybe a little bit younger, will have grown up on these cars at Le Mans. These will have been the cars that got you interested in Le Mans in the 80s and 90s. We've got a 16-car grid. The Nissan R90K short tail car, Olivier Gallant on pole position in the number 1 car. Philippe Kaduri in one of the 962s, of which we have 4, I think, in this race. Yes, we do.
Including the very last one built, the 77th. It was a 77, that series starts with the 956s, goes through to 1991 in the 962C format, and it's great to have that back here. It's just bringing cars, and just there were shots, this very camera angle, the TV angle, looking down the grid, you could not move for 956, but more at point when it became the 962, the model that superseded it. They were the car of choice. Not for 1, not for 2, 15, 20 of them down the grid. Extraordinary.
And that was why we was calling them by their sponsors. You know, so it was the Shell car, the Dunlop car, the Kenwood car, just fantastic liveries, and Porsche playing the Porsche Motorsport game as they always have done. They would sometimes have a favourite, but if somebody else got to the front, then maybe someone in a Porsche Motorsport shirt would potter down there and just have a little word with somebody and give them a little bit of advice about what might be done to get that car to the finish and ensure it was running well. It was a bit like the movie Le Mans, isn't it? I want Porsche to win. Michael, I want Porsche to win Le Mans. Well, Porsche Motorsport took that on from 1970, and they wanted Porsche to win Le Mans as many times as possible, and they are still the manufacturer who's won the most times. Audi came close, so Porsche came back and added another 3 onto their 16 when it looked like Audi might be challenging them from horror of horrors, the same stable. But the bulk of the winning was done with the 956s and the 962s before they came back with the 919s, of course, and still to win with the current Le Mans hypercar, and still to win for Roger Penske. I still have, I think before 2030 in the new regulations, I still have a little thought that the 963 will be back. 2 963s, 1 963, maybe, no, it'll have to be 2.
Well, just remember they can go and play in the Asian Le Mans series henceforth, so there'll be lots of people over there clamouring to get them. And again, absolutely, racing cars never die. You find ways of making them repurposed for some other vision. But right now, looking at the grid, Nissan R90 CK on pole position. It's not the one that set the banzai lap in the hands of Mark Blundell to take pole back in period. It's one that was raced by Jeff Brabham, Derek Daly and Chip Robinson, actually retired at this race. But I love
Lawler chassis, of course, in that car.
Entirely so. I love looking down the field. We've got the cars from the C2 category as well. You know, not expected to be at the front, Spices, etc. And then the ADA, very unusual car, raced here. Chris name's gone out of my head suddenly. I will cool down in a second, think about it. Ian Harrow was the guy, along with Chris Crawford, yes, that's right, who got that going. Built in a place out towards Heathrow, the west side of London. That's in the field. Also a Harrier. Don't get many of those at the pound, and that's a car that's raced probably more in Thunder Sports, but a driver who is desperate to race here. He's raced for about 40 years. Dave Karaskis is the wheel of that, so I'm sure he'll be very, very excited to be out there.
Plus a March, and plus a Rondeau as well.
But you can't have a race for Group C cars here without a Rondeau. Jean Rondeau, a local man, had one desire in life that we know of, and that was to win this event, and win it in a car of his own making. Made it all the more extraordinary. Alas, he perished on a level crossing. A train was quicker to the point than he was, but he was quite something for France, and the cars really, they had their moment, but once they lost his genius, it wasn't ever the same again.
And as you say, from this part of the world, and another man who raced with cars of his own name, also from around here, Henri Pescarolo, of course. What a lovely man. Henri, great driver in his own right, with that bright green helmet, and then engineered success for the cars bearing his own name. Alain de Cadenet tried to repeat that feat as well with a car bearing his name. It's no easy thing to do. Jean Rondeau pulled it off and became a hero of not just the Department de les Arts, but of France.
One rather nice little coincidence, it's not, is if you look down the entry list, this driver's called Nicolas Bellou, who's in the Rondeau, and I don't know, I presume he must be related to one of the top tech chiefs at Rondeau, Philippe Bellou. I just was having a walk around the paddock. I thought that name rings a bell, but anyhow, that's the Rondeau ML382. There was another one down in the paddock, but I don't think it's actually in the race. We've got a few cars tucked away up there. Maybe they're going to do the later races, maybe not. Maybe they're just here to sort of say that we might be here racing in the years ahead, but there's the more aerodynamic Rondeau from the following year, which would be 1983, which is one that had the biggest, I think, undercar channels I've ever seen. And in fact, it was so effective, it sucked the car down on the straights, so it was bottoming. So they thought, right, let's put some stiffer springs on. And then what happened? It wasn't bottoming on the straights, it was just porpoising. So the poor driver had a horrible ride. Ford concessionaires entered that, 3 of them that year, but it wasn't a glorious run for them.
So waiting for those cars to come out onto the circuit. See a couple of circuit vehicles just coming on to the main straight now, so we must be nearly finished. Yeah.
Oh, they got the field of cars behind them, have they? Or just saw the front? But actually, a lot of those vehicles
that's
must
a car
be
on tow.
Okay, they must on tow. So repurpose a lot of places. Course vehicles are being put back, hopefully, to the points they need to be dotted around this 8 and a bit mile circuit. Anyhow, the good thing is actually most of those cars that actually tended to pull to the side during the NASCAR run there, so they weren't putting muck onto the circuit, but they still need recovery.
Wherever you're joining us from, hello. Thanks very much. Really lovely to have your company. And just waiting. This is the nature of events like this, and we'll have stretched the recovery teams to their absolute limit there, such was the attrition on that 9th and what was the final lap of the HSR NASCAR race.
Right, just looking at what we've got up ahead. If you're here, you'll have had a very, very hot day. Hopefully you found some shade, been moving around, but it does, the temperature does start to fall at this time of night to absolutely tolerable levels where you can afford to have a beer without feeling as though you're going to fall over. But the concert's from 8 o'clock tonight, but of course the racing goes on all the way through the night, so that is an element that keeps people on their toes, and the whole idea is that the races really replicate what happens when you're in the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's all based around the history of the Le Mans 24 Hours, but for a lot of drivers it may be the first time they ever get to race at Le Mans, and even more so to experience the night section of Le Mans is something that makes it very, very special indeed. So think about all the course workers. It's a long hot day, and then it's a long slightly cooler night, and then another hot day to follow. So it really is very arduous, but you know, underneath all immensely enjoyable. And this year, of course, as John's been outlining, the format of the Le Mans Classic has changed. Effectively, many more decades have been added to the end, and we've split it. Instead of being every second year, it's now every year. We're in the Le Mans Classic Legends from 1972 onwards, and next time around, the Le Mans Classic Heritage in 2027 is the cars from 1923, when the great race got underway, up to the early 1970s, but always with the special classes, a bit like the NASCARs coming this time around. We don't know what those extra support classes will be, but they'll be fun, and you can imagine the queue to get yourself a place on the support program is something that's going to be very intense and much desired.
This again, a lot of these cars we see throughout the season at other events, Bruce, and the point we have to make is if you're enjoying this now, and particularly if you live in Europe and you haven't come to Le Mans this weekend, there are still opportunities this season to come and see the Le Mans Classic Legend Series. We've got Paul Ricard, we have Estoril, and then we finish the season at Imola. If you go to the Patrick Peter or just peterauto.fr, you'll find the full season on there with the dates, times, and the schedules of that. Very much looking forward to going to Paul Ricard for the next event. Again, an eclectic mix of cars throughout the weekend. It's very busy. They turn the plateaus around very quickly, and it's a fantastic weekend of entertainment for those of you who like this type of racing. Then to Estoril, which still puts on a very good race weekend, and then Imola. Now, I was at the Imola event last year. It clashed with something that you were doing. Actually, we've swapped the Estoril dates and the Imola date around.
That was just to make sure I can do the Imola date this year.
I think
as
so.
if.
Yeah, that was a tremendous event. One of the guest categories there was, surprise, surprise, for Alfa Romeos, and it was basically like an Alfa Romeo GTA Cup, GT and GTA Cup. It was just incredible, and they were being driven with gusto, lots of sideways. It was a beautiful weekend. Slightly later on in the year, so the colours had just started to change there. That flying down to Bologna or driving down to Imola, that pre-medieval city, never a bad place to go, but at that time of the year, absolute box office with the selection of cars that we'll have down there. It's peterauto.fr. There's an English version of the site as well. All the details on there, and you can start thinking already about the Le Mans Classic Heritage, which is next year. Same weekend, early July. Details to follow, but you know what you're going to get because you've seen the plateaus in the past. So take you up to the late 1960s, going back to the early days, 1920s and 30s. Then the Renaissance after the Second World War, when motor racing got going again, and how it's great actually. It's like a moving history show of motor racing, and they are driven properly as well. Dare I say it, actually, if you get a spot of rain for some of those earlier plateaus, then you really see the drivers who can control the cars. Skinny tyres, you have to slide them around to get them through the corners. It is poetry in motion. That's this time next year. Start making your plans.
Yes, there's certainly something about the way you see a car on skinny tyres uses those tyres, and the very, very best historic racers. What you need to do, the earlier the period of car, the more you need to watch them as they go out of a corner rather than into a corner, and you can see them really working. So if you do plan well and you're lucky enough to be here in 12 months' time, imagine standing somewhere as, like, for example, as they go down the slope under the newly renamed GoodYear Bridge, you can watch the cars going down through the forest S's, moving around on the rubber as the track drops away beneath them, going to the compression, then firing out the other side towards Tête Rouge. Absolutely magical. You know what? You don't need a car that can do 200 miles an hour down the straight for a spectacular car to watch in racing. You get fabulous bunches, and the earlier the category, the more eclectic the mix is. So that always makes it absolutely fabulous. And don't remember, it's the little and the large has always been the story of motor racing, particularly at somewhere like Le Mans. So you are going to have huge differences in the appearance of the cars, their performance, but you know they will all be driven not only with gusto, but also, I feel, with brio as well.
Ah, brio. Now I tend to drive with brioche.
Yes, so there
which
you go.
is a completely different.
Do you drive the Ferrari bread van?
Oh, very good. Very good. Yes.
Mr. Baker. Right, well, we seem to have something orange and green out on the track.
That'll be a 7. Can you hear yourself think in the grandstands? If not, that'll be the 767.
Right. 4-rotor engine, an awful lot of ear-splitting noise. It didn't work to start with, but they took about 3 or 4 years with some really clever guys getting behind it. Very, very well-run team with Pierre Dieudonné, sort of racer turned team manager, making it work. People like Alan Docking in the background as well, doing the technical side and the team management side. And then it came good. And
Jack Hicks was involved as well. But Pierre Dieudonné was one of the people who, now with WRT,
indeed,
of course, Vincent Vos, did a lovely interview with Pierre 5 years ago now. And we replayed it actually at Le Mans this year. So again, that is on radiolemans.com if you search for it. Just about how it all came together. The 4-rotor engine. They're only about 600 cc's, the rotary engines, but there's 4 of them, so it's about 2.5 litres, but of course it's not the same swept volume as a reciprocating piston engine. Works very, very differently, and they were pretty thirsty on fuel, and one of the reasons that 1991 became such a success for them was they successfully petitioned to get a bigger fuel allowance, and the following year the car came back and they reduced the fuel allowance. They couldn't run it at as high at RPM, and these things rev for fun. And if you've ever driven a rotary car now, thanks to Mazda UK, Owen Mildenhall and the rest of the team, I've driven one of their road-going RX3s, which were hugely popular in Australia, raced in Australia. Mazda France ran one here at the 24 hours. Would be great to see one recreated to look like that. And there were a few races, or like a lot of races, but even the little RX3, the way that the revs rise are like nothing else. It's almost, in fact, it's almost 2-stroke. Like it just wing and it's there. As soon as you put your foot on the front,
and it wasn't only in sports cars. They also used to race in events like the Spa 24 Hours when it was a saloon car race. And it was almost always, if you heard of Mazda Rotary, it was Vanden Beek and Coronel, father of Tom and Tim, out there racing. But actually, after a while, if you were trying to stay up through the night to write your reports, I was journalising then, not to, you go, oh, please just break down. They were so ear-splitting that it was all very personal. But it's a trademark, and whenever this car gets to run in anger, and if people have never heard a four-rotor engine spinning around a Wankel engine, by the way, 2,616cc was the apparent equivalent, and it was knocking out 710 horsepower. Allegedly, but popping and banging, but mainly screaming around a circuit. They made it work. And when people hear it for the first time, they go, oh my, what is happening?
It was very clever because the rotary units were effectively single units, and you just bolted them together. So there was a single, a twin, a triple, and this was the quad rotor car. It's not like the difference between a single cylinder, a two-cylinder, a three-cylinder, and a four-cylinder, because they're all rotating and not going up and down in different rates. Very, very clever piece of engineering. And that modular design that they had, actually Porsches did it on tractors way back down through the years with single cylinder, piston single cylinder. It was a single unit, a double, a triple, or a quad for the Master. But Mazda absolutely nailed the rotary engine. NSU had tried to make it work beforehand. If you've got a good memory, you'll remember the NSU R080, very futuristic looking car that had an electronic clutch, a very early version of almost a paddle shift. You could move the gear lever without having to touch the clutch pedal. It had a micro switch in the gearbox. Very clever car, but they couldn't make it the Wankel motor, the rotary engine work like Mazda did.
No, I was talking to a completely car-crazed friend of mine. I said, do you think it'd be interesting if I owned an R080? I really don't recommend it at all. Too many things to go wrong. In some ways, there are fewer things to go wrong, but I thought I knew what he meant.
Yeah, exactly right. And Mazda, of course, not only being the only rotary engine, but were the only Japanese manufacturer. Many had come, many had tried, many had failed. But in the renowned colours, in 1991, Renown, a clothing manufacturer, and in these classic colours of the bright green and orange, and they came, saw and conquered in 1991, and we had to wait a long time before Toyota joined the club, and the first message that the Toyota team got was from Mazda Sport saying, welcome to the Japanese Winners Club at Le Mans, which I thought was really, really class. I remember the guys at Toyota telling me that and how good that was. Mazda in the UK did a 24-car special edition in the renowned colours, painted, including the stitching marks of the Mazda MX-5 at the time. Highly sought after now, those cars.
So I've returned to tell you that I didn't catch up with the team, but the big opinion in the paddock is definitely run out of fuel.
Yeah, run out of fuel.
Jordan.
Thank you.
I also noticed before this car went out, it is Terrada driving it today.
Yujiro Terrada, who raced more times at the more than anyone else. Fabulous enthusiast, even now when he has quite a few candles on his birthday cake. But absolutely, you know,
they're rotary candles, though.
Yes, as you try and blow them out, they spin past you.
Yes,
78, I believe.
78.
Yes.
Lovely man.
Look at that car, though, gentlemen. It is such a great design, such a classic design. It's another one of less is more. It's another one of that era. And actually, Cadillac have gone to this idea with their Evo kit for the current hypercar of getting the rear wing down and back, and that short cut-off overhang at the back, the big shovel nose on the front. Squint, and that's an LMH car. The current LMH cars remind me absolutely of this era, early 90s era of the cars that we were seeing here.
I think it was Nigel Stroud's chassis design. Nigel Stroud, ex of Hesketh Racing.
It was, you know, we were just talking about the livery with the renowned colours and stuff, but in the previous years, because it wasn't the first attempt for Mazda to win this thing, their cars were sort of white with blue on them, or just white and really plain. They suddenly went, let's go orange and green, have an Argyle check. And it timed in very well. I think they sold a lot of socks after that in that
yes,
particular delivery. Are you wearing some today, Andrew? No, you've changed.
Well, they're special socks that bought me. One's got a checkered flag and one's got racing cars. John said this morning not wearing socks. Yeah, might be another pair like them, of course.
Group C car at IMSA GTP, Kevlar and carbon fibre composite monocoque. With that quad rotor.
In fact, I've just had a little look at the book and I've forgotten that one of the Mazdas in 1990, the year before they took victory, did run in a very similar livery. That was the charged liveried car, but orange and green, but mainly they ran with white with sort of blue slab sides. And weren't expecting.
Mazda Speed there was good.
Indeed.
So the quad rotor was the R26B, which was 2,616cc, as Bruce said. We should also say it was naturally aspirated as well. There's no turbos on this thing, but the whole car, 830 kilos. Just incredible. Loved it. Part of the success was they had to move the radiators on the car from the early machines, and they had a variable intake system, which for its time, and this was for the 91 cars, for its time was absolutely revolutionary. And the ECU, there were like little telescopes. The ECU controlled it so that you got a different ram air intake effect. And they also changed the suspension geometry on the car as well, which meant that you put the bigger wheels on and the bigger tyres, notably at the front of the car.
But that engine noise, that note, so shrill, isn't it? Lives up with the Matra V12, I think, in my lexicon of great racing sounds.
Yeah, 650 horsepower, 485 kilowatts. But it was always the worry about the fuel consumption. All Japan Sports Prototype Championship for the first 787, that was in 1990. Stephanie Hansen was involved, Bertrand Gachot,
David Kennedy for a long time.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Johnny Herbert as well, of course.
Oh, Johnny Herbert, yeah.
Giro Terrada.
Johnny Herbert did demonstrate this car, I think it was 5 years ago.
He told me he got into his original overall.
You've stolen what I was going to say.
As well.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm very sorry. Patrick Dempsey drove it as well, actually.
Yeah.
And absolutely loved it. Why would you not? Super, super loud. And I remember, so it would have either been 90, because I wasn't here in 91, so it was either 90 or 92 when it came back and wasn't as successful. In the days before RSL was even thought of, when I was a witness tool of management in the, actually no, still am, just in case the responsible adult is listening.
Wash your mouth out.
Yeah, stop it, very good. And in those days you could get away sometimes in the middle of the night and go and grab some sleep. I was over in Chongqing with the windows open in the bedroom of the garage that has become mine down through the years with the Trontan family with whom we stayed for 24 years. And you could hear that car all night. And you kind of even knew where it was on the track because you could hear it. And the only time, you sort of fell asleep. The time that you woke up was when the safety cars were out and the noise subsided. You could hear a lot of the cars in those days. The big thump of the Sauber Mercedes with the big cross-plane crank V8s. They had a completely different noise that hit you right in the sternum. But that Mazda was absolute marvellous.
Just had a quick word down in the paddock with Will Kadori, who was on the front row, telling me they had a few electrical problems with the car in the night session. I'm pretty sure they got it sorted. And I saw Rob Huff down there as well. He was driving with Richard Mines tells me that he's only been to Le Mans once before. Huffy. Really? Yeah, in 2018 he drove on the Richards Spice. Tyre delaminated quite early on, so he hasn't done many laps
in the
around
classic.
Yes, in the classic. Yes, he's never done the main race, I think.
have.
Should have, yeah.
He'd have fit right in.
And I'm being told that that Nissan is running in a Daytona specification as opposed to a Le Mans one.
Okay.
The two Nissans are run by two different organisations, of course.
Right.
Yeah, Motor Historics ran number 24, which Richard Mines' car.
Scott Sport run the other one.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's have a quick look at the grid then for a brand new grid for Le Mans Classic for the Legend. We've seen quite a number of these cars in the past as an invitational class. 16 entered. It will only grow from here. So 2 years' time, when we're talking to you about these cars again, we'll say, yes, we remember 2 years ago when there were 16 here, and look how many there are now. So Olivier Galland on pole position in the C1 class. C1, C2 and C3 categories here. And the sort of mirroring what we had in period. These are all early to mid 80s and into the very early 90s. So Nissan R90 CK for Olivier Galland with the Lola chassis. Philippe Cadori, 962 Porsche. Then on the inside of the second for Ivan Vercoute with the Porsche. Then Richard Mines, he can pedal that Nissan as well. Klaus Abelen is the best of the C3 cars, and that's a bit of an interesting car in itself for Klaus Abelen. Klaus, of course, who is probably better known for his exploits on the Nürburgring Nordschleife and particularly in the Nürburgring 24-hour race, and of course made history with his Fricadelli Ferrari 296, winning that race overall, not a factory entry. Had some factory drivers, not Ferrari factory drivers,
no.
I should mention. He assembled an absolutely all-star cast for that and won the first ever win for Ferrari. Now concentrating on racing some of his classics. Hiroki Nagai and another 962 in sixth. Alejandro Walter Chawan in the Spice, which we're going to talk about because that's another very interesting car, and so on and so forth. Nicolas Deatria in the Lola T9210. Jan Magnussen out in the Tiger.
Not starting it.
Right. Who's starting it then?
Well, a new driver in that. I think it's Christian Hope. He's another.
Yeah, Christian Hope.
Danish driver. He's a gentleman driver.
Right.
He's not been here before, and still learning the ropes really.
Okay.
Because normally Jack Fabi drives that car.
Yeah, Jack's been sort of pairing. I had a little chat with him earlier, who's loving the meeting. But
yeah,
you know, there are always logistical issues for NETs when you've got to move cars around paddocks that are full of people. But that's just part of this meeting. It'll be refined year on year on year.
Look at those 962s. So we were talking about identifying the 962s by their paintwork. The pink 962 is the 88. That's Philip Cadori.
Who drove that car originally, Bruce? I seem to remember.
JJ Leto, Manuel Reuter, James Weaver, but the RLR one. And if you look at the front end, it's got a different shape of headlights as well, because Richard Lloyd Racing changed pretty much everything they possibly
And that's funny because the old James Weaver always wore pink shirts in the paddock, didn't he?
Pink socks. He raced in pink socks. That was his lucky charm.
Great guy and terrific driver. Most of his success over in the States.
Well,
Dyson Racing.
Weaver and Andy Wallace, they went to the States as two very accomplished British drivers, and they had an absolute ball. So much so that they refused to tell anybody else how much fun they were having.
Yes,
they didn't want anyone else to come over. They admitted that to me because it was like it was the best kept secret, and they wanted to keep that secret.
And you could certainly imagine that James's unbelievably dry sense of humour would have left a lot of people open mouthed until they got the jokes after he'd left the room, pretty much. If you're going to have a good comment, drop it in and leave.
Love to work with those guys in the early years of the World Series in the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Quite an unusual car just going through shot. It's the Lola T9210. Of course, that was the right car for the wrong time because Group C stopped at the end of that year. But with the Judd engine, what a screamer that was as well. Glory.
A lot of Formula One technology in thinking.
It was a Formula One car with bodywork.
Yeah, absolutely.
British-built car, but designed by a Dutchman and driven in the race by Dutchmen.
Indeed. They've certainly had one.
They certainly had one. I think they only built 2.
Yeah, Nicola Dieterin is the driver down for that today.
Yes, I don't know his history.
And just looking down the order, all 16 of the cars seem to be in the pack. The last will be the Dave Carrascus-driven Harrier, a car that raced on for about a great deal of time after it was invented in many ways. Sponsored by, well, covering the colours of the great Ormond Street Hospital, a fabulous hospital in London for cancer patients.
So the Richard, go ahead. Richard Mines Nissan is the Bailey Brancatelli car, but not the car that did. So they used a different car in qualifying when Blundell
did. Stuck up.
Yeah, yes. And the radio stopped working.
Well, that's what Mark says.
Yeah.
The main thing that got stuck was Mark's foot flat on the floor, I think.
He tells the story brilliantly, and it's the build-up to it. It's not just about that happening, it was the build-up. He'd been so frustrated. In those days, there was no hyperpole or anything like that. No, you could put a lap in any of the sessions. He'd not had a clear lap all week, and he goes out, and they've strapped on qualifying tyres, which you were allowed to do in those days, and he takes the first lap pretty easily because you couldn't go any quicker, and he goes across, and the moment he went full throttle, he realised there was something different. He gets a call on the radio, he's going out of Turk Rouge. The wastegate's stuck, you'll have to abort the lap, and he thought, no, I'm not going to. Except he describes it more forcefully than that, and then basically unplugged his radio from the helmet.
And Brancatelli, they didn't want Brancatelli in the car, the two Brits, but in the end they had to have him.
Le Mans Classic legend, Plateau number 7 is Group C. And we've got 42 minutes of racing with the Nissan and the Porsche on the front row, and it's the Nissan from pole position that jumps away. And Olivier Gallant then converts his earned pole position into a lead. The pink Porsche, Philippe Cadori, in second position. Watch out for the other Porsches coming through as they head under the Goodyear Eagle Bridge and down. Oh, look at that. Look at that. How evocative is that in the fading light of a Saturday to see Group C cars going through the Old Forest S's, Bruce Jones, and heading towards Turk Rouge.
All that would have been different was, of course, race start would have been 4 in the afternoon, the sun would be stronger, but there's something about the lowering light that just adds magic to these cars. Through Turk Rouge they sweep, and then this is the point they can really open it up for the first time around the lap, down towards the first chicane. Field spreading out a bit, but of course further back you've got cars that are running in the C2 category, nowhere near as much horsepower. Expect them to spread out, but right now with the Nissan fighting against the Porsche right at the front of the field, this is exactly how it was in period.
Top 4 are all 1990 cars. Then we've got a couple of 1991 cars. So exactly as these are cars that would have raced, at least of the type, not necessarily double yellows at Daytona. Somebody has had a spin at the first chicane. And it's the Repsol fat turbo car, the Brun Porsche.
That's a Hiroaki Nagai car, and he races a lot in the Far East in Japanese GT series, GT World Challenge Asia, but he has a selection of cars, and he snapped this one up a few years ago. FAT, it was the last ever 956, 962 built 1991. It was one of the mechanics came out and said, I was one of the people that built it.
Brilliant.
It's the very best one.
Love that.
He got into racing quite late in life.
He did.
He went to single-seater route for a while, if I remember.
Hiroaki Nagai, yeah.
And anyway, Olivier Gallant in the lead. Our family produces fragrances for different perfume manufacturers. Believe it or not. But Olivier actually lives in Dubai at the moment.
Now, when we were talking about 956s and 962s, you had the ace preparers. We talked to Brun. We also had Jost, who went on to do fabulous things. And their car in the race is the Vercuter number 7. It's the Blaupunkt, the blue spot, the blue point. Car running in the original livery there. Ex-Derek Bell, Frank Jelinski, hatched up 4th here in 1990. So a car with big pedigree, a great little battle with Klaus Abelin in the Haveline livery 962C, which was run by the Andretti family. Fairly famous, I gather, at Daytona. Built by Andy Arl. You know the story of this one, Andy.
Well,
Arl?
The chassis was built by Fabcar in America.
Amazing, isn't it, nowadays, when you think about how tightly homologated everything is. And then you had these cars, that 962C from 1991, that is listed as a Porsche. Porsche, that was a different chassis manufacturer from other 962s.
Different type of material for the chassis.
Absolutely.
The carbon chassis. Most of the others got aluminium, and then
hence the C. The C's for the carbon chassis.
Yeah, Richard Lloyd, of course, produced. Again, I think Nigel Stroud was involved in those cars. The Richard Lloyd Porsches, which again had a different chassis.
Well, Philip Kaddouri this is the Richard Lloyd car we're talking about there with the property man from Hong Kong, and that's underestimating a big time. Philip Kaddouri. Properties and hotels, they own them. Lots of them.
Yeah, he's the CEO of Peninsula Hotels. He also is a great helicopter pilot and has a helicopter company. But he's a lovely chap, actually. And started his racing sort of Ferrari Challenge, didn't he? But he goes really well now.
That pink livery, we tracked that down, didn't we?
Yeah.
That pink livery of what the sponsor was.
I think that was might be another Japanese clothing
It is,
company.
Italian.
That car also ran with the spats.
Hold on,
the
it's
rear
suddenly
wheels.
slowing.
Slowed, oh no.
You've done it again, Andrew.
Well, no, but he told me that they had electrical problems in them last night. And I reckon there's a reoccurrence of that.
Well,
So
we had a problem in the NASCAR event because people were running out of fuel, but you don't run out of fuel at the end of the opening lap of the race. So
you say that, Bruce, and interestingly, the guys running the two Nissans have got to keep the turbo wound down because they could run out of fuel if they turn it right up.
Even at a 42-minute race?
Even at a 42-minute
Wow,
race.
okay. Very interesting. Through goes the FAT Repsol car. I can't ever see Repsol on a Porsche. It wasn't that colour actually, because that's the more red and white one, but the full Repsol car, I cannot ever think of that without the Repsol car that ground to a halt at the Mulsanne corner. That would have been 89,
Oh, yeah.
90.
Do you remember the TV pictures?
Yes.
Of Jesus Pereira, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right, literally crying. He climbed down the car.
I just remember him walking away at the signalling pits, not even a backward glance to the car, did take his helmet off to start with, and then when we came back to it, he was sobbing his heart out. One of his co-drivers had hurt himself in one of the support races that year, like Renault 19 Cup or something like that. I'll have to go back and find that out now. I just remember it was something odd. There was a big shunt at the start line, cars getting rolled over, and therefore he didn't want to do that with the driver. So Jesus Pereira had driven pretty much all of the night, and he doubled and triple stinted, and triple stinting in those days meant 3 hours. 3 hours plus.
the cars are more physical as well.
Absolutely. It was an incredible. He put his heart and soul in, and they were on for it. They were nailed on for a podium.
How do you like your spices?
Oh,
Racing
yeah.
is how I like
Racing,
my
yeah.
spices. Down to the second chicane they come, the Listerine livery cars just in front, Alejandro Chawan, but certainly Patrick Dobreby is keeping him very honest. Then a little bit further back after its early spin, there's Hiroaki Nagai, the FAT International liveried Porsche 962C, and tucked in behind Nicolas Bellou, clearly with the surname as unusual as that, related to Philippe Bellou, who was the sort of technical frontman at Rondo, side by side, exactly how you want them, and this is what we want to see cars doing what they did in period.
Brilliant stuff to see that. That is the battle for the C2 lead at 6th and 7th position. Look at that FAT turbo car, the Turbo Express car. Look at the back wing on that, and then compare it to some of the other cars. There were more than subtle differences to the aerodynamics of the 962s down through the years.
Just a little word as we look at that C2 battery. Number 111, which is in front, that's the Work Spice car that won by, get this, in 1988. There wasn't always strength in depth. It won the C2 class by almost 200 miles with the driver lineup, top driver lineup, Gordon Spice, Ray Bell and Pierre de Toisy. But you have to remember, not always the class is all super strong. In the early days C2, it was a case of getting to the finish. But I must say, when I look at these Spices, they look absolutely fantastic. And then you get the one with the Buick engine, and it sounds even better. That is a tub thumper. Raced in IMSA spec, Cal Mika driving one of those.
The C2s, this era of C2, I think look better. The slightly earlier series of C2 had to use the same windscreen as the same one cars, and it kind of threw the proportions out. They also had very, very small wheels. When I think back to the post office car and the Ford car that the guys from RML ran. They were great little race cars, but they're just slightly out of proportion. That was the regulations. There was nothing you could do about that. There were very small diameter wheels and big windscreen.
I was involved in the sponsorship of those cars with Royal Mail and Swift Air.
Yeah.
And I once had to accompany Postman Pat on the grid at Brands Hatch.
With his black and white cats?
Jess was not there, not allowed at the racetrack.
Brandsman, very, very
But
particular.
the funny thing was, Postman Pat was getting asked for a lot of autographs, and that really peed off the drivers, which I think was David.
And I'm taking this for somebody in a big form costume.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah,
yes, I think it would probably be hot in there.
Postman Pat, for those that don't know, a very popular
Children's
stop motion animation.
Oh yeah, but a book, children's book.
Book and stop animation.
Yeah, but that was a good program with Swift Air.
Yeah, it was.
And Malik, of course, did a terrific job with those cars. And David Leslie, particularly.
Henry was the Ford-powered car, and then you had.
That's it.
Obviously, Pat was the
had Metro engine in one.
Yeah, that was the derivative of the 6R4. Engine. So the FAT 962C of Klaus Abelin picking his way through. Of Hiroki Nagai, who had that little incident earlier on, picking his way through the C2 battle. This is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. And you can see that those little C2s do not give up a lot of pace.
They don't. You've got a Cosworth 3.5 litre DFL engine in there. Sort of an iteration of the Formula 1 engine. I think Fat Auto was a transfer.
It is.
FAT International.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So it's now actually Ferdinand Porsche's race company, and he's got a whole brand now using that Fat Turbo livery, FAT livery. We've lost Philip Kaduri, by the way. In the number 88.
Yeah, well, we saw him slowing, didn't we?
Yeah, remember, he just got to the end of the first lap and he's suddenly on the start straight. Yeah. That put Olivier Gallon in a lead at the start of that lap of the best part of half a minute. I mean, it was going to be a tussle for glory between the pair of them, and we've lost one of the key players. So Klaus Abelin into second place, but even Verkuter, number 7 Porsche, that's the Blaupunkt car, the US car, in third. It's only 3.5 seconds further down, and Nicholas Dieteren in the Lola T9210, the car that, as we said, looked a bit like a Formula 1 car with bodywork. He's running in 4th place, all running very close to the 4-minute lap. Apart from our race leader, Olivier Gallon, he doesn't do 4 minutes, he does 3 minutes and 46.
Wow. Bruce, you know I like looking into the backgrounds of some of these people and what they do. Ivan Verkuter runs the sovereign fund of Luxembourg.
He's your man. I remember you got very excited when you found that out last year. That is one of the beauties of historic racing, because a lot of people have come to it after they've made their money, and we all know you need to make lots of money to go racing, and particularly in cars as lovely as this. And so they have an amazing array of jobs across absolutely across the board.
Let's head down to the pit lane and find out what's going on with one of our competitors. We managed to pull a team manager out who's standing by with Franssen.
De retour dans la pit lane de ce circuit des 24 heures avec une voiture dont on parle beaucoup depuis le début du week-end, c'est la fameuse Rondo M382 de Nicolas Bellou et Maxence Châtelier. Maxence qui est prêt à monter dans cette voiture. Daniel Ménager à mes côtés, l'association Jean Rondeau. Daniel, ça se passe bien visiblement. La voiture est en piste. On a eu un peu peur aux essais avec ce petit problème technique, mais tout va bien.
Oui, l'association Jean Rondeau effectivement se porte plutôt bien. On est très respectueux de notre grand-mère à tous. Effectivement, elle a quelques caprices, mais bon, on respecte, c'est normal. 42 ans en sommeil, on l'a réveillée un peu brutalement. Bon, voilà. Là, pour l'instant, tout se passe bien. On a eu quelques soucis de fuite d'huile, mais sur des détails, quoi. Donc maintenant, là, on est très content et puis on croise les doigts.
On peut dire que c'est une véritable question de passion entre tous ces membres de l'équipe de l'association Jean Rondeau.
Ben, cette passion-là, je pense qu'on l'a depuis les années 75, 76. Et on a eu la chance de pouvoir tous se retrouver il y a 3 ans quand nous avons repris l'association. Et avec le projet de restauration de cette voiture, La passion est revenue tout naturellement, mais je crois qu'elle nous avait vraiment jamais quittés.
Difficult to be in Le Mans without speaking about this French constructor, Jean Hindhaugh, so close of the history of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Thank you, Vincent. Just to square that circle on FAT, it was originally a logistics company which did a lot of transport for clothing brands, and the motorsport sponsorship back in that period was to highlight the express delivery service, hence FAT Express. Overall victory in 1994 with the Dower 962, or with the 962 LM, sorry. Now, they produce clothing now and do events, FAT Ice Race, Mankai, and the FAT Karting League. And 30 Porsche has bought back FAT or FA Turbo Express Racing, and along with Proton Competition, you might remember they competed with that livery in a Porsche 963 in the World Endurance Championship as a privateer, and they haven't been able to do that because there's no Porsche factory entry. However, that car still exists, and there is some thought that 30 Porsche and Proton, Christian Reed at Proton, might take that car to the Asian Le Mans Series and try and move that on. I had a very interesting conversation with 30 Porsche's, one of 30 Porsche's executive assistants at a function at Le Mans 24 Hours, and she's just left that organisation to go and work for somebody who's coming into the WEC. But really gave me a really big insight. I hadn't realised that 30 Porsche had been involved in buying back that brand effectively and turning it into a brand again. So as far as I'm aware, the actual original logistics company doesn't exist anymore, but it's been turned into a clothing brand and a racing brand again, which, given that it's 30 Porsche who's done it, I quite like the fact that that's good for us.
I think so too, and actually it's very handy if you've got a name on a car. If you've just got 3 letters, you can make a very smart backdrop and they will stand out day or night. Obviously that's why it works here so well. Lovely to see so many shots of this Rondo. We just heard from the team manager down there. This is Nicolas Bendou, as I said, part of the family that was deeply involved in the team. You know, the best part of it, let's do some maths, 45 years ago, 44 years ago. Yeah. This car though, it's not quite matching the pace of the C2 battle in front of it, but it's very close. So it should. 3.9 litre Cosworth DFL. At the time, the drivers said, no, we must have the 3.9, and the team was saying to them in 82, a lot of vibrations from that. Why don't you go for a slightly smaller engine one? But they reckon, no, we'll take the extra 60 horsepower. What happened? It didn't work for them.
No.
Imagine that, but we all want more horsepower.
If we see that car again, just remind yourself of the early 917s that we saw and that swoopy bodywork. There's more than a passing resemblance between those two cars.
Well, there's the Harrier parked up, the Great Ormond Street Hospital livery there, and Dave Carrascus, gosh, he's got exactly the same helmet design as he did when he raced Sports 2000 for many years long ago.
40 years ago.
Now, meanwhile, the Porsche 962C of Philippe Cadori came to a grinding halt at the end of the first lap. Let's find out why.
And we are in the pits without the car, but with the driver, Philippe Cadori, driver of the car 88. It's a Porsche 962C. Philippe, what happened? Where is the car?
Unfortunately, we've retired the car. We had an issue yesterday during the practice session, and the alternator failed. In the dark, it was a bit scary because no lights. I was lucky to find a bit of light. Today, it failed on the end of the first lap, so I managed to pull in, and thankfully I'm not waiting on the side of the track very far away, but it's a shame. There's a lot of preparation put in by the team, by the drivers to get the cars here, and it's a shame that it didn't work out this time. But I've got another race with Legends of Le Mans later, and I'm very happy to be here with my father enjoying together.
Okay, explain us, Philippe, how is it to drive a Group C car, this kind of Porsche here in Le Mans? It's just magic.
I'm sad that I'm not racing now because
the Group C cars come alive at Le Mans. They're made for these incredibly fast tracks, huge straights, and very high downforce cornering. It's really magic here. It's very, very special, and we always wait for it every year. I'm glad that the one grid that's consistent every year is the Group C grid, and I'm looking forward to being back here next year.
Thank you very much, Philippe Cadory. Pas de chance pour Philippe Cadory, malheureusement contraint à l'abandon avec un problème d'alternateur sur la Porsche 962C. Il espère participer à l'une des deux autres courses restantes au programme.
Yeah, I think that's a massively good point that Philippe Cadory makes about the wide open spaces, about the longer runs. Of course, a lot of these cars in period, they would have changed things like diff settings, so they would have changed the final drive ratios, even the gearboxes. They'll tend, for some of the shorter tracks, actually just not to use top gear, sometimes not even the top two gears. But here, this is what they were designed for, Bruce, and the car. If it was a horse, you would say you were giving it its head, you were going to let it go, let it off the bridle.
Made for purpose, made for this track above all others. Of course, in period, all these cars were racing in a variety of tracks all around the world in what was then the World Sports Car Championship. But this, as it is now, is still by far the biggest race of the year, by far the most important one. Whether you're a manufacturer when you're desperate for glory, or whether you're a driver who just want to put it on your list. But these cars will be fabulous to race around here. And we're looking at the battle for second place. Klaus Abelin working very, very hard indeed. He's got in front of Yvon Vercouter. They've been very close together. Blaupunkt car just tucked in behind two Porsche 962Cs, but they are the best part of a minute down on our race-leading Nissan R90 CK of Olivier Galland. Galland tends to win races. Oh, yes, we've just... Oh, coming into the pits at this point. Yep. Here we go.
So this is the first of the scheduled stops. I was just about to say, if we see those two cars, look at the difference in the shape of the rear wing. I was talking about the Hiroki Nagai 962C earlier on, the fat turbo car. Look at how that one is integrated into the rear bodywork. The car that's just come into the pits, the Yvon Vercouter car, that car has got a much lower wing, much more shaped end plates, and Klaus's car has got big bulbous end plates. They're all a 962, but there's 1 year between them. But there are just so many little detailed differences that you just wouldn't get nowadays, where a 963, generally speaking, unless it's an Evo, is the same as the next 963, is the same as the next 963, because that's the regulations. The Lola in the pits.
Yeah, the Lola in the pits. Again, you look at the Lola, and that's another iteration. It's a year or so younger, and it's just all about aerodynamics. But to me, probably the car that works it the hardest is the R90 CK, the Nissan, the blue, white and red car in the background of the shot, going about it in a very different way, which I like. I like the fact if you took all the colours off these cars, you know which is the Nissan, which is the Porsche, which is the Lola. All achieving the same aim, or aiming for the same target, but not all hitting it.
Richard Mines, very clever there, sitting in behind the Porsche. And as soon as he managed to pull into his own space, actually caught the Porsche up a little bit, let the car roll on the pit lane speed limiter.
Okay, Rob Huff in, and Richard Mines out there, racing together increasingly here. The fans being put in, the coolers to keep that Lola. It's still a hot day, it might be getting close to just gone 7:30 at night here in the south, but these cars, no car likes getting overheated.
Notice they've got the louvres over the front wheels covered on that car. That's again aero for the long straights here. And they are still open at the back, but there was a variety of bits that you could put in. I noticed one of the cars earlier on actually had part of theirs covered. It looks like it's completely closed, but they are just so close to it. And look at again, that rear wing. Look at the rear wing end plates. That's reminds me of the Toyota GT1, the GT-ONE that came along a bit later on. Right, let's get down to the pit lane. We saw the Harrier come in. Let's find out what's happened to that.
Let's speak about the car, maybe less known than the others. The Harrier LR4, driven by Dave Carrascas. There, first of all, this Harrier is a former C2 car.
Yes, it's a C2 car. It was actually first raced in 1984. but the person that owned it didn't have a very large budget, so it never raced internationally. It did Thundersports in Britain and also the British C2 Championship, although it did do one inter-series race at Brands Hatch, which is why it's eligible to be here.
And unfortunately, the race is over for you. What's the problem?
We had a gearbox problem. Either I've broken a gear or maybe a shaft, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to get it apart and see what's the problem.
Voilà, effectivement, avec un abandon pour cette arrière LR4 exactement, avec un problème de boîte de vitesse. Dave Carrascas vient de nous l'annoncer. Il ne désespère pas d'être au départ demain après une réparation d'usage sur cette boîte de vitesse.
Always the Achilles heel here at Le Mans. You had to always be careful with gearboxes. Remember the first year I came in '89, the Jaguars were all worried about their gearboxes, and actually their gearbox mechanic was killed in a road accident just before they knocked over outside the restaurant on the Nadir, and they were already worried about their gearboxes, and they had terrible trouble. But kept them winning the race. That was a Sauber Mercedes year in '89. Leaders first and second, by the way, in the pit lane, Olivier Gallon and Klaus Abelen. Patrick Joby went through in the Spice, so the SE90 leads the little C2 car.
Be interesting to see what sort of lap times Huffy can do compared with Gallant. Gallant's used to it. Hasn't done that much work in it, but you know, we've got a former World Touring Car champion now.
Huffy can drive anything quickly.
He can, yeah. I mean, sort of came up first with MGBs, didn't he?
Well, he's kept that going. If he has a chance, he goes and races his MGB, keeps him honest. But it gave him an understanding that meant when he hit the historic racing scene, he knew that tyres that didn't have much grip could be made to look wrecked. So.
Yeah. And if you're comfortable with a car that's moving around, because it's meant to move around, then when you get in a car that's not meant to move around, that starts to move around, you deal with it. And I think that's absolutely the way forward. Huffy, of course, got his big break on a reality TV show when he won the Seat front-wheel drive championship that was part of a TV show that got him into touring cars, and he absolutely grabbed that with both hands. Would have been very easy to take one and done in that. He didn't. He established himself and has had a cracking career.
I always thought one of the best nicknames in motor racing wasn't for the driver but for his father. Huffy's father, just known as Huff Daddy.
Huff
just
Daddy.
makes me laugh. I have no idea what it's referring to.
Well, those two Argentine guys are really pushing on nicely with that Spice. We've seen them in our Classic Series.
The
driving really well, yeah.
So Ralph Kellner's now aboard the number 7 962 that's out in second place. Olivier Gallant, I think, did he stay aboard?
Yeah, he's on his series cars. Occasionally he shows with his dad, but that's about it.
Klaus Abelen.
No, he keeps his own counsel.
He's got.
So
yeah,
let's head down to the pit lane where we can have a word with the ever-dashing Richard Mines with our ever-dashing sponsor.
Back in the pitch with Mr. Richard Mines and this other Nissan car number 24. Richard, how was it this first stint?
A little bit hot, but what an amazing experience. I mean, Le Mans in a Nissan that was on pole here in 1990. Fantastic.
Fantastic. The second driver is Rob Huff, so you are confident for the second part of the race?
Yeah, I mean, Rob is known to have some speed, as you probably know, so, and he loves the car, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm sure he'll do well.
You told me 2 minutes ago it was quite hot in the car.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You told me 2 minutes ago it was quite hot in the car.
Yeah, it's very hot. And as I say, that we took the power steering off because it has very heavy steering. I think there's something not quite right, but it's very physical. I used to be able to do the whole 40 minutes, now I couldn't. Not with that, but it's you look where you are and you go, come on, it's good to beat. Eh?
Richard Mines, volant de la Nissan numéro 24, la voiture qui était partie à l'époque depuis la pole position. Il dit c'est un véritable bonheur de rouler ici sur le circuit du Mans avec cette voiture. Et comme on peut le remarquer, il faisait très chaud dans cette voiture avec une direction qui est un peu dure par moment.
So the time that Rob Huff has to beat in C1 is that was set earlier by the other Nissan R90 CK. That's a 3 minutes 45.14. And that car under Richards' tutelage did a 4:05. So how fast can Huffy go in that number 24? The answer will probably be quite quick, I would think.
Just looking back at last year when we had the Group C race as a support and not as a plateau, and Vicoutre and Cullen's won both races last year, and the second race was actually one from Cadore and Gallant, who didn't finish, I think, in the first. And 2004, the champions in Group C in our what was then called the Peter Auto Series was actually Richard Mines, then driving with a chap called Andrew Bentley.
Oh, I know Andrew very well.
Yeah, he's done a lot of the European Le Mans Series races over the years.
Still does.
Driver from your part of the world, isn't he?
Yeah.
Actually, almost in both cases.
Yeah.
He starts in the northeast and has moved down to close to you in the middle of England.
Absolutely, and still does a lot of driver coaching. Was at the saw him very briefly at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. He was doing some driver coaching in the for the Road to Le Mans series.
Yeah. Well, there is no dignity, is there, in motor racing sometimes? I've just seen Georges Caban being dragged by his shoulders out of the car. You know, unless you're about 1 meter 50 and weigh nothing, getting in and out of this car would have been, you know, an elegant moment. But
have you seen George?
I have seen George. I'm just beating around the bush on that one. So there we go. But okay, so a large man getting out of a small door. We'll leave it at that. But anyhow, we just heard from Richard Mines. He's talked about how hot it will be in the car. It will be for all of them. Can I just throw a little number at you when we're looking at the Nissan R90 CKs? Obviously, the race is being led by number one, which is the one driven by Olivier Gallon. But the car that took pole in 1990, we talked about Blundell. Shall I give you the horsepower figure when it was overboosting?
Oh, I bet.
1,228 brake horsepower.
Excellent. I knew it was in the four figures.
The only car that's ever got close to that was the Porsche 917 Can-Am cars, I think.
Yeah. In fact, they were close to it probably a bit more often. And I remember speaking to Derek Bell when he driven one up the hill at Goodwood, which is very narrow and steep. And he sort of tried to say wow, but you know, Derek's driven everything at immense speed, but he was going, it's just phenomenal. I didn't even touch the performance potential. So around Bridgehampton, good, not so good up the Goodwood Hill climb.
The big diesel cars ran over 900 horsepower all the time, and then they turned them up because they had so much power and torque actually that they ran ridiculous downforce levels on the shorter tracks as opposed to just about here. So they probably were over 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, but it was the torque that was their friend, wasn't it? So it meant you
had 5 gears sometimes. Didn't need anything else. Ralph Kellner's has just done a 48.6.
So just on the exit of Arnage, we have a Parker. It's one of the Nissans.
That's Rob Huff, is it not?
No, I think it could be Olivier Gallon, maybe.
It's definitely Gallant.
It's Gallant, you're right. Oh my goodness, we'll get back to that in a second.
Toujours dans un pit lane du circuit des 24 heures avec Georges Caban à mes côtés, la marche 85G qui est couvée par l'équipe CMR. Georges, à vous voir sortir de la voiture, c'était physique.
Je pense un peu. C'est très très physique et puis il fait très très chaud. Très très chaud. Enfin, j'ai arrivé à tenir des temps à peu près corrects, je pense. Mais c'est bien, c'est bien.
Comment se comporte la marche ici sur le circuit du Mans?
Ah bah oui, elle a gagné en 86, c'est pas pour rien. Voilà, non, elle va bien, si c'est bon. C'est le pilote qui va passer vite.
Pas assez vite. Beaucoup d'endroits très rapides naturellement sur ce circuit du Mans. Il faut quoi? Il faut oser.
Ouais, et puis surtout c'est les freinages. Les gros freinages à 200 mètres. C'est très très chaud, il faut oser. Voilà.
It's quite hot in this car, car number 21. It's a March 85G from the team CMR. The driver was George Caban.
He was struggling a bit there, wasn't he? That was definitely Rob Huff's car, the red and white helmet.
Was it? Right, well
the number
spotted.
24 car has stopped and it's brought out the slow zone, actually.
It was the exit of Arnage.
Yeah. I see Gallant just completed its...
Yeah,
Ralph Kellener's.
Gallant is a whole minute clear of Ralph Kellener's last time around. Kellener's getting close to the best pace of Gallant, so he's not close that in 9 minutes or so, but job done for Olivier Gallon. But yeah, I really wanted to see how far up the order Rob Huff could have propelled the second those two Nissans. Alas, we won't.
Incidentally, the Abalone car is managed engineers by the great Franz Conrad.
Is it really?
Yeah, Franz is there. And obviously, he drove briefly for Jaguar, you remember. He's a Silk Jaguar driver. A lot of success here, and then run great cars, the Salines.
He actually was the team that took the debut victory on its first outing for the Saleen S7.
Yeah, with Ollie Gavin.
Ollie Gavin drove that car. We had hardly any spare parts for it. That was at Sebring.
I was there, and it was a tank tape special at the end.
It was. We ran out of particularly rear bodywork, because people kept running into the back of it. And against the might of the American Corvettes in the old GT1 days, as that was its first competitive outing. And we've also got, no, that's all right, that's Indianapolis. By the way, I love that low camera at Indianapolis, looking across the top of the banking. That's not one that we get for the main race. We tend to have a higher camera there. And that tails away shot is tails away shot, not used enough anymore in television. Utilised in movies quite a lot, but not so much in television.
And did we say Magnussen's now in the Tiger, which he normally drives?
Yeah, I just spotted that, working its way up the order. So any of these yellow flag zones will be delaying the sort of progress you'd expect from Jan in the Tiger, but all he can do is just keep pressing on. He's a lap down on our front-running Olivier Gallon, but you wouldn't expect him to be in that same mix. But I think there's more of a problem we thought for the Lola. We saw the wave yellow flags.
He's in a slow zone.
Yeah. How far does that slow zone go?
At slow zone 6, it goes all the way up to the Porsche curve.
Again, it was the front-on angle. It did make it look as though he's going slower than slow.
Yeah.
Must feel like that for the driver on board. And that's Nicolas Dieteren running in 4th place overall.
Slow zone at 6, 7 and 8 now, so that's all the way to the finish line. Is it now a slow zone?
Yeah, we haven't seen this guy racing before. Well, I haven't. And love that car, actually.
Yes, I mean, the end of Group C, it was unkind to so many people. I mean, Peugeot were absolutely dominating at the end, but the Lola was a car that I would have liked to see get developed further. And alas, when the sword of Damocles came down on that category of racing, its development stopped.
And Charles Volman, who ran that team, was a little bit of there was a cloud over his head.
Nice save. Yeah, so much Formula One thinking went in to that car. Right, he's out at the end of the slow zone. Actually, it's not quite to the end of the lap. That's Lola T92.
Unfortunately for him, he's best part over 2.5 minutes down on the 3rd place entry of Klaus Appelen, who's in turn fallen 20 seconds back from Ralph Kellener's in the Jost Blaupunkt Porsche. But Olivier Gallon clear by, well, it's just under a minute now, but got it under control, and that's why we've got a slow zone. A course vehicle coming in, and good to see the march is still going. That's the white car with the Beau Jolly's Discotheque sponsorship and the red rear wing, and one of the Spices.
Those marches, that basic chassis was successful in America. The creepy crawly car, remember Emerson Fittipaldi making his comeback to racing in Miami in a car like that. And I think it was an Adrian Newey design. Very young Adrian Newey, I think, was involved in that car.
Yes, a lot of people forget that Adrian, before he went on to become the most successful designer in Formula One history, got a broad development, sports cars, rally cars in the States, and cross-pollination can often just really help you go forward. 3
built of that car with the Judd Formula One V10 engine, although I think it had I've scrolled down through here, I think it was called something different, but it was effectively the Formula One engine.
Yes.
It was very, very compact. Viet Hudskuper, who started with a clean sheet of paper, or clean screen, probably. GV10 it was called in the sports car, that Judd, but it was the Formula One V10. It was a tiny little thing, 3.5 litre. They utilised that.
And Charles Walsman, who ran the team, his son was pretty quick.
Euro racing, They struggled in that first year. It was wet at Monza. Stefan Johansson, Jesus Maria.
Oh, bits of bodywork on the track.
Okay, well, just as you're saying that, just notice that the number 24 Nissan is listed as having got going again. So maybe Rob Puffer's climbed back on board and is pressing on. But anyhow,
do you know what? I think it's on the back of a flatbed.
Okay, that could tally.
Good call.
I think that's been put on the back of a flatbed, and it might be moving just slowly.
I mean, it's unusual for a driver to get out of a car and hop back in. By the way, car 98 has got a penalty, which is Patrick Dobreby in the car that's leading C2. 30-second time penalty. Let's do some little maths. He'll still be leading C2 because he's built a bit of an advantage over the Charwan family Spice. So the newer Spice from 1990 is still going to be in front. Speeding in the pit lane, well, that's the scale of the offence.
Meantime, Jan Magnussen is catching up to that Charwan family Spice in the Tiger. It's only 4 seconds behind, and you'd expect him to be a bit quicker at the front of the field with just 3 minutes to go. Where is he on the track? Olivier Goulon. This will be probably the last lap, I think, as he comes through Terre Rouge. Yes, it will be, because we've still got yellow flags out for the debris at this part of the circuit, so that will make this the last. And there's a lot of debris for a long distance. Somebody had a tyre blowout or something there that's caused a problem, because there's a lot of shards of bodywork right the way down the track. And in fact, we've now got an additional slow zone at zone 3, and still at zones 6, 7 and 8. So this is definitely the last lap, lads.
This is just really disappointing for the drivers. They came here wanting to race, and unfortunately, not unfortunately, but because of safety, we have to have things happen. Even Ralph Kellener's car that had risen into second place, I'm wondering if something came off this one.
I think you might be right.
At the start of the Mulsanne Straight, put the debris down. So Ralph, having had glory, as you read out on a previous visit here last year, is not going to get it today. So Klaus Abelen will vault up into second place, and Nicola de Iteren in that Lola into third. But you almost feel today you shouldn't really talk about where drivers are, because then suddenly something happens, something untoward.
There are cars on the track that are circulating, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. This is, of course, 1 of 3 races.
Yeah.
And their second running will be at 1:05 this morning, coming morning. And then their third and final race will be at 7:42, just before we come back on air. So we'll work out who's won overall.
We'll give you as many results as we can when we come on for the final races tomorrow morning for Plateau.
We're going to see the 3 most modern plateaus tomorrow with their final race, so we will know what's going on in the overall. There's no
8,
podiums
9,
for
10.
these. No podiums for these plateaus. They only do the podium at the end, because basically there's one winner.
And the GT5. And we've got the NASCAR race as well, of course.
We've got another NASCAR race. Can't wait for that.
8 NASCAR, 9, 10, 11 GT3 Revival. That's our menu for you tomorrow, and what a feast of motorsport that will be.
Well, it'd be interesting if they reduce the length of the NASCAR race, because I think 3 or 4
I was just thinking they'll be starting a little heavier tomorrow. They'll have stuck a bit more fuel in the
Well,
tank.
can they get more fuel in?
Well,
they make a lot of pit stops in NASCAR, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know how much, what a fuel tank carries in a NASCAR.
So a Daytona, they do 32 to 35 laps a Daytona. So that's over 60 miles, 16.5 miles around. So it's about, you see, that's just over 70 miles, and we were getting up towards 80 odd miles.
Yeah,
so
that's
it might have been just one. So and look at that. I'm thinking Daytona as another wide open, lots of high speed running.
Yes.
On that. So maybe we were just one 8.5 mile lap too long.
I think we might find out in a minute what's happened to Kellener's. I know our pitch cameraman is down there with the car.
Yeah, Vincent is already down there in inquisitive mode. Meantime, this is the final lap, so get ready to, if you're in the grandstand, get ready to cheer home your winner for the first time as a substantive Plateau 7, the GTP, so often the most popular of the invitations, and Olivier Goulon in the number 1 Nissan R90C Kia from 1990 wins pretty much at a canter. He's followed home by Hiroaki Nagai in the Porsche 962. He'll finished in 6th and 3rd in the C1A category. Next through is the Chawan family Spice, and Jan Magnussen unable to catch that car, so he'll finish 3rd, the Chawan car in 2nd in C2.
And John, tomorrow morning, Plateau 8, the favourite for that is the man who's just won this race. So he'll be in a fabulous Panos Roadster tomorrow. This car's Plateau 8 is 1994 to 1999.
Oh, I've got a good story about that Panos. We'll see that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because I found out the chassis and its history.
And we found out that the guy who was the chief mechanic on it
is running it again.
Yes.
Laurent,
who
used to a very good footballer as well. Always used to play in the press and others versus drivers games in the American Le Mans Series days, which were very hard fought. Meantime, we're waiting for the second place car brace.
There it is, Klaus Abelin 0-0. This is the ex-Andretti car, built in a state of different materials to some over here, but certainly Klaus just adores his racing.
Yeah.
And just going back to that victory his Fricadelli Racing Ferrari achieved in 2023, Ferrari wasn't paying much attention, but suddenly they were returning to Le Mans after, decades away, and they already had the foot up. The momentum was given to them in 2023 by Fricadelli, and it was the first time that he'd run a Ferrari. He'd been running Porsches forever before that. But, I watched him in the dying moments, pacing backwards and forwards, cowboy hat in his garage, cowboy boots on, didn't want to bring it, but already the beer was in the fridge. It was quite a party.
And the meatballs were cooking,
of course they were. Fricadelli.
And they had a local beer sponsor as well, very much a local to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It comes through in second position. It was interesting how many red shirts turned up on Sunday afternoon around there. That car actually was bought from Klaus by Ferrari. I'm sure he was well compensated.
I think he's a man who probably knows a pretty good deal when he can spot one.
Absolutely right. Who was it? Nicky Katzberg, Earl Bamber,
Felipe Fernandez-Laza and David Pittard.
Well done. Yeah. Well done. That was a pretty stellar lineup, in fairness.
It was good that there were more stellar lineups, but you know what? They were just massively consistent in that.
So, a third, by the way, was the Lola T9210, which is still to cross the line here at Le Mans. fabulous to have Group C as a substantive plateau instead of just the invitation. They'll have 2 more races. We'll bring you the results when we are back in the morning at 9 o'clock. And we'll bring you all of the results from the overnight as well that will have decided the other plateaus before we are back with Plateau 8, NASCARs, and then 9 and 10. And we finish as we started today with the GT3 revival. Unofficially, the results then. Olivier Galland wins it with the Nissan. The slow zone at the end there for slow zone 3 at the start of the lap is under investigation. So very much unofficially at the moment. Klaus Haviland second in the Porsche 962, the Haviland car, the 00. Then Nicolas Diefra with the T92 Lola, that spaceship looking car. The Spice of Patrick Daubry won the C2A category. Ralph Kennel's ended up in the pits, but was still classified in 5th position. Hiroki Nagai, well, that car has more speed than that because Hiroki made a little mistake early on and fought back. The Charwan family Spice beat Jan Magnussen at the end, courtesy, I think, of the slow zones. Then Kalmeter in the Spice, 4th in C2. In C1, the Rondo beat the March. And those were the only 2 finishes, everyone else with some issues. As I said, very much a provisional look at that with still things to be investigated. Thanks to Bruce Jones and to Andrew Marriott. Fantastic day of excitement and entertainment. 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll be back. 9 o'clock local time. And all the best to Les Bleus. Allez Les Bleus for their match against Paraguay ce soir at 10 o'clock. We'll be watching that as well in the Football World Cup.